Good morning, Chatty House.
What's up, Chatty House?
What's going on, everybody? Miss Mac, it's my job to try to get Mike Brown to do the roar again. It worked last year. I think that video broke 1 million page views. I mean, 1 million views on social.
I feel like that video never died down. Like it kept getting played out during the season too.
Well, then they made it into a GIF or GIF, whatever you want to call it. Should be a fun day. I am ready for media day. We got Jesse here with us today, which is exciting. Bryce, we don't call him Kenny Walker. We call him Kenneth. Yeah, Kyle is on vacation. He went tropical. Oh, that's right. He was going to go to Hawaii, but then that got canceled. Welcome into the Insiders. I am James Ham. We got a little change up today. Kyle Madsen is on vacation. We've got Jesse Tapia joining us. Jesse,
Coming off the bench today, it'll be nice.
Yeah, we're going to the pin. Going to the pin. Need the right hander out of the pin. What's going on, Jesse?
Nothing much. Sunday started out great. I was on my way to Tracy, gonna go watch the Dolphins game with the fam. On my way, and then you get the notification. Oh, Drew Holiday has been traded to, and it's kind of just cuts off right there when you get the notification on the home screen.
Oh no.
Yeah, so I was like, okay, I got to pull to the side because that's responsible thing to do. I pull to the side, of course. All right, I pull to the side. I check it. And it said, you read it, it says, oh, he's been traded to the Boston Celtics. I didn't even like yell or scream. I just let off like a screech, just like a loud noise or whatever. Just like, just happy that Drew Holiday is there. And then, of course, they just went horribly after that.
The day went horribly after that. Yeah, because I think you were set up. You're like, this is going to be the greatest sports day ever for someone who follows both, who is a fan of both the Boston Celtics and the Miami Dolphins. First of all, Jesse, how in the world did you become a Boston Celtics and Miami Dolphins fan? Because that's a weird.
Oh yeah, I understand like how weird it is, given they're completely opposite sides of the country. I was born into it. My dad, so my grandpa, will take it back, Jesse family tree or whatever. My grandpa didn't like make his kids pick teams or whatever, like the local teams. They just all got to pick their teams. My dad picked the Dolphins because they won the Super Bowl the year he was born in '72, and then he became a Celtics fan because he was just a Dennis Johnson and Robert Parrish fan. And then, of course, I didn't get to choose my teams. I was born into it. So that's how pretty much it happened.
Yeah, it's funny because I would never have allowed my kids to like choose their teams. They weren't allowed.
Yeah, that won't be anything that's allowed when I have kids. Like, no, you're gonna. Yeah. I had to sit through misery with my teams or whatever. You're gonna have to do it with me as well.
Yeah, there came a time when my oldest was like, we're almost to the point where I can't, like, he is a Kings fan, but where he's like, I don't know that I can do this anymore. And I'm like, okay, man, you're still a teenager. You'll like, puberty will happen. You'll grow out of it. And you got to see, once you choose a team, you stick with your team. Like we've got like for fantasy football purposes, we show up for draft day wearing Mahomes jerseys because we're rolling with Mahomes is our team name, and we've had him as our keeper forever. But outside of that, you're allowed to be a fan of a player, but like teams, no.
Yeah, and I feel for, like you said, your son, he's a Kings fan, but he's like younger, so he's never seen them like be good. I feel for those type of Kings fans too, because I'm a Dolphins fan. Like, they've never been good in my life. This year is unlike anything I've ever seen in my life. Like, they've kind of stumbled into the playoffs a couple of times, but they just got destroyed by like AFC North teams like the Steelers and Ravens.
Yeah,
so I can relate.
My youngest was born in 2007. He has never seen until last season a playoff team. My oldest, 2003. He was born the day that Chris Webber blew out his knee, May 8th, 2003.
That's tough.
And then, but at least when he was a baby, we, he may have gone to a playoff game. He may have like saw a game or two, but to kind of go through most of your life and not have any positive reinforcement as a sports fan, it's tough.
Well, yeah, because you can't even like go to school and like be happy about your teams or anything like that. Because it's like all the kids over here like are Warriors fans. Like growing up, it's like, oh yeah, all these kids are Raiders and 49ers fans, so they have like strength in numbers. Me, it's like I can't talk about the Dolphins. I was gonna make fun of and all that. Like being a Kings fan, like you have strength in numbers. Like I don't know if kids are like Kings fans, like just given how bad they've been, but
they did lose a generation of fans, and they've got to work hard to get them back, especially with the Golden State Warriors. Like you can be bad, but what you don't want to be is bad while like a generational player like Steph Curry is doing what he's doing right down the road, and you get to watch it all the time. So it's tough. Jesse, we got a whole bunch of stuff to talk about today. We do have some sad news this morning. 49ers legendary tight end Russ Francis passes away at the age of 70. He was part of the 1984 Super Bowl winner. Of course, he beat Jesse's Dolphins. He passed away in a plane crash. I think it was yesterday, but they just announced it this morning. We also had Tim Wakefield passed away this weekend after the weird Curt Schilling stuff last week, which I don't think we talked about on the air, but we did talk about in the chatty house. Just like probably the most unprofessional and horrific thing that I've ever seen one human do is to go out and start talking about not just Tim Wakefield, but his wife's cancer prognosis as well, just openly, and even say like, oh, I don't know if they wanted this out there or not.
Curt Schilling just continues to be the worst person.
He is, isn't he?
Yeah, it's not talking about like this specific situation, but I was at the game where he almost threw a no-hitter against the A's, and it's almost kind of like as Curt Schilling kind of shows himself, like you don't really like brag about that or whatever. It's just kind of like, I don't know, Curt Schilling he's the worst.
I wouldn't want to walk around by him because I feel like he's a dude that like a car is gonna fall out of like a 6-story parking garage and land on him, or like a lightning bolt is just gonna strike him down. Like you just can't have that much bad karma.
Yeah, that seems fair. Stay away from Curt Schilling, guys.
Yeah. Everyone should just avoid Curt Schilling. No one be in a room with Curt Schilling ever. You don't want that on you. The big news of the weekend, outside of your Dolphins getting hammered, we're just going to talk about that all day. Miguel Cabrera played his final game for the Detroit Tigers. Pretty impressive career, future Hall of Famer. Brendan Crawford possibly played his final game as a Giant. Whether that's his final game as a Major League Baseball player, I don't think we know. But certainly he has been a great Giant. I'm not a Giants guy, but like you have to tip your hat to a guy who has been part of so many winning championship type seasons.
Yeah, he's kind of like, not saying he's like this, but like the Derek Jeter of like the Yankees, just the guy who's just always been there, and just like he's just the epitome of what the Giants are and all that, what their past era has been.
No, I totally agree. That's a good way to describe him because he's probably not a Hall of Famer. No, but like Jeter is. I mean, Jeter's a Hall of Famer. But of course, I'd always make this argument. If you put Jeter in, like, it's almost like the Brock Purdy. If you put Derek Jeter in any other lineup, you'd just be like, okay.
If Derek Jeter was a Kansas City Royal, we wouldn't know. It'd be like, oh, Derek Jeter's nice. Okay, like you said.
Well, yeah, but I would even make the argument that it's very possible he's like not even a Hall of Famer. Like his talent is undeniable, but the fact that like he had like $400 million as his 3, 4, 5, 6 hitters for most of his career. Like, okay,
I see what you're cooking. Jeter did have a little bit nice. It's kind of frowned upon to have that conversation, but I do see where you're going here.
Yeah, I think it is frowned upon. I know Frankie Cardicelli would like curse my name if he heard this, but I've always felt that way. Like some players are just like they luck into greatness. And his talent is undeniable. I'm not saying that, but it's a lot easier to hit, 300 and get on base when everyone behind you is, has 30, 40, 50 home run capabilities like up and down the lineup. So just my own personal view, like again, not to throw shade at Derek Jeter. Jesse, outside of that, San Francisco 49ers. I was really close. I guess 33-13. They had a 14-point spread. They smack around the Cards 35-16. We're going to get into that a lot today. But Jesse, is it pretty clear the 49ers are the best team in football?
They're the best team in football, and they might be on their own tier right now in the NFL, I think.
I agree. Like, because we have other teams, we're going to get into power ranking stuff later in the show, but there are teams that are good and there are teams that have had like really nice moments, but this is the team that literally is just going out each and every week and clubbing people by, 2 touchdowns.
Basically. Yeah, and it's on both sides of the ball. Like they're putting up 30 a game, and it's just the defense is just like these other teams going up against them can't really do much, if anything.
I know, and people keep saying, well, would Brock Purdy, like, let's stop talking about that. Like, Brock Purdy at this point is a Pro Bowl quarterback. He goes 20 of 21 on Sunday. He's spectacular, 283 yards, throws a touchdown. Really impressive what he's been able to do, and I think he's quieting critics. And what is he, 8-0 as a starter in regular season games?
Yeah, like 8-9-0, one of those things. Still an insane number.
Yeah, it's absolutely impressive. We saw the Dallas Cowboys bounce back, Jesse. We did. So this sets up like one of the bigger games that we've seen in a while. Is that one that you're circling this week? Like the undefeated 49ers against the Dallas Cowboys team that had like a hiccup, but now looks like they're probably ready for this game?
Yeah, that's definitely that's easily the game of the week. I don't need to know what anything else going on as far as week 5, but that one is definitely you got your eyes on, because I think with Dallas, like we saw them fall off against the Cardinals, pick themselves up against New England, just completely obliterating them. I think going into this week is kind of like it's like the hype is back to where it needs to be.
The hype, it is where, and I don't think it's funny because like the rivalry between these two teams is so solid. Like everyone, if you're a 49ers fan, you hate the Dallas Cowboys. Like the day that Terrell Owens like kneeled on the star was like, it was like, oh no, he didn't, but oh yes he did. That's one of those moments for Niner fans. And
so like, where does this rivalry then for 49ers fans like rank as far as like the Seattles and the Rams? Like, is this kind of like off to the side, like a special edition type rivalry, or like where does this fall?
I think for players, it's the Seahawks. We've heard that, right? They believe the Seahawks are their rival, but like globally in the NFL, this is huge. This is probably one of the biggest rivalries in the NFL. It's just that neither one of them have won a championship in a long time, and The Cowboys haven't even been all that competitive in the playoffs for a lot of the last 20 years since their great runs in the 90s.
Yeah, the 49ers, they'll get to the NFC Championship game at least, Super Bowls and whatnot. The Cowboys just do not sniff that anymore.
No, they don't. They don't. Outside of that, Jesse, we have all the weirdness of the weekend. First of all, if anyone hasn't been on social media this morning, you should probably go on and check out Jimmy Butler's hair. Jesse, your quick thoughts on Jimmy Butler's hair this morning?
I'm all for Jimmy Butler like doing this media day shenanigans. I think there was a clip and he's telling Bam about like, this is my Halloween, just leave me alone. Because last year, didn't he have like the dreads, like the crazy dreads and all that too?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, so like this is like his thing now, where he's just showing up in costume. If you can call it costume, because he's wearing wigs and like lip piercings now. But I'm all for it.
I am too. Like it definitely like jumped off the screen, and I think what it did is I think all of us here were sick and tired already of the Taylor Swift situation in Kansas City. It's like we're there for you, Swifties, like early on, but now it's like, we're so used to guy catches a ball, falls down, you show the player rolling over, you flash to the coach, you flash back to the quarterback, back to the coach, back to the guy getting up off the ground, back to the coach, back to the other coach on the other side, and then we start moving forward with the next play. Now it's like Patrick Mahomes steps back and he's just about to throw a ball and they flash Taylor Swift. It's like, oh, she's up, she's watching. And then this time it's like Taylor Swift and friends. I mean, she brings Blake Lively and Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman. Like,
that's a solid group to be with, though, I gotta say.
Yeah, like the person who's living their best life is Mama Kelsey.
Oh yeah,
she's living her best life.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like Taylor Swift is cool. She gets played at my house. Obviously, my girlfriend's a big Taylor Swift fan and all that. But I'm completely out on the camera cuts to where every single time now. Yeah, like you said, it's Mahomes drops back, cut to Taylor Swift. Mahomes throws the ball, cut to Taylor Swift and Donna Kelsey. All right, ball is caught, tackle's made, cut to Taylor Swift clapping now.
And then where's Jake from State Farm? We're so caught up in this weird loop.
Yeah, what was that?
What is happening, man? I don't know what's happening. It's weird. All of it's weird. All right, we need to step aside. When we come back, we're gonna get into Monday overreactions, and we're gonna talk a whole lot more football. We've got football. We've got a huge Boston Celtics trade to talk about. We've got Sacramento Kings training camp. You are listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. What's good, Chatty House? Jets played good last night, James Tyree. That is a bold statement. Yes, for as much as we want to harp on Zach Wilson actually did play very well last night.
That poor guy, though, dropping the ball at the end. They gave the Chiefs the ball. I think it was like late in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it was some bad moments. I mean, you need to support Zach Wilson a very specific way. And I think they're figuring that out. And I keep saying this, Jesse, what if they give him long enough that he actually does figure it out and becomes decent?
I don't know. We're already 5 games in now.
You're not in.
Like maybe he'll figure it out, but it's like, can we waste any more time at this point?
Yeah, no, that's true. Like if you're if you're a Jets fan, you got to know it's in trouble. They're in trouble.
Michigan, it doesn't seem like he's gonna fight Crawford next, so we might finally get what we want here.
I did not watch any of that.
Oh, Canelo put on a clinic. He didn't miss much.
Wait, this delivery show? Did you really you've got a JaVale McGee jersey?
That's dedication right there.
You went full JaVale? What? I need to get Jason Jones a JaVale McGee jersey.
JaVale McGee could easily be like that one player that Kings fans fall in love with each year.
Yeah. Almer asked, are the training camp invitees there at Media Day? Yes, everyone's at Media Day. Absolutely. Unless somebody hasn't like checked into the country and has like some sort of issue. They have, I think, until tonight to show up, but like everyone will be at media. It's a day that you take pictures, like so it's literally like the first day of school. It's like it's picture day. It's also the day you go into the NBC like room and they do a bunch of promo stuff. And then it's also the day like NBA is there to take your photos and they put them out on the court and do different things for like the big board. And then they talk to media. They go to the AP booth. All right. I'll stop talking. No, that's fine. That's fine. We're back. The Insiders. James Ham here with Jesse Tapia filling in for Kyle Madsen. Kyle, I think he's in the Florida Keys. I don't know. I think he's down there looking for something, a shaker of salt or something.
Where is the Florida Keys? I know it's in Florida, obviously, but like I've been to Miami and we went to the Everglades and stuff like that. Is it like by there? Do you know?
Yeah, I think it's up the southern tip of Florida. Yeah, but not that far from where you're talking about. Like Miami, you just keep going down the boot till you get to the bottom. And then there's like some small island stuff down there.
Gotcha. I'm a big Everglades guy. We had fried alligator and fried frog legs. It was pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, it
So
was really good actually.
you're fully into it. I like watching. I used to watch. Vanilla Ice had the VIP project.
Was that the one where he flips the houses?
Yeah, where he flips the houses, but it's usually in Florida, and it's usually like these monstrous mansions that are run down, and then he makes them about as gaudy as you can possibly make a house. Like, how much gold can you put into a house?
Vanilla Ice was ahead of his time with that flipping houses stuff and all that. Because now I think like that's the whole thing on HGTV and all that stuff.
Yeah, yeah. So, Jesse, you're not usually here on Mondays with me, but we like to do something called Monday Overreactions. We take some of the biggest topics or the smallest topics in the NFL and we beat them down with a hose. The Raiders lose 24-17. It's a lot closer than I expected it to be. I thought the Raiders were going to get throttled. They actually had a shot late in the game. Does this save Josh McDaniels' job?
I don't know that it saves it. It doesn't make it any worse, but definitely doesn't save it. Because you said, like you mentioned, it was close, but for most of that game, the Raiders were playing catch up like the entire time. It took, I think, Herbert fracturing his finger for them to get back into it.
Okay, so I think one of the bigger questions I have too is, well, I don't know. I'm watching this game unfold, and I didn't feel like the coach made the adjustments he needed to make to support a young quarterback. So, of course, Jimmy Garoppolo was in concussion protocol and missed a game. Aiden O'Connell, a 4th-round pick, stepped in. And for a lot of the game, he actually looked solid. I mean, a lot of short passes. He's got a big arm. He looks like he's actually an NFL quarterback at some point. But we have this situation where, like, former Raider Khalil Mack just decides that he's going to dominate everything and go full Derek Thomas.
You have to imagine that was probably personal for Khalil Mack, I think, getting some get back against his old team.
Yeah, but I mean, it's been so long. Like, how many times does he have to make it personal? Like,
yeah, that's true. I don't know. Athletes are weird though. They'll make anything personal.
Yeah, I think, what was it? Derek Thomas against the Seattle Seahawks. I believe it was 9 sacks in a game.
You might be right. I'm not sure on that one.
It was absolutely wild. For me, though, I was watching, and I didn't think a lot of these sacks were on O'Connell. I thought that it was more scheme. It was more the fact that that the Chargers were like, hey, we got a rookie quarterback. Let's blitz this guy nonstop. And I wanted the coach to do something different, to step in and help a young quarterback. Did you see that, or am I just crazy?
No, I feel like that's been the issue with Josh McDaniels too, since he took over the Raiders, is the fact that they make lack of adjustments or just make the wrong ones at times. Because obviously, if you have a rookie quarterback back there and they're throwing the blitz, what you do is you send Josh Jacobs out to the side. So O'Connell has someone just to check down. You have a receiver kind of like a Hunter Renfrow type, come up to the middle, kind of just run a curl route, and he's ready for them. But McDaniels has always had issues with adjustments and all that. Like it's not that difficult to make it easy for your quarterback, I feel like.
Yeah, I totally agree. And then we get all the way down to the final play, and I was telling Jesse, like, first of all, the final play where the Raiders march all the way down, they've got it in zone, in the red zone, like you're right there, and then they run this, they try to run a wide receiver screen basically to try to get the final touchdown to try to get the game tying score, and it gets picked off and game over, right? Um, Everyone in the building I felt saw what was about to happen. It just looked like the scheme was right there for this to happen. They knew exactly what the Raiders were gonna do, and you have a young quarterback who probably doesn't know how to check down out of that situation, probably doesn't have it in his mind that he can check down in a situation like that. He's got everything else going in his mind, like, is Khalil Mack going to, throw me down again for the seventh time? He's got all these things running. You got to watch the clock. You got to make sure you're game managing all these things. I kind of felt like his coach let him down in that moment because the play was clearly sniffed out beforehand, and there should have been an adjustment made.
Yeah, it's like you said, like everyone knew where that play was going. You see the entire Chargers defense just run over to where the play is going. Everyone's ready. Jacoby Myers isn't even looking for the ball and all that. Like as a coach, if you could see it and everyone else can see it watching the game, Josh McDaniels had to have saw it.
Yeah, I mean, Josh McDaniels, he should have gone like full Jason Kidd and like dropped a cup of water on the field or something, like fallen down.
Yeah, bump into me. Hey, bump into me.
Like throw a red flag for no reason. Like, I don't know what's happening. If you don't have I don't know if he had a timeout or not. I don't know the actual setting if he did, but it's one of those moments where as a coach, you have to realize what's happening and you need to support a young player in a different way.
That was on first down, right?
Yeah, I think it was. Like, I'd have to go back.
I think it was first and goal, and at that point, call a run play. Like put your quarterback in a decent position to succeed.
Yes.
Like maybe call that play like on third down if you can't get into the end zone the first two tries. Try something else, but you're already right there. You have multiple opportunities. I don't know. Like it doesn't seem that difficult, but Josh McDaniels really makes it seem like it is.
Yeah. And Jesse, I think, the thing is you have a great running back. You have a guy who led the league in yards last year. He was the league leader in rushing yards. Like, go ahead and give him the ball. Give him a couple of shots there. I know you're up against the clock. It's coming down to the final minute, the final, couple of snaps. But
it's like you said, though, it's like you have one of the best running backs in the league, led the league in rushing last year. I think there was a point where it was 4th and 1, I believe, late in the game for the Raiders, and they ended up giving the ball to Josh Jacobs. He gets the first down and all. Like, put the ball in your best players' hands. Let your best players make plays. And it's like at that play that they rolled out, like Davante Adams wasn't even around. I think it was for Jacoby Myers.
He's blocking.
Yeah, see, it doesn't make sense at all.
He's blocking in that play. You didn't give your best playmaker the ball in that play in that situation. Yeah, really strange. Plus, everyone knows if Davante Adams is on that side of the ball, like it's probably going there.
It's simple. It's football 101. We've all learned from watching and all that.
It's easy. Yeah, it was simple. So that was our first Monday overreaction. I do believe that Josh McDaniels probably pushed whatever fade out for a week or two. We'll have to see what comes next for him. Our second one, worst game of the day, was, of course, the Bears and Broncos. What were we seeing? Bears Broncos beats Battlestar Galactica. That's what we were saying all last week. Kyle was super excited to watch this game, which I don't know why. Like, I don't like watching like bad things, like bad.
Yeah, I'm completely out on these teams.
Yeah, I totally. But it ends up being one of the best games of the day. Like, that was a heck of a game, man.
Yeah, I mean, shout out to the. Was it a great game though, or was it two bad teams playing bad football? I mean, the Bears were up by like not a million points, obviously, but they were up enough to where it's like, okay, Bears got it. Sean Payton, fraudulent. We would have warmed it all up on Twitter this week.
That's right.
Russell Wilson not looking good, but they let him back in the game. That's bad teams right there. I mean, yeah, I guess it was good and all that, but I don't know.
Yeah, I was thinking the whole time, oh, poor John Bull. John Bull just watching his team lose again.
Yeah, we got John Bull and Manny in the chat, two of our biggest part, the only Bears fans in the chat. I kind of do feel for them whenever the Bears are not going well.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of like eventually you'd hope that they would find success, and as of right now, it doesn't seem like they're going to find success anytime soon. Our last Monday overreaction is we're gonna Mike Florio a couple of weeks ago said, well, I think it was a week and a half ago, that the San Francisco 49ers and the Miami Dolphins are teams of destiny. Like, this is it. This is a team. These will be the teams in the Super Bowl. Kyle has already placed money on it because of this, not because of it, but he already placed money on them. Jesse is already like shining up the, searching for rings on the internet so he can go to like, was it Jocelyn's or whatever you can buy your own championship ring.
I'm definitely looking into that though. If the Dolphins win a Super Bowl,
I would hear you. Yeah, I'd kick in. I'd kick in. Like, I would feel for you, like, all these years of not getting a ring. I like, we'll run something here on the Chatty House where we buy Jesse a Dolphins Super Bowl ring. But then they go and they just get thumped. Jesse, I don't want to say are they no longer a team of destiny? The Miami Dolphins?
yeah. I mean, I don't know if they ever were a team of destiny, but yeah, now at this point, no, definitely not a team of destiny. I mean, we got some work to do, boys. We're happy we're 3-1 after 4 weeks, but I mean, people were watching us. So we had friends and family watching, and you guys embarrassed me. Embarrassed me.
You let Jesse down. Did you guys have like a rally at the house, like your Miami Dolphins, like you
Oh yeah,
waving the flag outside?
well, we don't have the flag outside, but we have like all the cousins and uncles and
Painted
stuff.
your
We're all just kind of sitting there, just like just having just bored out of our mind, just because we're getting our ass kicked the entire time.
It's like I used to have some neighbors down the street when I lived in Roseville that were Filipino, and like when the Pacquiao fight was on, they always invited us, and we would go, but it was on like. Every Filipino person within 100 miles is at their house. Like, you can't walk anywhere, and they've got like a nice big TV, but like they go all out. There's all this food. It's such a big deal. Is that what it was like at Jesse's house? You guys were like, you're ready. You're ready for your Dolphins to ascend to greatness.
Yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, we all get together. Sometimes we'll go to my dad's, or we'll go to Tracy, like I said. I think next weekend we'll be at my apartment here in Sac. We do a whole thing or whatever. It's not like a big party, but it's what we get together for like once a week.
All right.
But yeah, not a team of destiny. 49ers, though, I think you can make the argument they are.
They let you down. I do. I think we can make that argument. I think Mike Florio might be onto something. 49ers are a team of destiny. All right. We're going to step aside here. When we come back, we're going to talk about this Drew Holiday trade that went down over the weekend, which, of course, put a smile on Jesse's face. We'll dive deep into that. And we got a whole bunch more to go over here as we trudge through a Monday morning here on The Insiders. So you're listening to The Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Whoo, what is happening? This is one of those days that go by so fast. Like, not only like the show will go by fast, like I'll drive super fast to the arena just because, and then I'll be there for like 3 hours and that will go fast. And then I'll get home at like 5:36 and just be exhausted and like try to go back and just think about how much was accomplished during a day.
I feel like the ones that go by fast, those are usually the best ones.
Yeah. What do we got here? John Morant will be able to practice and travel with the team during his 25-game suspension. I think it's great for Ja, and it's great for our group. I said Zach Kleiman, the GM. I think it's also, it's great for your group because somebody's got to keep an eye on him. Make sure he doesn't have a water gun or like a slingshot. You don't want him running around doing that.
I really hope he figures it out because there's not much else we can do at this point. Like, everyone said what they've needed to. Now it's up to you.
Yeah, but we felt that way the last time.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. I mean, it's like when Plaxico Burress shot himself in a nightclub. And I think there were a couple of things to that story. Number one, what are you doing bringing a gun to a nightclub? Secondly, what were you doing in New York City wearing sweatpants to a nightclub? Like, I never got that part of the story. Like,
let's talk about the real issue here. Why was Plaxico Burress in the nightclub with sweats?
With sweats. Like, that is a huge issue. That is a huge issue. Oh, see, David? Well, we might take this on. Did the Celtics give up too much? Michigan Wolverines, you asked about CJ Stroud. Man, he's good.
I like Richardson too.
Yeah. But I mean, Stroud just keeps throwing for $3 bills like every week.
And he's not turning the ball over either. I think that's the biggest thing.
Yeah. Me and my son were kicking ourselves because we didn't start Nico Collins. Wasted 29 points on the bench.
I got a league. I'm fighting for my life, and I got Joe Burrow as my quarterback, and Najee Harris and Jahmyr Gibbs as my running backs.
Oh, yeah.
And we were just trying to survive at this point.
No, you're done. Yeah. I have too many good wide receivers. Sweet. Oh.
When we hit King's Media Day too, I got some questions for you. I'm very interested in like the day for like journalists going into media day, like how that is for you guys.
Yeah, let's yeah. We've got that coming up. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Kyle Madsen's on vacation, so joining me today is Jesse Tapia. Jesse is like the most integral part of everything we do here. He runs everything. He manages everything. And this weekend we rewarded him by landing him Drew Holiday via trade. Jesse, congratulations. We got you Drew Holiday for the low price of Robert Williams and Malcolm Brogdon. The Time Lord is gone.
That wouldn't hurt. I'm not gonna lie, but we'll get into it.
Yeah, kind of a surprising move. And like this is something that we talked about last week when the Damian Lillard trade went down. It was a big deal. Like, but you knew it was a trade that started another trade that might even start another trade. And I still feel that way. I think we might even see one more trade here with Malcolm Brogdon finding a new home and the Portland Trailblazers collecting yet another asset. At this point, Jesse, the Portland Trailblazers, in exchange for Damian Lillard, have received, I think it's a ransom. You've got Brogdon, who won the Sixth Man of the Year. You've got Williams, who is a very nice young center who's had some injury issues, but when he's on the court, the Boston Celtics are a much better team in the past. And then, of course, DeAndre Ayton. And DeAndre Ayton is a 25-year-old center under contract for 3 years. Again, Robert Williams under contract for 3 years. You've kind of set yourself up. In addition to that, they have the Lakers 2024 first-round pick that is top 4 protected and top 4 protected in 2025. You got a first-round pick from the Bucks in 2029. You got a first-round pick from the Celtics in 2029. You got additional pick swaps in like 2028 and 2030 from the Bucks. This is looking like you might have got value for Damian Lillard. You might have been able to improve your team by trading a 33-year-old star that was owed $200 million.
I think this is borderline. I think we can say borderline best case scenario from how the situation, from how we've seen from start to finish and how it ended up. I think this is borderline best case scenario for the haul that they got.
Yeah, I think so too. And then we're looking at Malcolm Brogdon, who's 2 years. He's got like $45 million left on his deal. He's a good player. I don't know that he fits there. I think he could fit there and just help out a young backcourt. But I think you can also probably, there's a chance you can get yourself another first round pick that you might build.
For Malcolm Brogdon, I think you could definitely get a first round pick, just given what he still brings to the floor. I mean, we looked at it before the show. He shot 44% from 3-point from the three this season. He's already 6th man of the year. I mean, he can go to a contending team and get you a first round pick. Definitely.
Yeah, I think he can too. I think it's a really, really solid move. And you asked a good question. Like, if you were Milwaukee and you knew before this trade that Drew Holiday was going to end up in Boston, would you still have done it? And I don't know. That's an interesting take, Jesse.
Yeah, if looking at it, I think I would still do it if I'm on Milwaukee side, because like Drew Holiday to the Celtics, I think that does elevate them back to being the top of the East. Milwaukee and Boston, it's 2 tiers, it's 1 tier right there to both teams. I think Boston kind of put themselves back above. But if I'm Milwaukee, you kind of look at it. Yeah, you lost Drew to the Celtics and all that, but what does Dame coming to Milwaukee do for as far as keeping Giannis there long term? I think that's the biggest thing you got to focus on. And I think right now, given we've seen how they've talked about each other the last few years, I think they have a good chance of keeping him around. So if I'm Milwaukee, I still definitely do this deal.
Yeah, I would definitely do the deal as well. And I think the one thing that I pointed out to you is that I don't think if you're the Bucks, you would have ever traded Drew Holiday to the Celtics. One of your because that's who we kind of look at as the beasts of the East. Like at this point, the odds-on favorites to represent the Eastern Conference, to be in the Eastern Conference Finals, are the Celtics. With their additions of Drew Holiday and Kristaps Porzingis to go with Tatum and Brown. But then also, the Bucks. The Bucks made this big move, and they made this big move because it makes them a title contender. And so you never want to help the other guy. But at the same time, I firmly believe that the Bucks wanted the best for Drew Holiday moving forward. Like, this is one of those guys. It's kind of like Harrison Barnes with the Kings, where they mean a lot more to your team than just the stats they put up on the court. That they actually mean a lot as far as like community and leadership and everything else. And you didn't want to send him somewhere where he's being exiled to someone like Portland, which isn't a rebuild. And you wanted to see him land on his feet. So I would not have routed him to the Celtics, but I think the Bucks should at least feel like, okay, we feel better about the trade now. We feel better about what happened to Drew Holiday, the fact that he's no longer on a contending team, and all of a sudden he is.
I think you do feel a little bit better about how things worked out, but also the fact that he ends up at Boston, I'd be sick. I'd be absolutely sick that he ended up there.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm Milwaukee, yeah, because it's like now we got to go up against this guy. Like now Boston thinks, oh, we got our Dame stopper now. Like you guys got rid of Drew Holiday. Okay, we'll just take him here. Boom, we got the guy to guard Dame Lillard now. I mean, you could be happy for the guy, but I mean, like you guys can send him to the Knicks or someone like that at least.
Yeah, that's interesting. I would say this too, Jesse. Does it feel like we're now up to 4 teams that are involved in this major deal? Is there a single loser in the trade?
Maybe the Suns, depending on how you feel about that situation. They did get rid of a player who, I mean, that whole relationship was done for a couple years. So you did get rid of him and all that, getting rid of DeAndre Ayton, brought in Nurkic. You kind of did downgrade at that point, but I mean, it depends on how you look at that one, I think. But other than that, I mean, Portland, I like what they did. Milwaukee, obviously great for them. Boston, great for them. So I think the Suns are the only team maybe you could look at and think, get it kind of a little bit worse, maybe.
Okay, so, but I would look at it this way. You saved a ton of money going from Ayton to Nurkic. You got a player who's more physical and probably fits your team better, even though he's a little older and he's got a long history of injury. I think, what is he, 4 years older, 29 years old, I believe.
Yeah.
He's owed 3 years and $54 million. That's not great. But then, even though, again, I'm not a huge Grayson Allen fan, I think he adds a depth to that team.
He's a contributor, definitely.
Yeah, and he's a great three-point shooter. He's also a little bit like Nurkic, where, he's built of all elbows and doesn't mind mixing it up and doesn't mind getting a little dirty. And I think that the Suns team needed that. And then I've always liked Nasir Little. I know the Blazers love Nasir Little. I was surprised he's part of it, but we kept saying like the Suns just don't have any of that, the length at the 3 and the 4 that they need, especially with Kevin Durant's inability to stay healthy. And that's probably going to be a problem. And they went out and got one of those guys. They got a 6'8" guy that can, really move and really get up in the air. So I don't know that I'm looking, there's 4 teams all involved. I like what happened with the Blazers. I think that the Blazers moved their rebuild ahead. by a year or two.
Yeah, they definitely have a direction now. They have a foundation now, I think. Like looking at them last season, or not even last season, just when they drafted Scoot. Like you have Scoot and Shaden, but they weren't really moving anywhere. Now, like there's a clear direction where they're going.
Yeah, so you got Scoot, you've got Shaden Sharp to build around, you've got Simon, you've got Jeremy Grant, and now you've got Robert Williams, you've got it's possible that you could put a really solid team together with Aiton at the center, and and then throw in Brogdon. Like, I don't know, uh, they went from I had them at probably because I didn't think Drew Holiday would be part of the team. I thought that they went from like a 22 to 25 win team. I thought they would be horrific this year to like a 30 to 33 win team. Now I'm like 31 to 34 win team. I don't know.
See, let's say that everything on the roster, Brogdon, Robert Williams, let's say they just kept it all. Brogdon's coming off the bench. He's a six man for them. Do you think
Yeah.
with this current roster, do you think they could be a possible play-in team, maybe like that 10th seed, 9th seed?
No,
No.
no, no, because I look at a team like OKC that I think's further ahead. I look at the Utah Jazz. I think they're further ahead. I think if Zion's healthy, that's kind of where you look at them is 8, 9, 10. And then I'd even say Minnesota. There's a group of teams that are all around that range. And then we don't even talk about like the Dallas Mavericks.
Yeah, that's true.
The Dallas Mavericks weren't in anywhere. And I like what they are doing a lot more than what we saw the Houston Rockets do, where they go out and they add Van Vliet and they add Dylan Brooks. I don't know. Who is the biggest loser in this and all of this? There is one loser, I believe, in all of these trades. And for some reason, it's the Philadelphia 76ers.
Yeah. Drew Holiday was that to me, that was a move where given your current situation in Philly, like you need to go out and you need to make it. I'm not sure exactly how it would have worked out. Just of course, you got this big old contract that nobody wants in James Harden. But given how it's kind of just the vibes are off in Philly right now, that's almost a move they needed to make to at least kind of salvage what they have for the season.
Yeah, I don't know how they move forward. Like they just watched their two main competitors get exceptionally better. Like at this offseason, like both the Bucks and the Celtics just got way better, and they didn't. And
Yeah, the gap is just widening. Philly's just going backwards at this point.
they got James Harden tweeting out fat suits hanging in his closet and not showing up for media day today. Yeah, good stuff. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna dive into this 49ers win and some really good stuff out of this win that we need to focus on. You are listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app.
I think Philly might be a play-in team out east this season.
Let's say that one more time.
I think the 76ers, they might be a play-in team this season, I think.
I don't know. Like, I really like Tyrese Maxey.
But is Maxey and Embiid enough, though, to, like, keep you top six?
You still got Tobias. You still got PJ Tucker. I don't know. I don't know. They didn't do a lot. Oh, yeah, great. Zion Williamson, when asked what he worked on over the summer, which is a standard media day question, what I worked on was being unguardable. Okay. What does that mean? He is unguardable when healthy. Where did Danny Green go?
He's back in Philly.
Oh, is he? Okay. It almost sounded like I called him Danny Gringo. Yes, Jimmy Butler did win media day, I think. I wish he would have had a hair clip in.
That would have tied it all together.
Like the little pink one, the little like Snap right there. Yeah. Um,
I mean, Jimmy did his job too, though, because I haven't really seen too many Damian Lillard Heat stuff today.
Gotcha. 1TXP. Anyone know if the Kings are streaming media? The Kings might be streaming parts of Media Day on their YouTube channel, which as a journalist is miserable because every question you ask goes right straight to everybody. So none of your content is original, even though you're the one asking the question. Science. Sweet. Smooth. Kyle Madsen is not with us today, but his smooth music is. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. Jesse's going to be with me most of the week. Sometimes he'll be on the air. Sometimes he'll be running the board. We're doing James and Friends this week. We have Joe Davidson coming in on Tuesday to hang out with us. We've got the Jerry Reynolds coming in on Wednesday. That should be fun. We also have, I think, Jake Gaden from Channel 13. We've got Sean Cunningham, I believe, is going to come in and hang out with us on Friday for a bunch of time. So all kinds of friends coming in to chill, and it'll be a fun week. Jesse, the San Francisco 49ers, they just look like a team that like, they haven't peaked, but they're just so much better than everybody else.
Yeah, I don't think we definitely haven't seen their best game yet. That game against the Cardinals yesterday, that kind of, I think, had everything we expected. The Cardinals, like the 49ers obviously showed how good they can be and how much better they are, but the Cardinals also, like, they were in that game for about a few minutes in that second half. I think the score was like 19-27, where they were down one score and they had some opportunities. But like you said, it's just the 49ers. It doesn't matter at this point right now.
No,
What you do against them.
yeah, they're just really, really good. So Brock Purdy goes 20 of 21 and 283 yards, touchdown. He had a rushing touchdown. He just keeps growing into the role. And I feel like for some reason, nobody wants to like step back and like just let this kid kind of do what he's doing and like understand that it doesn't matter what the weapons are around him. He still has to make the plays because there are teams out there that have weapons and their quarterbacks can't make these plays. And so for me, I love watching him have these moments where, you know, the like mid to deep routes that he was throwing to Brandon Ayuk to stretch the defense, spectacular. Like everything he did in this game was like on target. Like and it wasn't all short like dunks and dips and like some of those throws, especially to Ayuk. Is it weird to you though Debo didn't have a catch?
Not weird, just given he was injured coming into this game. I'm not sure like how much that affected him, but yeah, it's not anything that really I'll lose sleep over or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't.
If he's going the next few weeks where it's just, oh, Debo's not getting the ball, these George Kittle status basically, then yeah, maybe that's a problem. But going into the game with an injury and all, I think he's fine.
Okay. And you know, I've brought this up before because like week 1, Brock Purdy threw to 4 different players. And I'm like, that's not going to cut it, man. Like in a long season, you need to get everybody involved. This week, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players caught a ball. Ronnie Bell, Kyle Juszczyk. I'm a little surprised. Like you couldn't have gotten the ball to George Kittle more than once. That's a little, and he only had one target. That's pretty wild. But like this team is rolling, and so I don't think we're gonna nitpick like some of these things right now, right?
Yeah, we're not going to nitpick anything right now, but I mean, because you look at Brock Purdy, he's kind of there's been not questions about him, but obviously he's provocative. He gets the people going. People are going to talk about him and all that. He's got a really high floor. I think if you look at him right now, and I think that's one thing that helps the 49ers is the fact that he can definitely play quarterback. We don't know how good he can do it and all that, but his floor right now is to the point where it's just 49ers are going to be fine with him.
Yeah, yeah, and I also I point out that he doesn't have a lot of passing touchdowns, right? He's yet to throw a pick, but I think he's only got like 5 touchdowns passing. But it's because he has he has the MVP. Like I think at this point it's pretty clear. But I'd also point out that like Brock Purdy's pacing for over 4,300 yards. Like at the beginning of the season, I said I put him like in the 38 to 42, 4,300 yard range. And everyone's like, what? I don't think that that's where he's going to be. And I even said, I thought he'd throw 30 touchdowns and I thought he'd throw for 4,200 yards. Right now he's on pace for 4,300 yards. And then, I brought it up. McCaffrey, 459 yards rushing on the season, 141 yards receiving, 7 total touchdowns. I was ready last week to make Tua the leader in the clubhouse for MVP, but I think McCaffrey was like number 2 and a quiet number 2. I think he's number 1.
You're making that switch this week?
I am. Like if I have a ladder, an MVP ladder, he moved up a rung above Tua.
I got you.
And then Josh Allen is he's like number 3, and maybe even after this week, he's him and Tua are both on the same rung, and Tua is trying to pull his heart out like in Indiana Jones in the Temple of Doom, and Tua is about to but Josh Allen's about to knock him off the ladder where the alligators will eat him. They're right there on the same rung.
There's a lot going on in your MVP ladder, but we'll allow it. I'm gonna keep 2 at the top. We're hurting after yesterday, but I'm gonna keep 2 at the top. But with CMC and McCaffrey being MVP, that's not crazy. I don't think at this point. I think because if you look at he kind of we'll tie it in with the Kings, I guess, a little bit. He's kind of like the Domantas Sabonis of the offense for the 49ers. There's just so much that goes through him. Where does that play? Does that work?
Yeah.
All right, it works. So
no, I'm with you.
Yeah, he's a Sabonis of the 49ers offense or whatever. He just makes everything go. And I think at this point, no matter what Brock Purdy does, I don't think quarterbacks get the credit for their offense, right? Always, almost always. I don't think Purdy's going to get that full credit to where McCaffrey, he's going to get some of that shine. To where, the MVP combos, they'll be real this season. It's not just kind of Justin Jefferson's doing this. Let's give him some votes. Nah, McCaffrey, it's a little real, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And I mean, you bring up Brock Purdy, he's not going to get the love. Brock Purdy's QBR rating, 97.2 for that game. His quarterback rating for the game is 134.6, which is almost on par for most of his season. Really, he's been that good. He's been that good week in and week out. Jesse, before we jumped on, I was mentioning to you that I think that because their offense is so good, their offense is averaging 31.3 points per game. It's kind of masking that their defense, or at least their front line, hasn't really lived up to the billing quite yet. I mean, Nick Bosa's got 1 sack still.
Not great.
Yeah, 4 quarterback pressures this week, but nothing really that impactful. Is that a concern?
I don't want to call it a concern yet, just because it's Nick Bosa and he kind of gets the benefit of the doubt at this point, just given what he's done over his career and all that. But we are at a point where it's kind of okay, that little training camp excuse of you not being around and trying to get acclimated, that's great. But now, Nick, it's week 5. We got Dallas this week. We really now it's time to start stepping up.
Yeah,
I wouldn't call it a concern yet, but it's I got my eye on it.
That's a good point, because they got Dallas, and you need him to be all over Dak Prescott. You need him to be every bit as good as or better than what Michael Parsons is going to be.
Yeah, a game like this is all hands on deck. The wide receivers, everyone. We need everyone in this game.
Yeah. I think it's a really interesting thing. You bring up the training camp thing and how he sits out. I had made to Kyle, I said, I don't care if Bosa's there or not, I think the Niners will go 4-0. But now you get to a point where you're like, okay, man, like it's gotten old. It's gotten really old. He didn't even have a tackle in this last game. Like that's crazy that he doesn't even have a tackle in a game. So I mean, I think at some point he's going to have to find his way because the 49ers pass rush, it's good. They are pressuring the quarterback even if they aren't getting a bunch of sacks, but they aren't getting enough sacks. They are not putting enough pressure. And when you start going up against real quarterbacks, not not to be disrespectful, but Dobbs is a guy who, like got traded to that team like 3 days before the season. Like this is a realistic like problem that you could see going forward when you start playing Dak, when you start playing a Mahomes, when you start seeing Justin Herbert or an Allen. I'm not going to put Joe Burrow in that category yet. He's destroyed your fantasy football team, and he looks every bit the part of like what in the world happened to you.
Please fix that man's calf, somebody.
Yeah, somebody fix him because whatever's happening, it's ugly and it's not good.
With Nick Bosa, real quick before we get out, with Nick Bosa too, you mentioned like the defensive line is still playing pretty well given how he's doing. There's another aspect of the defense they can unlock if he's playing as well as we know he can. It makes things easier for the rest of the guys, the Armsteads, the Hargraves, and all that on the line. It makes things easier for the DBs. So yeah, there's still a win for him to get going just because there's a whole nother level they can unlock.
No, I totally agree. And like, look, the field goal position stuff, the defense is playing well. They're just not what we thought they would be quite yet. And there's potential for them to be that, which is pretty crazy. And they really haven't had a bunch of injuries to deal with. And so you're kind of watching a team that, is mainly healthy coming week in and week out. And like, they've had a receiver missing here and there, but like the heart of that defense is pretty healthy and moving forward. And you'd like to see them be a little bit more of the story this at the early part of the season. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna like stop talking football for a while, and we're gonna dive into Sacramento Kings training camp. We have media day today. I will be at media day as soon as we're done here. We have training camp starting tomorrow. I should be at training camp every day this week, and we're gonna crank up Kings coverage nonstop all week long as we move towards the preseason. So you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Oh, all right. Yeah, we're gonna bring this up in a few minutes. People are just forgetting that the Eagles are 4-0. We'll bring that up one of our other segments. But like, I also think the Eagles are barely 4-0.
Going back to that Celtics stuff real quick too. Me and my dad, we got some Celtics jerseys this past season. You want to guess what players we got?
Robert Williams and Marcus Smart.
Exactly. I got Robert Williams. You got Marcus Smart. So those will just be buried in the closet forever now.
They're vintage now.
Yeah, I was telling my buddies those are throwback jerseys now.
Throwbacks. That's amazing. Sweet. Michigan, I don't know. The Atlanta Braves are a team of destiny. I'm going to go full Mike Florio. They're a team of destiny. They just have so much. They're so good. I don't know. I don't think that there's going to be a ton of surprises. Maybe there will be. I don't know. Baseball's always won. Big games are always won by randos. That's why I think the Giants have been good for so long because they literally have more randos than any team that I've ever seen. Jesse laughing. What do we got? Hey, I'll intro us, but then I'm going to hand it over to you. You go ahead and ask away. Yeah. Let's just open the segment with that. That's fine. Yeah, that Braves lineup is wild. Michigan Wolverines. What if they had guys win dual MVPs? Same team, co MVP. Welcome back into the Insiders. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia with Kyle Madsen out of action. Not out of action. I don't know, he's on vacation. He's having a good time.
Yeah, not out of action, like you said. Yeah, he's vibing right now.
Yeah. It's funny. Kyle and I, we just started the Insiders. I think it's been 5 weeks, right? Has it been that long? 2 weeks, 3, 4. This is a 5th week, which is crazy to think it's already that we're already like.
Yeah, that's flown. I didn't even realize it's already been 5 weeks. That's flown by pretty fast.
Yeah, so we had 2 weeks together, and then I went to Alaska, then we had last week together, and then he's in the Keys, and then we'll be back to full form next week. But it's because we didn't know that this was gonna happen, and we had already booked these trips out, and, you gotta roll with the punches. Good thing we have Jesse here.
We had a lot of people who could fill in. We're always good here. We got a good team.
We do. We have a good family here. Jesse, you had some random questions for me when it comes to media day.
Yeah, not one question really. What's media like for the journalists coming in? Like you mentioned it last week on Dealer on KC. It's kind of like the first day of school and all that. And I imagine like we can tie it into school here. Like they got little activities and stuff. You guys go hear Darren Fox talk or whatever. Like what's media day like for you guys?
Yeah. Okay. So media day, I mean, it's morphed over the years, and it's become less and less and less because players hate media day. I know DeMarcus Cousins used to hate it, but basically, they take the players from one station to the next, to the next, to the next, and whether that's like a photo booth with the AP or the photo booth with Getty or USA Today, or they go into again this gigantic tent that NBC sets up where you see the player intros, or they're going to break, and they do like a slow pan shot of De'Aaron Fox. All of that takes place today. They hit stations from the teams. So the team will have their like social media team, and they'll ask them random stuff, which is where you get like the funny what did they do last year? Like how quickly people could choose players. Like they had a match players. They had the player match game. And
Yeah.
okay, so that stuff is done on media day. Again, it's all pretty structured. Each player has a specific handler that brings them from one station to the next and keeps them on pace. I usually, like in the past, I will go around and skip some of the, while a player is waiting to get into a station, I'll go over and say, "Hey, can I get you for like 3 minutes?" And I'll sit there and do an interview really quick. Then we have a media area and a media stop for them where they basically stand in and do a scrum for like 10 minutes. They might do like a hit here or there. Like there are different stations. We'll just leave it at that. So hopefully we'll have some players stop by, and I'll be able to get some conversations one-on-one with some of these guys. But as someone who's covered, this is my 14th media day. It really does feel like back to school. It's a day where like we as media people get to see all of our friends. Guys like Gary Gerald will be there, and you get to go over and say hi to Gary. You get your first look at players and see if anyone's like changed their physique or, added something to their game. Well, not really to their game, but like physically how they look. And that's always a big deal because you think it's weird, but like we had this situation years ago where Mike Bibby gained like 15 pounds coming into camp, and he was just yoked, which now we saw was like foreshadowing. If you've seen Mike Bibby.
Yeah, Mike Bibby's a monster right now.
Yeah, Mike Bibby, I'm not sure how legit it is, but he is a monster now. But I think it really plays in. Like De'Aaron Fox tried to gain a bunch of weight a few years ago, and by the end of camp, he had burned through the 15 pounds, right? And that's something that, like, first of all, at 21, De'Aaron Fox could burn through 15 pounds in a 2-week training camp. At 25, maybe not. Maybe he's able to hold on to that weight. You know, he's a different player. And it's kind of fun to see these players grow up. A guy like De'Aaron Fox, I've covered him since 2007, so this will be this is his 7th season, I think.
Yeah, it's crazy to think about. He's already been in the league for that long.
Yeah, is it 6 or 7?
I think it might be 7.
I think it is 7. And, you know, he came into the league at 19 years old. There's a big difference between a 19-year-old kid and a 25-year-old man who's married and has a kid. It's fun. It's fun to watch the progression of players, to see them grow, to see them change who they are. I always point out, like, the one guy who was always incredible was Jason Thompson. Every year, Jason Thompson would come into training camp in the best shape out of anyone, but he had worked on his body so much over the course of his career. If you look at him as a rookie, where his feet face the wrong way when he was shooting a jump shot, and, you know, he was kind of bulky and wide through the hips, and then you get to where he was at the end of his career, he was just a different person. Like, his whole body was like what Trey Lyles did last year. Trey Lyles came in and looked like svelte, like dropped 15 to 20 pounds. It was impressive. So that's what you're kind of looking for when you walk into training camp. And again, it's just like the kickoff. Like, from here on out, it's long days. It's like a marathon. It really is for the people who cover the team. And this is when you really rely on, like, your significant other, if you have one. Like, the wife carries all the weight for the next 6 months, which is, amazing, especially when you have kids and everything else.
Is there like a no of media day? Like, oh, you can't be doing that when we get here. Or is it all, because it feels very syllabus day type of stuff, where it's introductions and it's just like you said, getting ready for the season.
Yeah, I don't think there is like a true, like, faux pas. Like, I know, like, with baseball, it's weird. You're not supposed to call a manager coach, like, when you ask a question. So, like, you get in the habit of it when you're in the NBA, like, hey, coach, so what's going on here with this position or whatever. That's not allowed there. The NBA doesn't have a bunch of that, but it is kind of it's kind of a dogfight to get in and ask, questions. I know, like, last year I brought it up that Mike Brown, it was Rashawn Holmes was on the other side of the gym and screamed because that was what the Kings were doing, the roar thing. And then Mike Brown kind of like, what was that? And then he yells back, and we were in the scrum when that happened. I took 2 steps back, got out of the scrum, had that video cut and up on the internet within 30 seconds, and it went fully viral, like almost 1 million views.
Oh yeah, that video is going to live forever.
Yeah, it will live forever. And so those are things that you're looking for. And if there's like faux pas stuff, it's like, as like me and Sean, or like some of the old guys, we do like try to go get players to do one-on-one stuff, so we're not getting the same exact information that everybody else does.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Anyway, it's fun. Like, this is the official kickoff, and I hope fans are super excited. This is a weird season though, Jesse, because the Sacramento Kings, there isn't a lot of like intrigue into, like, I remember my first training camp was who was going to be the starting small forward. And like, we had Dante Green in one corner and we had Omri Caspi in the other. And it was like Twilight, right? You had Team Jacob and Team whatever the other dude's name is. Robert Pattinson was, anyway, like,
yeah, I'm lost on that one too.
Yeah. So you had like these 2 like young power forwards. And then I think they started the season with like Antoine Wright as a starting small forward, because neither of the other guys won the job. And so those are things tough. Yeah, those are things that you're looking out for. But this season, the starting 5 that finished last season, it's the starting 5. Like, it's De'Aaron Fox, it's Kevin Huerter, it's Harrison Barnes, it's Keegan Murray, it's Domantas Sabonis. Like, that's it. And then the next group, like, we know who they are. It's Davion Mitchell. It's Malik Monk. It's probably Chris Duarte. It's Sasha Vezenkov. It's Trey Lyles. And then against tall people, it'll be JaVale McGee. Like, that's it. And so, like, this is one of the few times that I've ever walked into a camp and been like, all right, what is his storyline? And I really do want to ask the coach. I want to ask Mike Brown, and I want to ask some of the players, like, what is your storyline coming into this season? Because who are you guys this year? What is your identity? Is this the prove it year? Is it like what is it that you want to see from your group?
Yeah, I think with the Kings going into this training camp and all, you mentioned like the no storylines. Like this is just normal. I think like because I was thinking about it too. Like they have nothing really going into training camp or whatever that's like just really pressing that we need to talk about and all that. The Kings are finally at a stage where there's just a normal basketball team. Now it's just you're going into camp. Now, okay, we're working on maybe Sabonis when they leave him alone in the mid range or whatnot, or Herter working on his fitness or whatever to make sure he's good for the rest of the season. Like it's just basketball stuff. It's not just who's starting here or what are we doing with Marvin Bagley and all that or Buddy Hield. It's just normal finally for the Kings. It's just basketball.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest thing. I just saw a flash across the board up above while we're here on the air that the Houston Rockets have banned Kevin Porter from appearing in the practice facility. He's been sent away from the team while he's dealing with his arrest situation. That's interesting. We have the James Harden situation who didn't show up for media day today. We bring up all these things. Like I even mentioned like DeMarcus Cousins hated media day. Like all of these things. Well, there's none of that this year. Like I expect this team, like we'll walk in. I expect them to be like workmanlike. This is they are ready to ascend. That's what I expect. Now there could be some fun stuff that happens. I don't know. Like we had this thing with Lance Woods a few years ago at media day that I thought was absolutely hilarious. I don't know whatever happened to it. But it was when the NBA decided to measure players and give like exact heights for the first time. And we had a footstool and a tape measure for Lance to go around. And he was so funny. Like Kyle Guy did not like being called 5'3", but like the whole bit was hilarious. Some of that stuff happens on media day. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm sure they'll do some fun stuff, but boring is good for this at least. Boring is good because it's just kind of like it's just there's nothing to worry about. It's
I
like
agree.
like the Kings, they have their set goals, and now it's just a matter of implementing them.
Yeah, for today, like at least day one. That's you're starting off in a good place. All right, we're gonna step aside. When we come back, we're gonna start talking about some of the priorities in training camp. And, so what are we looking for from this team? You're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Oh, this Jimmy Butler stuff is spectacular.
I just remember the Twilight thing. It was Team
Edward.
Edward, and Team Jacob.
Yeah, and I'm sure there's a bunch of people in the yeah.
That was a wild time in middle school, I'll just say.
My 16-year-old and his friends have watched the series like recently.
John, that beatdown was an ass kicking. Don't have much more for you other than that. They'll be fine though. They'll be good.
I think they'll be just fine. You know what? I actually think they probably needed that.
Yeah, it's just a coming back down to earth type of moment. Just kind of reset
Yeah.
yourself. And I mean, being 3-1 after the first 4 weeks, like I'll take that anytime.
Oh yeah, heck yeah. Yeah. Plus, all your old timers, they no longer get to they don't get to pop the cork. Well, they will be popping the cork now that there's a loss.
Also, got to wait for the Eagles and the Niners to lose theirs too. That's
Oh,
that's one of the best things. I like that they still do that. The rest of them that are still around.
I do too. And I saw a thing the other day. They lost 2 more from that team the other not too long ago. Like during the off season.
One day that bit's gonna be real sad.
Yeah. Well, it already is. I mean, so few of them left. What was that, the 71 team?
72.
72. Yeah. Yeah. You've arranged breaks, right? We're all good. All right, cool. this spectacular video of the Thunder, like all of their young stars. It really does speak volumes about where they are as a team. Like 2 years from now, yeah, I'm with you. This is going to be a really good team. Welcome back to the Insiders on ESPN 1320. I am James Ham. Jesse Tapia joining me today. Jesse, Sacramento Kings. We've talked about it. It might be like strangely boring, and that's okay. But that doesn't mean that they don't have like new priorities. And I think one of the things I really want to like have conversations about, especially with Mike Brown, with Jordy Fernandez. How do you take a team that was so good offensively and just shocked everybody, but how do you make defense a priority when you have pretty much a run it back situation? I mean, we have some changes. Like Chris Duarte is a better defender than Terrence Davis, and I actually, even though I don't think anyone thinks that Sasha Vezenkov will be just this otherworldly defender. I actually think, like, structurally, once he understands the schemes and everything else, he's a high basketball IQ player. He might actually be better as a position defender, as a team defender, than Chimezie Metu was as part of rotation last year. But, like, I guess the question still stands. Like, how do you get better as a defensive team with the same exact roster? And like, do you have any thoughts on this? Because it's something that, like, if it doesn't keep me up at nights, but it might keep Mike Brown up at nights.
Doesn't keep me up at night, but I think like it's weird because with the Kings, like we know they can play defense. Like at some points, I think there was their fourth quarter defensive numbers were really good last season. I think they were a good defensive team on the road, right? So yeah, you have that. It's just a matter of, okay, then how do we get them to play better at home, or how do we get them to do it for all four quarters instead of just the fourth? Like it's weird because like they're not known for their defense, but we've seen they can do it. You're capable of it. So I don't know how Mike Brown goes about getting that for the first three quarters rather than, okay, fourth quarter's here now, like we're stepping it up.
I totally get that. And then I would also say that it wasn't just like you could cherry pick numbers out of, be it like the fourth quarter numbers or even like the third quarter numbers. They were so much better in the third quarter this year than they had been in like the previous like decade and a half. The third quarter, was always a quarter was like somebody would come out, punch him in the face, and that's when you'd lose a game. That wasn't who the Kings were this year. They were the team that usually punched people in the face. But I also think that when we got to the playoffs, this team was really good defensively in the playoffs.
Oh yeah, you could tell they were really locked in. De'Aaron Fox was one who I kind of noticed in the playoffs a lot. He was kind of like getting his hands in the cookie jar type of things where he's just did loose balls and deflections and all that.
Yeah, I thought just like overall, like everything you saw, the team move together as a team better. They were on the string. We saw like a huge improvement. Still the rebounding numbers were bad. That's where I think they really let themselves down, is that like in order to finish a defensive play, you have to get the defensive rebound, right? And that's where they lost that series, in my opinion.
Oh yeah, definitely too, I think.
Yeah. And so I think that will be an emphasis. And again, all of these features like make you a better overall team. I've always talked about it. Like if you have a really efficient offense and the opposing team is taking the ball out of the basket every time, that helps your defense. It helps you get back. It helps you get set, right? And so I think that everything it's one big thing. Basketball is such a flow game. There's so many things to it, but like if you're bad offensively, your defense is going to be even worse. If you're horrible defensively, usually you can at least, be somewhat decent offensively. Like you have an opportunity there. But again, if they're better defensively, more transition buckets, more opportunities on the offensive end. Like we saw a team put the highest offensive rating in the history of the game last season, and there's plenty of room for improvement.
Yeah, we're at a point with the Kings defense where you kind of mentioned it a minute ago, where it's just like it's not going to kill them anymore. Like the offense is good enough where you're going to be able to win games. I don't think it's the defense. It's at a point where they have it good enough to where they'll be fine. But there's also the point if they do take that next step, it also does raise their ceiling a bit and what you can accomplish. Because I think right now we think they're a playoff team and all that, but if they're able to get their defense going to pairing that with the offense, I mean, sky's the limit for them this season.
Yeah, I think so too. I remember back in the early 2000s, Elson Turner did a radio interview, and he's like, everyone wants to know about our defense. He's like, well, we just keep winning. And he's like, and what am I supposed to do? I don't have defensive players. Like, we're doing the best we can. The only thing that you really should be worried about is the differential on scoring. Like, if you're giving up 118 points a game, it doesn't look good on the stat sheet, right? But if you're scoring 126, you're going to win a lot more games than you're going to lose.
Yeah, because I think you look at it too. I think I might have just lost my point right now, but with the defense, I think I did lose my point. Completely lost my point.
You lost your point. It's okay.
Yeah.
You never want to do that in a scrum. That's always fun when you like, oh no.
I had a good point. It was gonna be a good point too, Chatty House. It was gonna be a great point. It's gonna be the best point that was ever made, but I lost it.
That's awesome. Let's shift gears. Is there a player for you that means everything in this offseason? Like or in training camp? Is there a player that has to take some step in order for this team to go from a 48 win team to a 51, 52 win team or a 56 win team?
I think it's Keegan Murray, just because we talk about, and I also did remember my point. My point was that we talk about the Kings needed that third player. What if the elevation on defense can like kind of fill that spot to elevate them? Like I said, it would have been a great point. But I think with Keegan Murray, he's the guy who's gonna make it all go.
That's right.
If he gets it going this season, then yeah, they can hit those win totals that we're talking about.
I totally agree. And I will point out that when Jesse lost his train of thought, our boss did like walk right behind him and like was standing right behind him. And I know you can see him on your camera. I don't know if you saw Aaron standing by there. Shout out to Aaron who helped.
That's why I lost my point. The boss walks by, you get nervous. It happens.
Yeah, it happens. He went full. I'm not going to be rude and say what I was going to say. I was going to make a political joke right there about you like losing your like freezing.
Oh yeah, it was You get the joke, everyone. You get the joke.
I won't make a political joke. Okay, so I agree. Keegan Murray's the guy, right? And again, I said this on the air with Damian the other day. I don't think it's that Keegan Murray has to be like 22 points per game and like ascend to a big, and the Kings have a big three. I think what I have to see is that he is so willing to be really good that his teammates take notice and allow him to become who he's supposed to be.
Yeah, because there's not a few times. I think it was maybe a theme last season where he kind of got lost in games where he's kind of playing well and all that, and then they just kind of get away from him for a decent chunk of the game. I think this year, like you say, like they got to get him more involved and just make sure that's basically just more involved with the game plan and all that. You can't really lose him in these games.
Yeah, there was one game, I can't remember. It was later in the season, where he had like 17 points in the first half and took one shot the rest of the game. Like that can't happen. His teammates can't allow that to happen, but he can't allow that to happen. And what I want to see is this sort of like this moment where they sense how good he is and they start feeding him and they start propping him up, because really the ceiling of this team, I think it's high, but the ceiling can be extremely high if he becomes a player that the Kings think he will become. And that's the biggest thing. The franchise believes he's going to become something special. And like, hey, Monte McNair and Wes Wilcox have killed it the last couple of years. So I'm not going to argue with them. But I definitely see where the ceiling can be just like way different.
Yeah, because last year Keegan kind of came off as like, I'm the rookie, I don't want to be in no one's way. Like he's a shy kid and all that. He's just gonna go with the flow. But this year, like the Kings, they can't have that where he's just kind of easygoing Keegan and all that. He's just, let me stay out of everyone's way. He kind of needs to insert himself and make him like pretty much just make him the forefront in a way. Like,
Yeah,
obviously, it's going to go through Fox and Sabonis, but Keegan now needs to be that third man where it's going through.
yeah, and I think Fox and Sabonis, when one or both step off the court, like I think we need to get to a point where it's not just either Fox or Sabonis have to be on the court, right? Because that's the deal last year. Either Fox or Sabonis has to be on the court at all times. I want to get to a point where it's either Fox, Sabonis, or Keegan have to be on the court at all time. Like one of them has to be, because then it takes the stress off of some of the other players.
Yeah, you just have a guy you can just bounce off of every time on the offense. Like, it's not just a matter of, okay, well, we have these 5 role players out here. Who are we going to run through? Like, no, you have Keegan Murray out here. Let's run through Keegan if we need a bucket. It's
Yeah,
just like you said, it
exactly.
just makes things way easier.
Exactly. And I also would say that the playoffs showed me that Malik Monk might also be one of those guys. And if Malik Monk is going to be that guy, then the Kings can be really, really good too.
Is there a glass ceiling on Malik Monk, just given how he comes off the bench and all that? Maybe his minutes aren't, I don't want to say he's got limited minutes, but he does have a cap in a way.
You know what? I want to see how they handle that situation, because during the playoffs, it was clear that Monk started getting more and more minutes, and Herter like had a really rough shooting, for it, like through the playoffs, he had a very rough shooting go. But I need Malik to show me that he can be this guy the whole season. Like, he needs to come in primo shape. He needs to be so strong that there's no way that they can go away from him. And that's something that like I don't think that there were times last season where like he really, really struggled. He hit a wall in December that lasted like 5 or 6 weeks. Yeah, like Kevin Herter hit a wall. Like, these guys need there can't be walls this year. That's one of the steps in the maturation of this team, where guys can still average, 13 and a half or 15 points a game, but it needs to be the same player for 70 something games, not, a really good player for 25 games, a really bad player for 25. And then there's this whole group of games where you're okay, or you're sort of your average. And so I want to see a smoothing out of all the like.
Yeah, that's definitely a low key storyline to watch this season. It's just how they're able to just consistently stick with it this year, instead of, like you said, fall off a little bit, come back for 20 games, and then fall off again.
Yeah. All right, we're going to step away. When we come back, we're going to talk about power rankings. We're going to see if there's movement in the power rankings. I think there is. We'll talk more training camp. We got a little Monday Night Football coming up. All kinds of things to discuss here on the Insiders. So you're listening to the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. All right, we're done with breaks, right? Yes. That's funny. Like, when you freeze in the middle of a scrum, there's nothing worse, because then it's like everyone's like, oh, because you got to like voice up to like throw something out. You can't like be mild and meek and wait for your turn. No, you got to be like, yo, I'm
Because
here.
it's like I had pieces to the thought. It's like in The Office when he's like, when they're interviewing for the manager job, it's like, I can give you a piece to my plan or whatever. Like, I had pieces to the thought, and it was right there. I just couldn't like form it together.
Yeah, it's funny. I don't know if you saw Aaron, but like he not only stopped, but like he looked in. Like, I'm like, oh, he's like right over your shoulder, and that's right when you forgot when you had your thought go sideways.
Hopefully, it looked like I had a thought going
Yeah.
from his point of view.
I think we had 2 moments last season where people forgot their thoughts, and it's usually like, okay, just go ahead and leave me here because I'm stuck and I can't remember my thought. You go ahead, I'm good.
And it's the worst too. It's like, no, I got it. Actually, I got it. It's just like, no, you actually don't.
Kenny's back today. Shady House. Hey, and we have a ton of people in here right now for the morning show, like as we're building up, like with basketball starting and everything. If you guys don't mind, give us a thumbs up. We don't do that enough. We don't ask for the thumbs up, but it helps with the algorithms and stuff.
I think their bench is fine for what they want to accomplish this year. I think they're going to have to add more people to their roster spots and all that, but I think they'll be fine.
Who, the Celtics?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think the Celtics are in a situation where, it was one of those things that we talked about, like with the Kings. If they would have swung for the fence for Drew Holiday, it would have taken like just the nuts and bolts of a trade would have taken a 5-for-1. So what do you do then? Like, you're the couple of days before training camp. All of a sudden, you got to bring in bodies to like fill spots. Like really weird.
So I think Boston has like 5 open roster spots now or something like that. Maybe some smaller, but they do have to add some guys. So yeah.
Yeah, I think it's huge for Nemi. We didn't talk about this. I do think it's big for Nemi because Kristaps Porzingis has never been able to stay healthy, and Al Horford is like, he might as well.
He's being load managed at this point in his career.
The Golden State Warriors. He's a team warrior, like with age.
Yeah, with Keita, the opportunity is going to be there for him. Like he's going to have chances to get some real minutes and stuff like that this season. It's just a matter of whether or not he takes it.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope he gets that opportunity. Did you see that? I think it's Davion Kimbrough.
Yeah, he came in yesterday. I think it was right yesterday or Saturday. Whenever they had their game.
Yeah, like he played. He came in like the 86th minute. 13-year-old player.
It's so funny because like you think of him like he's a 13-year-old kid, but you see him out there on the field. He's just as big as these other guys.
Oh, he's a big kid. That's for sure. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna start with a basketball thing here before we dive in. It's a big question mark that we've had throughout the offseason. You seen Twitter?
You saw Kyron's man?
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, Jesse, I'm gonna need you to come in on Saturday and probably Sunday as well. Oh, damn it. I just lost my tweet that I was... Cool. And we're back. I am James Ham. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia with Kyle Madsen on vacation. We've got we're gonna dive into some power ranking stuff, but this is one of those things that have been hanging over the heads of a team like the Memphis Grizzlies all off season, right? We've talked about who they are and where they fit into the grand scheme of things. They're a team that was a number 2 team in the Western Conference last year for a good portion of the year. They're right there with the Kings, but then they have all of this weird offseason. They trade for Marcus Smart. They lose Dylan Brooks. They lose Tyus Jones. They still have some injury issues. John Morant's out 25 games, but they've got injury issues when it comes to Steven Adams and who's their
Brandon Clark, right?
And Brandon Clark. And DeMichael Cole, who is out in Memphis covering the Grizzlies, he just tweeted out, Steven Adams said the process of getting healthy included some complications, but, quote, it was good. Adams said it would be irresponsible to say he can play a full game right now. He said that it'll be day by day, and he's still going through the process. That's not good.
That's code for I'm probably going to be out a while longer too, I think.
Yeah, and it's also, it might be code for I might not be the same player I was before, and the expectations on how many minutes and how many games I can play, at least for this season, might need to be adjusted. Like, I think those we're starting to look at back-to-backs being an issue. And, like, you're not going to run Steven Adams out there. Like, Steven Adams, so, first of all, just an incredible dude. Like, every interaction I've ever had with him, he is so much fun to talk to. He's a Kiwi, is a New Zealander, and so his accent is crazy, and he calls you mate all the time. But I remember watching him come in for a draft workout, and the Kings should have drafted him that year. Who did they draft instead? Ben McLemore, I think they took at number 8. CJ McCollum and Steven Adams went right afterwards.
Tough.
Yeah, but you had DeMarcus Cousins at that time. So the reason the point I would make about Steven Adams is he is a huge man. Like, this is not like I've mentioned this before. Like, I've been around, like, NBA players you get jaded with like how tall someone is. Like, again, Jason Thompson, covering him forever, is 6'11". You forget at some point that he's 6'11". But like Sim Bular was part of the Kings organization. Taco Fall came in for a pre-draft workout, and you're like, holy cow, Taco Fall might be the biggest human being I've ever met. But then there are other guys that they're not just tall, but they're like humongous people. So Aaron Gray is like one of the biggest human beings I've ever met. He came over on the Rudy Gay trade with Rudy, and just tremendous. Like, he's so big, like fitting through a doorway isn't easy because he's got to duck down, but he's also too wide. He's got to go sideways, and then he's so thick, he's got to like squeeze. But like, you could not fit through a doorway with Aaron Gray.
Yeah, that sounds like a big inconvenience being that tall.
Well, yeah, I can't even imagine. Like, the only thing you could drive is like an Escalade. Like, I'm not sure. So anyway, it's one of those things where Steven Adams is that type of guy. Steven Adams is like, I don't know, like through the chest, like not width, like from back to front, is like, he's a huge man.
He's a cinder block of a player.
Yeah, he is. And he's a ground-based player, but he carries a lot of weight, like a lot of muscle, and having a bad knee is going to be a problem. I don't know how he's going to hold up throughout the season. And that, again, when you consider the Brandon Clark situation, when you consider that Jaren Jackson just had like a very, very rough Team USA experience, like that seems a little shakier than I think people are giving credit for.
Well, not having Adams around too, like he was kind of their glue guy, wasn't he? I think he was, like this past season, where he's just kind of making things go, because they kind of fell off, I think, once he got hurt, and just not having a guy like that with the issues that they have too. Like, you need a presence like that, kind of, because no one's gonna step to Steven Adams, right? And clearly they had issues last year with like John Morant and just how they carried themselves, like Dylan Brooks. Like, you need guys like that, kind of just to keep the locker room and all that, just to keep it connected, I guess.
Well, that, and you remember, he's the guy who stepped in between John Morant's dad and Shannon Sharp on the sidelines.
That was insane.
Like, all of it's crazy, right? So like, Steven Adams is a very, very solid NBA vet. He's a guy that, like, the Kings would have been great. Like, if they would have drafted him, that would have been one thing. But also, if there was a time where they could have actually, like, brought him in, I think he would have helped a lot. He's always reminded me of Scott Pollard, but just like the next level of Scott Pollard. Yeah. So anyway, I good luck to Steven Adams. I hope the knee works itself out, but like, he started having like weird stuff at the end of last season with like platelet stuff, and they were doing all kinds of, I think, PRP treatment on his knee. And, I think he's going overseas for different experimental stuff. So hopefully it works out, but that situations can be a little strange. Kyle is not here.
I'm not coming in tomorrow now.
Jesse, the power rankings. I think last week we had, like, me and Kyle went through the power rankings. Our power rankings were pretty similar. I think he had like the Niners, Dolphins, Eagles, and then I think he had Bills and Chiefs, and I had Chiefs and Bills. We swapped those two. And he had Philly number 2, and I had Miami number 2. I think things have moved a little bit. Philly is still undefeated, but they don't feel the same as the 49ers undefeated 4-0. Like, give me what's your power ranking, your top 5 right now?
If I had to go off the top of my head right now, I'm going to go 49ers. I'm going to go Eagles, Chiefs, Bills, and then Miami at 5.
Okay, so I'm going 49ers. I'm really reluctant to have the Eagles at number 2, because I think they got flat out lucky this weekend. But I think that they should have lost this weekend. So I'm going to go, but I'm still going to leave them at number 2. Number 3, I'm going Bills. Number 4, I'm going Dolphins, and number 5, I'm going Chiefs. I don't like what's going on with the Chiefs. Like whether I think there's so much distraction right now and so much focus on them, but that was an ugly game this weekend.
Yeah, they've kind of just they got the Bears game right where they blew out the Bears or whatever, and everyone's kind of, oh yeah, Chiefs are back, Chiefs are back. They kind of, like you said, they didn't look great against the Jets. I don't know how much of that was just Zach Wilson playing well and all that, but like you're kind of expecting them. Like, just when are the Chiefs going to finally be here?
You are a team that shouldn't matter what Zach Wilson does one way or another. Like just flat out, like not to be rude, but that like
No, that's fair. I think for
Zach,
all the teams in the NFL.
yeah, Zach Wilson shouldn't be like you have to game plan for him, but like I don't think you have to game plan for him. And if you're the Chiefs, you should have walked in there and not treated them like the Bears, but maybe like they've got a much better defense, but
The offense hasn't really looked good to start the season at all.
no,
Like you put your points up against the Bears, that's fine. Now that's at this point, that's the outlier game. Your offense is what it's looked like the other 3 games.
yeah, it's clunky. It's weird. Like even, Patrick Mahomes like gets a first down and slides down inbounds at like the 1.5 yard line and celebrates and like super like weird moment, right? Like, hey, bro, there's like a minute and a half left. If you score the touchdown, you're up 10, the game's over. Like, I get you don't want to rub it in, but you beat a very marginal, dare I say, bad Jets team by 3 points.
Yeah, I don't hate calling them bad. I mean, the defense is fine, but yeah, but like it's just like you say, like you just they're squeaking by, and I don't think like they don't have that aura anymore either of them being like, oh, it's the big bad Chiefs. Like, how are teams going to compete with them? Like, they're more on the level of these other teams, like the Dolphins, the Bills, and those guys now, rather than them being like this big bad monster of the AFC.
Yeah, it almost feels like too that maybe they've got to the point where they don't really care about the regular season, at least the first 4 weeks, maybe the first 8 weeks, where it's like, okay, we're 3-1. It doesn't really matter. We're a playoff team. Like we got this. And then you're gonna like figure out you're gonna ramp up later when it matters.
Can you ramp up though with like Sky Moore and Kadarius Toney as your like obviously you got Kelsey there, but weapons other than Kelsey, they're not looking great.
Like Rashee Rice. Yeah. I don't know if you can. I think that they're a team that needs to be aggressive looking for additions out on the trade market.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Trade deadline, they need to be out there for a wide receiver at least.
Yeah, they're a team that needs to go attack that wide receiver position and find somebody. I don't know who. They can call me. I have so many wide receivers on my fantasy football team. I'll just trade them one of those guys.
Send a 2nd-round pick to roll with Mahomes and we'll be good.
That's right. Yeah, I'm going to need a 2nd-round pick, but you can have Nico Collins or you can have Puka Nacua. Did you watch him this weekend?
Puka?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Puka. I got Puka on one of my fantasy teams too. He's the real deal.
He's a real deal. Like we were scheming after we bought him. Like so we have like a bid system and I bid way over the top. You only have $99 for the whole season. I bid $27 for him after week 1 because I knew we have a Rams fan in the league and he bet 21. He bid $21, so we stole him. And I told my son, hey, let's wait after week 2 and maybe we can package Puka with one of our other receivers and go get Travis Kelce because we have Mahomes and we get hookup points and all that stuff. Now it's like, no. Puka's untouchable. Puka's a starter from here on out.
I'm with you, but it kind of scares me because Stafford is the kind of guy he just only throws to one wide receiver. I really hope when Kupp comes back, I think it's next week, Kupp's supposed to be back. If Cooper Kupp comes back and he's just throwing to him the whole time, I'm going to be distraught.
I heard Kupp is out at least the first 5 weeks and it could be longer.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I wouldn't go rush out. Well, when we have Fantasy Friday on Friday.
I'm definitely tapped in for that segment. Freak is the best.
Yeah, Faraz
Siddiqui, yeah.
Yeah, isn't he just amazing?
Yeah.
I mean, that's seriously spectacular. I love Fantasy Friday, especially because I ask questions about my fantasy team.
See, you do it right. Kyle's the nice guy going through the chat and all that.
That's
so-and-so like wants to know if they should start Joe Burrow. No, what should I do this week? How am I getting a W?
Yeah, no, I want to know. And I did not get the W this week. I was not happy at all. And I wasn't happy because Mahomes like could have scored that touchdown for me. Come on, bro. All right, so we have the Bills. You know, again, they thump your Dolphins, not to rub it in, but they did handle your Dolphins. Does it the way that Josh Allen started the season, where he's just like he clearly didn't value the ball at all, and then to where he is now, where he looks like Josh Allen again. Like, are you buying the Bills?
Yeah, I'm buying the Bills definitely. Even after their week 1 loss against the Jets, I was kind of looking at them side eye and all that. Casey on dealer, and Casey made some good points about maybe this season they kind of fall off. I was kind of looking at them a little bit different, but I mean they've done everything you could have asked from them after that game for them to be back in the good graces of being one of the top AFC teams.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they're really, really good. They're strong. Was it them that lost a cornerback? Who had a cornerback?
Tre'Davious White went down for them yesterday with a non-contact injury. It's not confirmed yet, but he might have blown out his Achilles.
Yeah, it looked like he popped his Achilles. Yeah, that was not good. Like, I don't know why all of a sudden we're having a bunch of Achilles tears. I mean, 39-year-old Aaron Rodgers, I get it. Like, that happens. But like a defensive back, a young defensive back, that seems like a strange injury.
Well, I wonder how much it has to do with the turf fields and all that stuff, but
Oh, maybe. Okay. Again, we had the we both have the Eagles high. Just not super impressed with what's happening there. Is there anyone that's sitting there that you're ready to almost put in your top 5? Like the Cowboys or
I guess Dallas would be that team. You kind of talked me off the Chiefs. I had the Chiefs 4th on my list. If I had to go back and because like we did make some good points about the offense not being there, I'd probably go Miami 4 and then throw Dallas in there. But for the sake of this segment and all that, yeah, Dallas is the team looking in. They're the next team up.
Okay. And where do you have a team like the Lions?
They're frisky. They're like 7, 8, 9. They're like right there. The Lions, they've got my attention now fully, I think.
Okay. I like your use of the word frisky there because they're gritty. They're like, no, I think the frisky is a good word. You're like, okay, I'm down with you, Jesse. You got me there.
Yeah, we're on the same page here.
I might have to use that all the time now.
That's yours.
I'll quote you. No, I'll say, I like how Jesse says they're frisky. I believe that they are frisky. We've got Monday Night Football. Are you intrigued by this Monday night matchup between the Seattle Seahawks and the New York Giants?
I'm intrigued by the Seattle portion of this game. I'm completely out on the Giants and Daniel Jones and just pretty much anything with the Giants. They don't intrigue me at all. I don't think they're a good football team, but with Seattle, yeah, because I mean, if they win here, they're 3-1. They're still keeping up pace with the 49ers.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing, right? You kind of wrote them off maybe I wrote them off after they lost to the Rams in week 1. But here they are just kind of plugging away. Although, again, I don't think that they've really had a very difficult schedule to start. And so you're waiting for them to really be tested because they were tested week 1 and they did not show up. But it's week 1. So now we get to a point where they feel like they're kind of rolling. Do you think the Giants have any chance of turning this thing around? Because the Giants they're a hot mess. And I've never understood the Daniel Jones thing. And when they paid him like they paid, I was like, what in the world?
Thank you. It made absolutely no sense. It's just the way they won last year was not sustainable. Okay, you were hanging your hat on your defense and your running back, and Daniel Jones is not making mistakes. Daniel Jones is, I mean, quite clearly, he's not a good quarterback. Just because you win ball games with, it's like I always tie it back. The Jags and Blake Bortles. The Jags went to the AFC Championship game, I think it was, and all that. Gave Blake Bortles a deal. What did that do? It was a waste. It was a complete waste. You don't give bad quarterbacks money. It just doesn't work. I get the fact that they made the playoffs and stuff. You don't want to reset, but he's just not good. Now you're just back to square one.
People stopped giving Blake Bortles money really quickly after that.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was like Blake Bortles is one of those guys that you thought might be able to steal money for a few years. No, like people. Oh, no.
Yeah, no, pal, you're done. You're done. You got your bag. You're done here.
Did you ever watch The Good Place? I always loved.
Never seen it.
Okay, they're Kristen Bell and Ted Danson, and one of the characters loved Blake Bortles. It was like a bit in the show how much he loved Blake Bortles. I think because it's people who have died, and so they're caught in this like mid-range in between.
Gotcha.
They're in The Good Place.
Is it like Ghost Whisperer?
No, it was a comedy.
Oh.
And it's like a 30-minute, like, you're laughing the whole time and weird stuff's happening. But the Blake Bortles thing, I think the character may have died while cheering on Blake Bortles. Like he was a huge Jags fan. So it was good stuff.
Couldn't imagine. Oh, how'd they go out watching Blake Bortles play last Sunday?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that's, kind of the way some Jags fans like they hurt you like that. Is there anyone else who's turned around their season? I mean, because there are some teams that for me are dying on the vine. Like what's happening with the Bengals is crazy to
me. The Bengals, they're such a week-to-week team for me. It's just kind of like, oh, how did Joe Burrow? How did his calf feel this week? His calf feels good, and they won. Oh, I'm back on the Bengals. Joe Burrow's calf didn't work. They lost to the Titans. Yeah, I'm out. They're I'm getting a lot closer to just writing them off completely, just given they're what 1-3 now. I think it is.
Yep.
Yeah, they're 1-3 now. Bad loss to the Titans. Joe Burrow still doesn't look good. They might be done. I'm not sure. Like, how do you fix his calf other than sitting him out for an extended period of time?
Well, that and people, the calf is the only thing that supports the Achilles tendon. Like if that thing pops, he's done for a year. And we're talking about a player who's already missed a year, really, with a knee injury.
Yeah, I feel like watching this team, like even the coaches or whatever, you're kind of just walking on eggshells with the Bengals right now, just hoping that Joe Burrow gets through the game, hoping that maybe he was able to do enough for you to put up some points, and hoping that it just doesn't get worse. That calf injury doesn't get any worse than what it is right now.
Yeah, you're disappointed. It's funny. Someone in the Delivery Joe in the chatty house said, "The chatty house is the bad place." Sometimes I agree with you. I do agree with you. All right. We've got training camp coming up. I'm super excited to bust out to training camp. Jesse, we've got media day today. Training camp starts tomorrow. Is there anything you want me to ask somebody while we're there?
Other than asking Darren Fox about Herkel and Durkel this year, I don't know. This offseason, maybe just that.
If he Herkel Durkels?
Yeah, if he Herkel Durkels.
What? You want me to ask player that? He's gonna look at me like, I don't know what that means.
Oh yeah, because me and Damian did the same thing last week too. No, I think with the Kings this season, it's that you kind of hinted at it and talked about it. Like, what's Mike Brown's plan for the season?
Yeah, I think it might not even be what's Mike Brown's. What is your theme for the year? Like, who do you guys want to be this year? Like, what is it? Like, who are you going to be this year? Right? That might be the question.
Yeah, because I see it in the rundown too, like whether or not they'll go as hard as they did, like with all the practice and stuff. I don't think they should go away from anything they did last season. Don't go away, and if anything, just add to it. Whatever your plan was last season, add little things to it. Because I think the practice and stuff, there's no medical whatever journal backing it up, but I think that did help. The fact that they were just always playing and stuff like that, body's always staying loose. So I think that's what helped them with the injuries.
I totally agree with that. I think it's something that has to be tested over a longer stretch. And your group, we talked about it all last year. Your group is between 24 and 26 years old. Now your group is between 25 and 27 years old. Like, you got 2 more years where you can do this, where you can practice all the time before you need to start giving some like moments for your team to catch their breath and sort of heal up. But for right now, you got a young group of guys. Go out there and push these guys. It's not like they played 7 playoff games. There are teams that played like in the 20s. Like, there's some teams that played a lot of playoff games. Like, you didn't play that many. You didn't stretch it out and go longer. You didn't have that many more minutes added onto your body by the end of the season. So for me, like, you're probably right. Go 1 more season, maybe 2, where you're pushing like Mike Brown did. If you start to feel like you're losing a couple of guys, maybe pull back a little bit.
Yeah, maybe Harrison Barnes doesn't have to practice every single time.
Yeah. I think he's the guy that you'd probably point to, right? Like, he's 30, 31 years old. Like, he's the guy. He's the guy that you probably want to pull back a little bit. But also, maybe Sabonis gets a day off here and there. Maybe a Fox gets a day off. But like give them days off, but not as a team. I like that they push really hard. All right, Jesse, we've had a good run today.
Thought it went well, I'd say.
Yeah, we're going to be here all week. Tons of stuff to cover. Recapping a couple of things we started the show with. We've all had enough of Taylor Swift and the situation. And
I think
Kansas City, not her. Like, I'm totally
Taylor
fine
Swift
with
is
her.
fine. There's also a point. I think that might be fake. This whole little romance and all that. I think it might be a little fabricated.
Okay, I do like that Deadpool showed up, and Wolverine. They both showed up.
Shout out to Ryan Reynolds and Hugh Jackman.
Yeah, and Blake Lively.
Shout out to her as well.
Yeah, I definitely we're out on how it's covered. That I think that's what we're out on. Number 2, I think like thoughts and prayers out to the Wakefield family this weekend. That was absolutely brutal, but also 49ers lost one of their own legendary tight end. Russ Francis passed away over the weekend. It broke this morning in a plane crash. So thoughts and prayers out to the Francis family and the 49ers. Got lots to talk about all week. We got another Monday night football game tonight. Things are rolling. We'll have a ton of coverage from Media Day and from training camp all week. So stick with us. Thanks for tuning into the Insiders on ESPN 1320, 98.5 HD2, and the free Odyssey app. Jesse and I will be back tomorrow. Awesome. Thanks, Chatty House. We got D-Lo and Casey coming in. You, Miss Mac, I'll check on the Sasha vibe. I'll see if we can get some time with him today, and I'm intrigued by that too. I kind of want to know what Sasha's like. I thought he was really, really good at his introductory press conference. Really intriguing. All right, friends, I've got to run to work and go cover the Kings in Sacramento. My dudes are going to walk in the door any minute here and take my seat. So thanks for tuning in today. Thumbs ups.
There we go. Now I'm up in there.
I always shut.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Mics are off. Okay.
Hammer.
Appreciate you, James.
See you, friends.
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah.
That don't work. Son of
ID's playing.
Oh, yeah, I'm not ready. I'm just not ready. Everybody's just
KC's back. We are back.
Go, baby.
Come on, man.
Let's go.
Come on, man. Here we go.
Yeah.
Hey, Riggs.
Yeah. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got him screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We are number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Come on, man. Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? Hey. D-Lo and KC. Back in full effect. Let's go.
Yeah, man.
Good. We happily welcome you in here to the Monday, October 2nd edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
And I am complete again as my man is back in the building.
Yes, sir.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Yo, Kings Media Days here. What's up, bro?
What's good, man?
man.
You know, I'm happy to be back, man. I'm happy to be back, man. I miss the vibes. I miss everything that goes down up in here. Love my wife. Love my family. We had a good time. Just kind of getting things
Doing
back
nothing.
to normal. Yeah,
Yo,
man, just getting things back to normal.
Kenny
man.
popped in. I thought he might be on an island somewhere with a drink, and
No, let's see what happened.
He was in Little Staples Center.
For our wedding, Stroh and Elk Grove took a honeymoon.
Well,
Where you going? I need you here so
Well,
we can go somewhere.
Well, that was my date for the wedding, and
You guys look very nice.
Well,
I didn't even get a chance to really talk to my man Dame that day. It was a busy.
Well, there was a lot going on that day. I was one. I see you every day. I was trying to stay out the way. Like you two were the most in demand people there. And then I started smoking with Ace. Like, what you want me to do?
Be careful.
Ace came out. Was like, "Hey, you want a cigar?" I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." He brought out a cigar. It was about 9 feet long. He was like, "Nah, bro, you're supposed to light it with cedar." And he starts lighting it with cedar. And they're like, "Yeah,
He's
cool."
a cigar connoisseur.
Me and Aunt Wanda, Lord have mercy. Me, Aunt Wanda, and Ace was out there smoking cigars and kicking it.
Shout out to James. Shout out to Ace. You know what I mean? It was all my people were there.
It's a true story. We were out there, and I'm like, oh man, I ain't seen Kenny or Jasmine yet. I'm about halfway through this cigar. Ace is about 3/4 of the way through his, and I'm like, there's no way I smell okay right now. I need to go see them real quick before I spend too much time out. And I walked in, and you happened to be walking towards me.
Yeah,
and that was our first interaction that day.
It was good times, man. Good vibes. One of the best days of my life, man. I had such a good time.
It was a great evening, man. It was beautiful. Shout out our man, Coach JT.
Yeah, man.
They had that place.
Shout out Coach JT. Our
Absolutely
place,
immaculate.
Maya, our place, man. Y'all go check that out, man. And in Old Sac, they got a bunch of different events that go down over there, man. Shout out to my people.
Man, we got a big week ahead. Media Day is jumping off right now. Actually, it's not. It's jumping off in 90 minutes. Sacramento Kings Media Day.
It's been all over the NBA today. We got Jimmy Butler's out there.
Hey,
we don't have James Harden. We've got a whole bunch of stuff.
Hey, Jesse couldn't have He couldn't have a perfect weekend.
That's usually what would I talk about? It was what would I call it? Because we got some coming up.
When the Kings and 49ers both win.
Is it just a perfect weekend?
I think it was a perfect weekend. Okay. Yeah.
It absolutely
Jesse it would have been an immaculate weekend, but man, sneaking in at the last minute. The newest member of the Boston Celtics.
I was telling
Brad Stevens had to do Media Day without Drew Holiday.
I was saying it on the Insiders earlier. I was driving to Tracy because we were going to watch the Dolphins game with my fam or whatever, and you get the notification. It pops up like, "Oh, Drew Holiday has just been traded to," and it kind of just cuts off there. For me, being the good person that I am, I pull over to the side because that's what you do, everyone. You pull over to the side. Okay, when you check your phone, you don't definitely check it as you're driving.
No.
All right, so I pulled over or whatever, and it says Drew Holiday trade to the Boston Celtics. I didn't even yell. Like I wasn't no let's go. I just like screeched. Just made like a loud noise.
Can you replicate the noise that you made?
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. It was just like it was literally like was he happy or whatever? Just noise came out.
I love it.
We need that 24/7 Jesse cam. I need to see what that happens.
For real. I was so happy for my man. Yo, Drew Holiday's a Boston Celtic.
That's crazy.
Let's go.
That's crazy.
Snatch that trophy from Giannis and Dame before they even got to think about it.
It's right there. I think Boston is the favorites. Boston still got some question marks.
So they do what Well, okay, let me ask you this. Was it worth the Clippers fiasco to, in the end, land Drew Holiday?
I think it was Drew Holiday. That's a big pickup for the Celtics, I think.
So, we talk about emotional leaders and all that stuff. From a player perspective, like Drew Holiday's a little bit better than Marcus.
Yeah, I think he's better.
He's better offensively, I think.
He's definitely better offensively. Overall.
I think he's at least even defensively.
So he's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just making sure. That's what I thought. I'm a smart guy.
Once again, I like Marcus.
No, you
Smart.
don't lie to
Drew
us.
Holiday.
No, you
Drew Holiday's
don't.
an all-star.
No, Drew Holiday's. I think Marcus is an all-star too. Like Drew Holiday's better. Like that's what I'm trying to establish. I'm a Marcus Smart guy. I just to be able to upgrade that position, but not drastically lose the things that Marcus is really, really good at. Man, that's a big time move for Brad Stevens and the Boston Celtics.
Now, maybe you did, maybe you didn't. You upgraded as a basketball player and on the floor, but you talk about the things that Marcus is really, really good at. I think some of those things are not seen on the floor.
No doubt.
And I don't know if you upgraded from that. Drew Holiday's a leader.
Well, okay,
Drew
wait
Holiday's,
a minute. Hold on a damn second.
Marcus Smart is one of the best in the league at that.
You go ahead.
No, you mentioned the Marcus Smart leadership. Brad Stevens already said as much. Like, there's no one else to lead now. It's up to Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown.
Well,
like,
wait a minute. The hell with Brad Stevens.
What?
You said that.
I said what?
When Marcus was traded, you were like, they don't need no leaders anymore. This needs to be about Brown and Tatum.
With that, I'm just saying that's what Marcus.
So don't go talking about replacing his leadership now.
Well,
you didn't want to replace his leadership when he traded him for
It
Kristaps Porzingis
was
or whatever
time,
that deal
it was. Time to move on from the Marcus Smart experience.
This has gone too far. I don't agree with that, but I believe that Drew Holiday. That's if you're gonna lose Marcus, getting Drew Holiday in return, so to speak, that works.
Yeah, it was nice. Can we pour one out though for the Marcus Smart and Robert Williams jerseys that me and my dad got a few months ago?
Oh man,
damn!
I didn't even get to put it on.
That goes right next to the Trey Lance jersey I got from my partner.
Well,
I think I wore it 3 times.
I didn't even get to wear the jersey, and he's already gone.
Stupid ass jersey. That's why he
Who
ain't getting.
knew? The guy was the 3rd pick. Who knew he was going to be gone?
That's why I don't buy that stuff. I'm going there and get my man's this Trey Lance jersey.
That's why I got a Larry Bird in the closet.
Idiot.
I'm just sticking with that.
Now you can't even wear it because then you're walking around with a Dallas Cowboys player.
Yeah, that's
on
the
it.
killer. That's the killer. You know what I mean? Oh, and speaking of, we're going to get to that. It is Cowboys week. It is Cowboys week.
Oh, yeah. And the Cowboys did what they needed to do.
They did.
As the 49ers did. Hey, man. Yo, Brock Purdy's legit. I talked about this in depthly last week. There are a lot of things that happen while you're away. Obviously, we have a new show, The Insiders, Monday through Friday, 10 to 12. And I can't, James often, and James and Kyle were great. They were both willing. Hey, whatever you need. It's like, guys, I got it. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
I realized when you were away, sometimes I'd start talking. And as I would talk, I would work through things live on the radio.
Mm-hmm.
And that happened last week with Brock Purdy, where there's talk about Brock Purdy. Oh, it's fine. Oh, he's part of this offense. Oh, he's this. Oh, that stuff has to stop.
Mm-hmm.
Brock Purdy's a really, really good quarterback. Brock Purdy is creeping up towards the upper echelon of quarterbacks in the league. He's very good at his position. And part of the reason he's very good is that he doesn't do things he's not supposed to do. He doesn't overextend himself. Like, yo, we got a third. I'm gonna find Brandon Ayuk down the field. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna find, Christian McCaffrey on the side. I'm gonna find who I need to find, and that's gonna be part of the brilliance of what I do. He's not throwing no-look shuffle passes. He's not throwing passes behind his back. He's not jumping out of bounds and sidearming a ball 50 yards down the field. That doesn't mean that what Brock Purdy isn't doing is great. The performance he had yesterday is great, and he is getting closer and closer week after week into the top tier of those quarterbacks in the NFL.
He understands the game and the position of quarterback as good as anybody in the league. As good as anybody in the league. Now, this is always an issue when it comes to Kyle Shanahan quarterbacks, because you say, hey, Is it the system that really helps him, or does he help the system?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't know if Brock Purdy was drafted to the Panthers with the last pick in the draft, would he be doing the same things? I don't know that. But I know in this situation, he understands the position of quarterback, his role on this team, as good as anybody can. As good as anybody can. His decision-making, we talked about it last night on Sports Sunday, is flawless.
Mm-hmm.
I have no doubt in my mind when he drops back to make a pass or, pre-snap, sees things, he's going to make the right decision. He knows where to go with the football. And here's another thing. When you think about like him, I'm just using a guy who played phenomenally. Sorry, Jesse. Josh Allen.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen, like, he may not understand the position of quarterback the same way Brock Purdy does, because he has athletic gifts that allows him to just make things happen,
Mm-hmm.
right? Like, he can just do stuff because I'm not
Instinctually.
I'm not going to say
gifted for so long.
Right. And I'm not going to say he doesn't study or nothing like that. But if he studies for 8 hours a week, Brock studies for 12,
Mm-hmm.
because Josh can get away with 8 because he's got an arm, he's got legs, he can move, he can throw across his body at 100 miles per hour, all this other stuff. He can do that. Brock got to be in there for 12 hours. And he's in there for 12 hours, and he knows everything that the defense wants to do. He knows every counter. He knows every read that needs to be made. Brock is that dude. I am 100% confident in Brock Purdy as quarterback.
You know what the most important thing that Brock Purdy might recognize as a quarterback is that he has at his disposal one of the baddest offensive players
Oh, my goodness.
we've seen in the last 2 decades.
Oh.
Christian McCaffrey's performance yesterday, Christian McCaffrey's performance this year, Christian McCaffrey's performance since becoming a San Francisco 49er is reminding everybody why he was a Heisman Trophy favorite, why he was a player who had such incredible expectations coming into the league.
Yeah.
He's paired with the right coach. He's in the right offense, and you see what he is able to do on a week-to-week basis. We're going to talk a lot about the San Francisco 49ers. We're going to talk about what Khalil Mack did to the Las Vegas Raiders.
I had to do a double take.
We'll talk more NBA. We're going to talk a ton of Kings as Media Day gets underway just over an hour from now. You know, we always face challenges on Media Day. But Hammer is on his way there as we speak. I know we've got some pretty dope things planned for you today. We've got some pretty dope things planned for you this week. When we have the ability to tell you how all this is going to unfold, we certainly will. But James is on his way to the Golden One Center right now. We'll talk a lot of basketball today. We'll talk 49ers. We'll talk Raiders. We'll talk NFL. We are just getting started. It's D-Lo and KC.
I'm back, baby.
What's the next line?
On ESPN.
Brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's my line?
I got a question. This is going to be looked at as potting. I got a question. Hold on. I got to get my stuff. Hold on. They're rushing in here. Didn't have my lunch.
What's good, everybody? What's good?
All right, man. Look, can I just ask a question? I'm not making any proclamations. I'm not saying that this is exactly how things should go. I'm just asking a question, okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's it. Can we get one song back from your boy?
No. Nope.
I only asked because I don't know where I heard it, or
that's funny.
I swear
he couldn't hear you. That's funny.
I swear I didn't play it. But I heard it, and this would came to my mind.
Nope.
So we can't get I Believe I Can Fly back.
No. By the way, of all the records you want back, it's that one?
Well, it's the safest one.
Okay, no.
Gracious, like,
No.
That is the Space Jam song.
yeah, it's the
No.
safest song. That's why I asked the question.
No.
I didn't ask if we can get bump and grind back.
No.
Because we don't know what's going on
My
there.
mind's telling me no. Well, yeah, we got that. No, you cannot.
All right, I'm just asking.
Guru. That's what Jesse called you when you had your headphones off.
I'm just asking.
No.
Because so who was singing that song? Somebody was around me singing that
I
song.
don't even like that song.
Nah, that's a great song. That is a phenomenal song.
You need someone to do a cover of the song.
There we
That's how you
go.
get it back.
I don't know that you could do that
There
either.
we go.
Sure, you can.
He's still the writer of it. least
WWE
I
can
assume
do this
he's
with
a
their
writer.
wrestlers and stuff like that, and write them out of that stuff. You can do it here.
Or how about Edge showing up last night? Did you guys see that?
I did see that.
AEW
And
signing washed up guys again.
I had a
Edge
little
isn't
bit of an
washed.
epiphany. And I think this happens all the time. And I don't want this to happen when Jade comes through. Like, this is what happens in wrestling a lot. They go for the big moment, and the big pop, and the big reveal,
Mm-hmm.
and they have no idea what they want to do with these.
Oh, that's
people.
facts. That's what happened with Punk. Same thing that happened with Punk. They had no clue what to do after Punk got there.
Let's just bring Edge back. Look at the pop; it's going viral.
It's signing leftovers. Like WWE,
But I don't think that's a leftover, though. I don't
You
think
don't think
Edge.
so?
Nah, I think Edge, because when Edge came back at the Royal Rumble, that was because he was going to AEW. He went to Vince and was like, AEW has offered me a lot of money. They're going to let me wrestle. You have said my wrestling days are over. And all of a sudden, whatever medical issue he had was gone. And WWE was like, no, come back. It'll be great. He comes back. It's that insane reaction at the Royal
It
Rumble.
was an all-timer.
And then the pandemic hits and he has to wrestle. He has to wrestle in the dark for like 6 months. And then he goes away. And then, they start to, and I think he headlined, was it Roman, Edge, and Bryan?
I think so. That's
Was
when
that
he pinned them on top of each other.
I
right?
think that was the Tampa
Mhm.
kind of like half
Yeah.
WrestleMania that they
Yeah,
did.
Yeah. I don't know,
Um,
but I saw.
I don't think he's washed though.
Wash wasn't the right
He's
word,
old.
but
He's
yeah,
old.
like
He's
they're
definitely
signing
old.
someone WWE's done with. I feel like
I think he was done with WWE. That was my point. Like it was his decision to leave. How old is Edge? Edge's 49 years old.
Damn, that is up there to
Yeah,
be
he's
wrestling
49.
like that.
I mean,
Shout
he
out
looks
to
like
him.
$1 million.
Yeah, shout out to him. But that's what I don't want to happen with Jade. Don't just bring her out at.
See, I think
Royal
WWE's a little bit better with having a plan for someone. Chris Jericho's a notable exception. Like they brought Chris Jericho out and he interrupted The Rock. And then they brought him out on SmackDown and he interrupted The Undertaker. And then he wrestled Road Dogg. Like, with all due respect to Road Dogg, it's like, wait a minute, you interrupted The Rock in your first matches with the Roadie?
slander Road Dogg's
Like,
name.
all right, bro. Your ass better call somebody, I guess.
The Road Dog. Did no, you didn't go on Friday, did you?
To
To SmackDown.
no.
Yeah. Did you watch
I
the
was
show?
here. No, it was it was on the whole
You ready
time I
for
was here.
LA Knight versus the Bloodline.
So I
was
saw
about to say,
that
I was ready
happen.
for
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was getting updates from a friend of ours
See,
who was there.
it's getting crazy because I like LA Knight.
I heard
but
Coach Christie popped pretty big for pause. I heard Coach Christie had a well, that's the proper term. He popped
Yeah.
for Cena. That's what I heard. That's what sources close to the Kings have told me.
LA Knight gonna take the belt off of Roman at Taboo Tuesday.
Just so we're clear,
They're always
are
gonna
we
look-
on or not?
No, we have a long break.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't messing with me again.
See,
All
and
right.
that's my boy. Remember, I told you a long time ago. I was like, I kind of like this LA Knight guy, but it's just a little over the top now.
I don't get it.
Everybody else likes
I'll
him.
be honest. I don't get it.
I don't know why I like him, but
I don't get it. Well, I just don't. I don't get it. I don't know what it is.
Shout out to my boy. This is my boy too. My boy Austin Theory came through again.
He get beat up by a legend this time or what?
What happened to Austin Theory? I think he had a match and he won actually.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, all
that's
I
my
saw
boy,
was
Austin Theory.
the Cena and LA Knight stuff.
I would have popped for Austin Theory.
What does LA Knight do?
He's good on the mic.
He
He's
got a good
energy.
reaction.
Yeah,
No, that's hilarious though. When I first saw that, I was like,
it's so like regular, bro. Like he's fine. I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like just weeks behind on all wrestling content.
I only stick to the pay-per-views now.
Fastlane on Saturday.
We back in here on Media Day, baby. Appreciate you so much for being with us wherever you're at. You can watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're scrolling through your timelines on Facebook and Twitter, like, retweet, share to your profile, do all of that great stuff as King season is back.
Yeah, man.
Yo, it's back.
I was at a birthday dinner on Saturday talking to my Auntie Trish. Shout out Auntie Trish. And she was you just talking about the Kings. She's just like, I'm just so excited. So excited to see the season. Like, I think that's the general consensus. I'm not breaking news, but I'm just saying, like, people are super excited for Kings basketball to be back.
Yeah.
And here we are. They play on Sunday against
They play
Toronto?
Sunday, in Vancouver.
Yeah. Kings basketball back, baby.
Yeah, man. And speaking of aunties, Auntie Wanda local. Like, if I hit her on IG, like, she here?
Yeah, her
Okay.
and her boyfriend are
Yeah, they are.
local.
Yeah. Oh, Auntie Wanda's boyfriend fly too.
Shout out James.
Oh man,
Shout out James.
he flies can be. He was telling me about their like they had like premiere nights with like he hosts these like once a month. Like they host these things every week where you bring a bottle and you hang out, you do cigars and all that. Like he was a cigar connoisseur.
Yeah.
He's telling me they have premiere night. What's that? You got to bring the premier bottle. You got to bring a top shelf bottle. I was like, oh, it runs in the family.
Yeah, James high class, man.
Yeah,
James high class. So when he gave me love on the tux, man, I was like, okay, yeah, James feeling the tux and it's all good.
Yeah, I think he had a Gucci blazer on, if I wasn't mistaken.
Yeah, he wasn't
so if he co-signed what you were wearing, you had yourself a day. Christian McCaffrey had himself a day. That was one of the more stellar performances we've seen in recent memory. 4 touchdowns, 106 yards on the ground, 71 yards in the air. And apparently, and I tend to believe Kyle when he says this, Kyle Shanahan had no clue that Christian McCaffrey had 4 touchdowns and a 5th one would have tied a record. He said he would have happily have run the play for him.
Right.
He didn't know that was a thing.
I mean,
Christian McCaffrey knew.
Yeah, I would.
As Kyle Juszczyk is trying to go out there and get his touchdown that Brock Purdy winds up getting.
If I'm Kyle, I don't think I would have known anything about no record or anything. But Kyle, all right, how do you not know he has 4 touchdowns? And
He's probably in the flow of the game. Like somebody.
I'm in the flow of the game.
Well, somebody.
And I knew he had 4 touchdowns.
Well, I'm guessing your responsibilities in the flow of the game are a smidge bit different than Kyle's.
I'm not sure they are. Have you seen me on game day?
Unfortunately, yes. And it was unless Sky River is involved, I won't be seeing you again. You or Ramsey. Thank God you were gone by the time Ramsey got back from dinner. Like he was as obnoxious as you, but like in a totally different way. Out there cheering for the Giants like he's a Giants fan or something.
Man, come on, man. Ramsey, you need to stop that. Especially when one of your teams. Actually, I think all the Ramsey teams lost yesterday.
I can't keep track.
I think he likes the Cardinals too.
He does like the Cardinals and the Falcons.
Cardinals, Falcons, Bears, Raiders. I think he likes all 4 of those teams.
Bro, I'm sorry. That's a 0 for 4.
That's what I'm saying.
And that Bears one. Look, you can put the Bears one. I ain't gonna lie. That's probably on me and John Bull. Me and John Bull were sharing a good
old time.
We were having a laugh during that game. And then the text thread went quiet. Poor John. John, if you're listening.
They won that game in spite of Sean Payton. They
did.
They won that game
absolutely
for themselves.
Did.
They hate Sean Payton.
What's old boy's name? Nieberflug. They won because of him.
Well, there's that too.
Yeah. I think you asked. Someone asked. I think it was you. If he's on the hot seat, and I was like, no, I don't think so. Yeah, I think so now.
Well,
I thought they were going to go, they were going to lean towards the coach and get rid of Justin Fields. Now they just might move on from both of them, especially since they got the top 2 picks in the draft.
Yeah. I mean, there's that. Maybe they keep him around because he's doing his job, depending on who you talk to.
Well, it's very, very possible.
So there's that. But yeah, he's got to go. He's got to go. I mean, that was awful. That was all. What are you doing? What are you doing?
Terrible.
Kick the field goal. You might lose anyway, but kick the field goal. And then Justin Fields having one of the best days of his career.
Yep.
You take the ball out of his hands.
Yep.
That was awful.
Yep,
like I said,
terrible.
the only thing worse is the fact that the Broncos won. And Sean Payton won. But like I said, they hate Sean
them
Payton.
thing- oh.
They hate Sean Payton. I didn't get a chance to talk about it.
Did you hear?
70 points. They hate that man. Don't
Did you-
nobody believe in him.
Did you hear Russell Wilson's post game stuff?
No. I saw him take a
I'm
picture
gonna-
with Sierra.
I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Matter of fact, I'll go a step further, and this sounds crazy. They might, the Broncos locker room, they might like and have respect for Russell Wilson. That's why they came back. Because they knew Sean is ready to throw him under the bus and blame all his terrible coaching on Russell Wilson. And the team might have been like, we ain't going, that's wrong. That's dirty. We ain't going to let Russell go out like that. And they came back for Russell, even though he hasn't always been popular in locker rooms. But
I think they came back for themselves.
well, there's that too. That's always
because
first and
that's
foremost.
humiliating. Like, you guys are a circus.
Mm.
You guys are an absolute circus. We'll talk more about the NFL as we go along. We'll speak to the other circus that was going on and with the Las Vegas Raiders as well in their home game against the Chargers in LA.
Yeah. Shout out to I think there's more Chargers fans in LA than Rams fans.
I think that's true.
I see when
think
I
that's
watched.
true.
I mean, yesterday was clearly more Raiders fans, but when I watch Chargers games, it seems like there's people there in their Chargers jerseys locked in. There's people in the stands. Rams, they don't never have nobody like they never have more fans than the other team, except when they're playing the Cardinals, I guess.
Yeah. Back to Christian McCaffrey. I didn't know how to segue. I was trying to find one and I couldn't find one. Shout out to everybody wearing a Christian McCaffrey jersey, I guess.
Yeah, big ups to them. Might have to get a 23. Man.
Okay, add it to the list. That's,
I had to
that's
get a
fine.
23.
Add it
If
to the
he
list.
gets to hopping over defenders again, like
yo,
I was watching the game. I was watching the game,
Yo.
and I see the swing pass. Like, oh, okay. And when he leaped over, I said, oh,
Yeah, nasty.
oh.
Nasty. I mean, and just like gracefully, it wasn't one of those like sometimes you see those like material, like you see it happening in front of you. That was just beautiful.
Yeah,
it was just
most guys, and I'm obviously like when that happens, a lot of the times they're jumping over a guy that's partially standing up, not somebody necessarily diving at their legs, so it's a little different. But usually when you see that, the guys, and rightfully so, they've got to load up, right? Like they get their steps together, they chop, and then jump over like this guy that's probably standing at like 5'10" at that point. Christian was just regular stride, like a hurdler. Like, the hurdlers, they're so good, like there's no choppy step. They just, no. Yep. That's all McCaffrey did. Yeah. Yep. Oh, let me get into the end zone.
That's the noise he made. I knew I heard something come from the television set. And that's in fact what it was. I'm going to be doing this throughout the day.
Okay.
I'm going to interrupt what we're talking about to read different quotes from Media Day.
No problem. I mean, look, don't even get me started. Even get me started.
This is one I wanted, and it's from Tyler Hero. Shout out Jimmy Butler.
Oh, Media Days across the country.
Yeah. Because King's Media Day it hasn't started yet. Yeah. Right. Oh no, you can share your thoughts on King's Media Day as we go along. But this is from Tyler Hero. Now, first, shout out to Jimmy Butler, who's keeping the bit alive. He had the flat iron, like he's keeping the gimmick alive. Tyler Hero said when asked about what went on with the Portland Trailblazers, "I'm ready to just play the best. Portland ain't the best, so I'm not worried about Portland." That's Tyler Hero. I'm going to be reading these all day, and I'm going to enjoy it because I got to imagine Tyler Hero's not very happy with the way his name's been dragged around the last handful of months.
Tyler Hero, he's going to be happy with D'Lo and KC. He's going to be happy with me because I got a question. I got a little bit of a question here.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people were out there talking about what a phenomenal job Portland did with the whole Dame Lillard situation. And one of the things that people like, I think I got to find it. Somebody said it, and I got to find what it was. But they were basically saying the DeAndre Ayton thing was not necessarily related to Dame to Milwaukee.
Yeah, that was us. It was in Sham's
Right.
report.
So,
Sham's
like-
report. The deal. It was basically Nurkic. Essentially, it was Nurkic for DeAndre, but they wanted to work it into this trade,
Right.
so Phoenix could, so for salary cap purposes, one.
Grayson
But
Allen.
yeah,
and all those
yeah,
other
yeah.
guys
So
coming
Phoenix could acquire a few
Right.
other NBA
in.
players.
And those type of guys, I think they got what's my man's name out of Tennessee that was with the Johnson. I can't remember his name. A little second-year player. Where the whole point is, guys like that, they could have been involved in a Miami trade as well. So when people are like, oh man, he did great for Dame for getting DeAndre Ayton and not taking what Miami had, he was going to get DeAndre Ayton.
Yeah, the
regardless.
DeAndre Ayton
Like
deal
this,
doesn't really have anything to do with it.
yeah. So this is the question that I asked the day of,
Mhm.
and now looking back, what they got Brogdon and Rob Williams back,
Mhm.
and some random draft picks, random pick swaps, and all this other stuff. Are we sure they couldn't have got a better deal for Tyler Hero, the Portland Trailblazers? Because the situations were the same. Everybody's like, why do they want Tyler Hero? He doesn't fit. I agree.
Yeah.
They would have done the same. They would have been able to do the same thing they did with Drew with Tyler Hero.
So I get what you're saying. No, I don't. I don't think they could have for this reason. And I outlined this during one of my many hours alone last week. Is the second Tyler Hero, because of the conversation, whether we like it or not, the conversation factors into these deals. The national media conversation, things that have been said by Woj, Shams, all of these different people on television, Mark Spears, all of these different guys. That stuff factors in. So the second a deal is done that sends Tyler Hero to Portland, in my opinion, he loses value, a ton of value, because everybody knows Portland needs to move on from him. Now, to the point I think you were making when you had that run-in on Monday, or whatever day the deal was done,
Yeah.
when you had that run-in, was Tyler Hero can probably be traded to a bigger crop of teams than Drew Holiday can. And I think we saw that in the names associated with Drew Holiday. They were all contenders. And for me, and I think it was James did a great job of pointing this out. It's not just Boston Celtics' desire to get Drew Holiday on their team. It's Boston's desire to get Drew Holiday on their team and to keep him away from Miami. And it keeps him away from Philadelphia. With Tyler, I don't really think that's the case. You could trade Tyler to Orlando. I don't know that you would have gotten a return of Malcolm Brogdon and was it Rob Williams? Or you could trade him to Philly. You got a contending team.
But stay there though, real quick, because Orlando's a type of thing I'm thinking about, right?
Okay.
Like, because when you talk about Drew Holiday, you're stuck to 4 teams, really, probably, 4 to 6 teams that are contending, that are trying to win a championship, they're trying to go to another level, right? And with Boston, you were able to get Brogdon and Rob Williams and like some pick swaps, which like they were talking about Miami, like who wants Miami's pick swaps or draft picks? Same thing with Boston and Milwaukee. Like they're going to be at the end of the draft.
Yeah.
Say you went to Orlando, and I don't know who's better or nothing like that, but say you might be able to get, and I know it doesn't necessarily fit, a Wendell Carter and a Cole Anthony for Tyler Hero. Is that better than Brogdon and Rob Williams?
You think you'd be able to? I don't think so.
And you might be able to get a real pick. And I don't mean to disparage the pick, but you might get an unprotected Orlando pick in 2025. No pick swap.
I'm skeptical as to whether you could get that for Tyler Hero, but I think I still like the Boston deal better, but it's not like I don't think it's egregious if you went the other way. I'm just skeptical as to whether you could have gotten that for Tyler Hero.
I think you could. And like I said, you open it up. Like maybe Utah takes Tyler Hero.
Refresh my memory. I genuinely can't remember. What was the Kevin Huerter deal?
Kevin Huerter was a protected first rounder.
Right.
Who was the player? Was there a player?
there had to have been a player. And I can't for the life of me remember who it was. It wasn't.
It was like a top 12 protected. And then who was on that roster?
It wasn't TT, right?
TT might have been involved.
No, maybe Kevin Huerter wasn't a.
TT might have been involved.
Maybe.
Soren says it was Holiday and Harkless.
Okay, think about that for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Where does Kevin Huerter rank with Drew Holiday? Excuse me. I'm sorry. Where does Kevin Huerter rank with Tyler Hero?
I think people think Tyler's a level above.
Like a full level? I think like Tyler Hero is significantly better than Kevin Huerter?
I think that's the perception to a lot of people in there in the NBA and NBA circles. They're not on the same level, perception-wise. Tyler Hero's the sixth man of the year, multiple years averaging 20 points per game. He's just started a new contract. He's like 22, maybe. Like I think Tyler Hero, because they're also, you talk about losing value and things of that nature. There are also reports and like unnamed GMs talking about, yo, people are wilding on the way they're talking about Tyler Hero right now.
Yeah,
like
no doubt.
He can go. Like
no doubt.
He's people are like going way too far with, oh, that's absolutely nothing. And I think there's GMs who felt that way about Tyler Hero.
Yeah, I think I honestly I thought some of that stuff was silly. I think some of the stuff that was regurgitated were just people who were like taking bits and pieces of things that they were hearing and running with that. With Tyler Hero and the Portland Trailblazers, it didn't make sense fit-wise. That was easy. Like everyone knew that. How it became Tyler Hero sucks, I don't know. Like I don't know how we got to that point. But it was as simple as it doesn't fit. There needs to be a third team involved. And that's all it was. And for whatever reason, Portland wasn't interested in dealing with Miami. Or, and reports say this as well, Miami wasn't interested in changing their offer. Now, I know what Chris Haynes told us. I know what Chris Haynes told us on stage at the Sky River Casino, when he said Miami just wants to figure out what it is that they want. Since then, there's been a lot of reporting that says that's not the case. Pat made an offer, and it was labeled as Pat Riley. Now, if that's just a euphemism for the Miami Heat, then whatever. But I remember either the tweet or the piece of the article specifically said Pat Riley did not feel inclined to increase his offer to the Portland Trailblazers. And so if both sides aren't having discussions, that doesn't fall solely on the Trailblazers. It falls on both of them. And if Miami's not calling saying, hey, what do you want us to do? If Miami's telling Aaron Goodwin, hey, we need to find out what they want us to do, that's not the same as telling the Portland Trailblazers. As we've learned again in recent days that Aaron Goodwin in Portland, they lost communication. And it took the NBA to step in to kind of get things going again with all parties involved.
I believe
if the NBA hadn't stepped in, they might be in Portland right now.
I believe Chris Haynes in that Miami side. I think that's damage control. Talking about Pat Riley never upped the offer.
That was from Miami though. That was coming from Miami. That was coming from the Miami Herald.
I'm believing Chris Haynes and those guys. Not just.
Oh no, I believe Chris Haynes.
Not just because my guy, but just the detail of it. Like he unsolicited. He was like, "Yo, Miami knows they don't have enough. They're trying to get in touch with these guys. They were supposed to get in touch with these guys in Summer League. Got blown off."
No, they talked at Summer League. They hadn't talked after.
But I think weren't they trying to set another meeting up at Summer League? Like they talked, and then I remember
they talked when the initial trade demand happened, which I think was at the beginning of July, and then they talked at Summer League, and then if I recall correctly, that was it.
I thought they were trying to have a face-to-face while at Summer League.
So
I thought that's what Chris had said, and Miami kind of blew, or Portland kind of blew them off.
Right. That's right. I remember Chris saying that.
Yeah.
Was the face-to-face between Miami and Portland?
Yeah.
Or was Dame in there somewhere?
No, it was the Miami and Portland. I think the GMs or whoever was supposed to get together, and Portland just left them on red the whole time in Vegas.
Well, Portland doesn't need any help in like looking bad. I mean, I think the ultimate stamp on the Portland thing is Dame offered to come back, and you said no.
Which I understand.
I don't.
I understand.
I do not understand that at all.
If they're ready to move on, I
that part though, that's different.
Yeah.
That's not the same thing. The Blazers got bailed out by Dame asking for a trade. When that, I believe Portland's intentions were genuine. They wanted to trade the pick, and they wanted to acquire a veteran. They wanted to package it. They wanted to get someone to come in, a Drew Holiday type, for example, to come in and help them win a title or compete for a title. When that pick no longer was a number and it was Scoot Henderson, that's where I think things changed. And as kind of, the weeks progressed, or I guess it wasn't even weeks, it was probably a week progresses, I think that Portland was perfectly comfortable from moving on from Dame Lillard. And they got bailed out when Dame asked for a trade. They didn't have to make the decision. I think they would have been willing. They probably would have inquired about trading Dame Lillard this offseason with or without that trade demand. When Dame asked for that trade, they were completely bailed out. The only thing that threw it off was Miami and Miami only. That was the only thing that threw it off.
I hear you. I just, I look at Portland, and one of the things that, people,
because otherwise you'd welcome him back. That was the point of why I was. Otherwise, if you weren't ready to move on from him, and he says, "I'm willing to come back," fans wouldn't have cared.
Now I don't, but see where, and I agree with you. The part where I don't know if I agree is you saying regardless. I think if Dame had never said anything, I think they would have moved on. Like they would have moved on as a family. I don't think they would have been shopping him, at least outwardly. Maybe.
Quietly. Yeah, that's what I mean. Quietly, I think they would have tried to shop him.
Yeah.
Or they would have inquired, hey,
I get that. Now here's the other thing. And like I said, I don't know why in this situation I'm so irked by Portland and the way people look,
because it looks dirty.
Poor Portland. What? No, Dame is putting them in it. I ain't trying to hear that, because you know what? Do you think Nurkic wanted to leave? You think did he ask for a trade? He was perfectly fine in Portland. And Portland said, "You're gone. Like, I don't care what you want. This is what's better for us. You're gone." So I say all that to say, no, it's not poor Portland. It's Dame he wanted to leave. And Portland, in this situation, had their leverage. Dame felt he had his leverage. And then this whole thing while it was going on, Dame was just using what his leverage was in that situation. Because, like you just mentioned, if Portland wanted to be done, regardless if Dame wanted to stay or not,
that's right,
they were going to do what they had to do to move him.
Yep.
So people getting mad at Dame and his agent for trying to force all this. Nah, man. Like, they don't care. Nurkic didn't say he wanted to go to Phoenix. They just shipped him.
Well, Nurkic was the one who said, this isn't working. And it took him a year, but Portland was like, buddy, you're right.
Yeah.
You are right.
And I don't know how the rumors are true or not, but did you see the rumor about they're open to possibly moving Jeremy Grant?
Yeah, I didn't buy that. That came from like league executives think that they'll be willing to move Jeremy Grant after the December something deadline. I didn't buy that for a second.
I don't know how true that is at all either.
I didn't buy
but
that
even like saying it is true, like, what the hell is that about?
Well,
the guy, now money is money. The money gonna travel regardless, but we try to think things are on the up and up. The guy signed to be in Portland for 6 years, and now y'all just want to move him because y'all.
Well, yeah, but you got
to
you like that report in its entirety said rival league executives think. That was the report. Rival league executives think. What kind of report is that?
No, it's the same report that said Dame wouldn't show up.
If Rob Pelinka, exactly,
people,
which
right?
We found out wasn't true.
Right.
If Rob Pelinka comes out, if a Lakers scout tells the LA Times, "Oh, De'Aaron Fox is going to be a Laker in 3 years," based on what? Based on what? And then it gets reported. What's that look like? These reports, man.
This is what we were saying the whole time when people were like, "Oh, Dame and his agent are da 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 da." Like, yo, y'all chill. Like, these are other people saying this stuff, man.
We'll come back. Kings Media Day set to get underway in about 45 minutes. We'll get you an update on what our coverage is regarding that. We'll get back to the 49ers. We'll talk about the Raiders. We're going to talk a lot about the Kings. It is a busy day here as my partner is back. It's D'Lo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah,
Hey,
I'll get that read.
Shout out, Joe. We don't see a dime, but
Yeah,
the least we could do is read your comment.
Thank you, Joe.
And he says, Sasha, most underrated free agent move, sensing a big year for the Kings. Shout out to Refuse to Lose Sports on YouTube. Like I said, you didn't pay $5. I got to give you a shout out somewhere. Swipe MVP season as well.
I'm going to start throwing my Venmo in the YouTube description. You want us to start reading your messages, throw me $5.
Yeah. Personal Venmos. No clue where that goes.
Well, that's a good point here. Pay $5 for an ad.
Hey, there it goes. There it is.
I see all y'all in the chat talking about I was just podding earlier. Stop it. I think Aldrin said I was podding. I'm serious. I think Tyler Hero gets you. I don't know if he gets you a better return. I think he gets.
Oh, I don't think that's podding. I just don't think he gets you. I think he does. Well, I think it's tough.
Like you might like. So the whole thing I'm thinking of, if you're Portland and you're trying to rebuild this thing, I think Tyler Hero gets you. I'm sorry for using this phrase, but I think he gets you a real pick, right? Like maybe it depends on who the team is for like an unprotected first rounder.
Is anyone giving up a high pick for Tyler Hero though?
I don't know if it's high though, but I think Orlando might give you an unprotected one. And Orlando's not like a top or a bottom 5 team, right? Like you think San Antonio would get involved in that? Like if it was
Hero?
Yeah. If Hero was the one
Sure.
in Portland,
Mm-hmm.
San Antonio would be like, I'll take him.
Mm-hmm.
I got him for 4 years and he goes with Wemby. I'll give you, pick who else? Whatchamacallit got a bunch of Utah got everybody else's pick in the world.
Mm-hmm.
I give you one of those number ones for Tyler Hero. Same with I don't think he'd go to New York, but I don't think that would happen. But they, you start fishing around for teams that have extra picks. You might be able to use that. I don't think that was the case.
But I think one thing that I love about what Portland did is they weren't enamored with picks. They wanted players.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted people who could help their young guys like right now. And I think there's a lot of value to that. Like we talk regularly about how people become enamored with picks.
Mm-hmm.
And the fact that they weren't moved by 3 first-round draft picks. To me, the last thing you need for Scoot and Shaden is 18, 19-year-olds coming into your program. You need guys. Now, you could use those picks to trade later. Like I get that. But I like the fact that they took the one thing that I do like is that they took this opportunity to get some guys around who could help those guys develop. I think Malcolm Brogdon, all kidding aside, will be really good for that.
Mm-hmm.
I think he'll be really good for those young guys.
I think he will too. You can find those guys. But you have to trade for them. Trade for either
You gonna get them to come to Portland though? Like where you gonna find them?
What's the name came to Sacramento? George Hill came to Sacramento.
Well, George Hill wishes he hadn't come to Sacramento.
Portland gave Malcolm Brogdon number 92, so he's definitely getting traded.
Dr. David, I don't know what you're talking about, man. This whole Eddie Hearn, Bob Hearn fan. Look, man.
Oh man, Kenny was about to go.
About to go.
Kenny was about to go. Oh, you heard it right there. Presented by Sky River Casino with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit if you're 21 and over at Sky River Casino. Make sure you hit up 32 Brew Street all season long to watch your favorite games. Over 70 different TV screens, game day menus, drink specials, all sorts of amazing things. If you're not a member at Sky River yet, become one. Join today and you get $20 in free play. Shout out to Sky River Casino for all the amazing work that they do for us. Before we dive back into this, I don't want this to get lost on a commercial break. I just want to mention it real quick, and then I'll promise, like, in and out. I think Rodney Harrison is a bitch. I hate Rodney Harrison's Like Rodney Harrison is the same dude that said Colin Kaepernick isn't really black. Like he is. The fact that he's still on television is nauseating. And what he did with Chris Jones at the podium yesterday was gross. He called Zach Wilson garbage. He told another NFL player that an NFL quarterback was garbage. Now, I get it. Like, you listening can feel however you want to about Zach Wilson. You listening, watching, can say whatever you want to about Zach Wilson. When you're working on Sunday Night Football and you face these players on a day-to-day basis, when you've been in the league,
it's disrespectful,
and you call another player garbage, you miss me with that. Like, that was absolute trash from Rodney Harrison. And it's not the first time. I already have this prejudice against him. I do not like him. I think it's laughable that he's regarded as one of these greats when dude has been suspended for performance-enhancing drugs.
He cheated.
And I get in the NFL, you just kind of wipe that off of the resume and pretend like it doesn't happen. But the strikes for Rodney Harrison are really adding up. And what he did last night after that kid probably played his best game as a pro, I thought was completely uncalled for.
Rodney Harrison, and not that it would be okay for Tom Brady or Joe Montana to say this. Like, it'd be foul if they said it too. Rodney Harrison, you're a good ball player. I mean, you're not that. You're not that, bro.
You
like
never were.
You're not that. Like I'm sure you were looked at as food for a lot of these receivers and guys that you went up against. Like, you weren't that. Weren't you the same one that gave up the one of the most historic plays in the league?
Mm-hmm.
The Tyreek catch. You couldn't get that ball away from Mike. He was holding it on his helmet.
Mm-hmm.
And Rodney Harrison, you couldn't get the ball dislodged. Like, if we doing that, if that's what you want to do, Rodney Harrison, then we can dig back into your career, which was a good career. You were a good ball player. Nobody said anything bad about it.
Yeah, those drugs you took helped.
Very, very,
Shout
very,
out to you.
very helpful.
Those drugs were very helpful for you.
Yeah, cheat. I mean, let's bring up your career. You were a cheat. That's where we need to start. I just thought that was, and same thing as you. Those fouls. 100%
Absolutely
foul.
unnecessary.
Unnecessary. And like I said, he talking like he was that guy. I mean, I could say he was an expensive backpack for Tom Brady.
Lord.
I could say that. You know what I mean? I could say that's what you were, Rodney Harrison. Tom Brady won them championships. Bill Belichick won them championships.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, Teddy Bruschi won them championships. You was just an expensive backpack. It's as simple as that. I mean, just the disrespect. And shout out to Chris Jones for not falling into that nonsense, man.
He was like, hey, that's a good player.
Yeah, man.
He's special. And Rodney wouldn't quit.
No,
Did you just say he's special? Come on, man. Shout out Chris Jones for that. Yeah, you 100% right. And shout out Zach Wilson. That was a hell of a football game on a huge stage. He took accountability when it was over. I feel he's in an impossible position. Robert Saleh might be in an impossible position. It was a nice moment. It's very good for him. The problem with where the Jets are at is they need to win football games, and they're not. And so if Zach Wilson could replicate that performance against the team that's not the Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes, hey, that's great. But you might have exhausted your time in trying to figure this out.
They still got time, though. They got time. The way I'm looking at it right now, you got 4 losses left.
So so last year they started 0-6. And I felt like they believed in themselves. And we're already hearing, we already heard about the defense, but maybe they're a little upset with Robert Saleh right now for not making a change at the quarterback position, feeling anyone would be better. You got Aaron Rodgers going on the Pat McAfee show telling everyone to stop pointing fingers. Like, it's even if you take last night and you feel good, right, about the way that they played, there was still a big turning point that involved your quarterback. And I don't think that uplifting moment is coming. Like Robert Saleh said last year, I'm taking notes of everyone who's laughing. I'm telling you right now, this is a good football team. You laughing? I'm going like Kenny Caraway does in Sacramento. I'm taking notes, and we're going to talk about it. I don't think that is there. I think they're deflated because of what their expectations were and where they're at right now. And the fact that you said they got 4, they just don't have a ton of time left to figure out if if Zach Wilson can do this. I thought the Patriots game, like, you had to make a decision, and maybe Robert Saleh did. The decision is look, it's Zach Wilson. It's not Trevor Siemian. It's not Carson Wentz or Colin Kaepernick or whoever name is being written about. It's not that. It's Zach Wilson, and that's what we're going to ride or die with. And he needs to make sure everyone is, if everyone in that locker room is on the same page with him in that assessment, maybe they can have that moment that they had last year. But I'm fearful they can't.
I think they can. I think that locker room, they do believe in some respects about Zach Wilson. They believe they can turn this thing around. Not maybe that he's franchise or he's super great, but he's good enough where they can turn this thing around. You look at the first 4 games. If I told you, at the beginning of the season, Aaron Rodgers was going to be out for the season, you look at the first 4 games, you're like, maybe 0-4, probably 1-3. They're probably about where you expected them to be. They got a Bills win that people probably thought they weren't going to get, but they lost to a Patriots team that they probably thought that would be the one you get. So it all balanced it out. Now, you look at the rest of the schedule, and we do this all the time. I mean, teams it's the NFL. Anything could happen. But, I mean, Bills, Chiefs, Cowboys, those are 3 of the best teams in football. Like, you only have that maybe 3 to 4 more times. They play the Eagles, they play the Bills again, and they play the Dolphins twice. Other than that, and what I'm talking about, I'm not saying easy win. I'm talking about gettable games. They're all gettable at that point. You got Chargers, Broncos, Raiders, Giants. I think they got the Commanders in there. Like, these are games that you can get. You know what I mean? And like I said, I think about it this way. You got 4 losses that you can get. That gets you to 10-17. Or excuse me, it's 10-7, excuse me. You, depending on how things shake out, maybe 9-8 gets you there. But to be safe, I would say you got 4 losses that you can play with right now. And what's that? You got to go 9-4 for the rest of the season. I think they look at that, and I think that's doable.
Can you get 9 wins?
I think you can. I think you can. You've got the, for the most part, you got Dolphins, Eagles, Bills, but for the most part, you got your toughest games out of the way. You had those tough games adjusting on the fly, right? You figure when you play, I'm just looking at a game here, when you play the Bills in like 5 weeks, maybe your feet are up under you again. And now, okay, we know what Zach Wilson can do well. We know what's going on. We know what our path to victory looks like. And maybe you perform a little bit better in those type of games at that point. So, but I got to give a shout out to the Jets and to everybody there. I crapped all over that game when it was 17-0. Tweeted out like they should have flexed this game after this was garbage. That was a hell of a game last night. Hell of a job by the Jets.
Scored on a safety, I think.
Yeah, and
then a field goal. Yeah, and that just really amazingly got things moving for them.
Man. Shout out to the Jets. Zach Wilson played really well. Some very spotty officiating.
Oh, yeah, that play at the end was.
Well, how about the non-hold on the 3rd and 22?
Well, that was tough.
Come on. And look, the play that you're talking about with Sauce Gardner got the illegal contact. The other funny thing about that, I'm not here to say nothing. I'm not saying that. They didn't throw the flag till they knew the pick was happening. The illegal contact was at least 2 seconds before it looked like it was about to be a pick. He threw the flag when the pick had happened.
That was an NBA call right there.
Oh, man.
He missed the layup, so you're going to call the foul.
Oh, man.
Oh, and that happens a lot. Oh, that happens
because you can see it was clear as day. He catches the interception. The ref's like, oh, no, can't have that. And he threw the flag after that.
That was crazy.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter as well. Media Day is upon us across the NBA. Media Day is upon us for the Sacramento Kings. That'll get underway in just about 30 minutes. Our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham, is live at Media Day. What will we be bringing you? Who knows? We'll all find out together.
You know the funny thing about these media days, I've been to
there's a lot of funny things about Media Day.
Definitely are. Been to 2 of them, like with the Kings, and say it starts at 1 o'clock. All right, guys, Media Day is underway, and then there's nobody.
Yeah, there's nobody there. Yeah,
and then at like 1:20, oh, look, That's Chemezi Metsu here to talk to everybody.
Yeah, that happens a lot. And what you'll find is, like, my first media days, I was like, the hell is going on here? And you'll find that while, Jalen Slauson is, and Chance Comanche is in, coming to do media interviews, Domas, De'Aaron, Malik, they're on the court.
Yeah.
Filming videos and pictures and doing all of the in-game stuff with you. They're out in the lower bowl because all of the suckers are in the practice facility waiting for Domas, De'Aaron, and the rest of the guys to come in.
And a lot of the times I don't know if this is a strategy or not. Maybe for some guys it is. But and I'm not saying Sabonis, Fox are doing this, but they'll just wait till like 4 or 5.
Like everyone's when people tapped out.
Like, well, I gotta go back to the office, or I gotta go, for the Sarah Hodges and the Jakes. I gotta go back and cut up this film, and then they'll come out at like 4.
Hey guys, I'm here. Yeah, that happens. That happens quite a bit. But the NBA season is upon us. The Sacramento Kings will play a game on Sunday. Obviously, we'll talk more about that again. Kings Media Day gets underway coming up in 30 minutes. We'll bring you whatever we possibly can. James Hand will check in whenever he possibly can. We're under a lot of restrictions. And boy, are we being watched closely these days.
Man. Come on, what are we doing out here?
Shout out to our friends over at 280 Commerce Circle. Just
hanging
by a thread. Just putting random people into time slots like, hey, go do a radio show. Log in this morning, like, who the hell is that guy?
I thought the title said something else.
Like, who the hell is this guy? Y'all doing this on media day? Like, all right, bro. Cool.
Oh, man.
One day the Kings will learn. One day the Kings will learn. KMB, if you're listening, whenever y'all ready, we got you.
Come on, man.
We got you.
It's nasty right now, too, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, it's bad.
It's nasty.
Hey, be better.
It's
be
nasty.
better.
Let's see what the score is.
Adam Schefter confirmed Tre'Davious White did in fact tear his Achilles. That's not something you normally need an MRI for. They kind of knew that last night, and sure enough, that's what happened in the Bills Dolphins game. Really, really, really tough loss. Really, really tough loss for the Buffalo Bills.
I feel like it's a tough loss for the Bills. I feel like homeboy in the Colts game did the same thing late in that game. So, I mean, you always hope that you're wrong, but a lot of times when you see it, like,
yeah,
it's just the reaction.
Shout out to the Colts, by the way. That was a
great game.
It was a hell of a job. Like, I was watching that. Like, I think they didn't convert on a play, and I'm watching Anthony Richardson walk off the field. I'm like, oh, man, this is tough. So many quarterbacks. You're seeing this across the league. You're seeing this in Carolina. You're seeing young quarterbacks go to these teams that are just so bad, right? Their rosters are awful, and they right from that moment on, they fought back.
Yeah,
they fought back, and they put the Rams in a position where it was, y'all gonna blow this game.
Yeah, man, they almost
really
they
about
had
to blow
the
this
ball,
game. Yeah,
they had the ball with a chance to win it and couldn't get anything done. I love Anthony Richardson's celebration to the spinning. Like I don't know why I popped for that. What I said, I was like, this is phenomenal.
You know who's sorry, go ahead.
I just want to say real quick about that game. Puka, he's a bad man.
Mm-hmm.
He's a bad man.
Mm-hmm.
I told you how I felt about, like, after that Niners game. It's like, look, hey, Puka's bad.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying I could be an NFL receiver, but did you see the game-winning touchdown?
Yeah.
What are you doing here, bro?
What are you doing? I don't feel like I've ever seen him beat anybody one-on-one. Like, he literally, and it's not his fault. He's doing his job.
Yeah. What are you doing right now?
Come on. What's going on here?
Look, if you can, pull up the game-winning touchdown.
Don't pull up nothing. Casey, say what you want to say right now.
Stuff looks easy. Did you see the game-winning touchdown, Jesse? Did you see the game-winning touchdown?
Yeah, I saw it. He had to evade 2 defenders to try and get in the end zone.
Evade 3 defenders. Pull it up. Look at him. There's no jam. There's nobody guarding him. He goes to a spot and catches the ball, and then he runs and does some yak stuff. I'm not disparaging that. but that seems to be like all of his catches. And they're always like, oh, he's so amazing. Well, it's not the same.
It's called routing people up, Kenny.
It's Tyreek Hill. It's not the same as Tyreek Hill.
Well, that's different. That's not fair.
It's not the same. It's not the same as, oh, what's my man's name in Baltimore? Like these guys, there's people
Why
matched
are you
up
doing
on them.
this?
I'm just
Puka Nacua having the time of his life. Hey, mom,
He's
hey,
a hell
mom,
of
I'm
a-
having a good
Rodney
time.
Harrison.
Yeah.
come on, look, especially when they show like the breakdown of how it happened, like the replay. I don't know if you have that, bro. Tell me, and listeners, tell me you couldn't do that. tell me you couldn't do this. Look how he gets open. No, go back. Look how he gets open.
Look at man catching a couple of passes here. Kenny just trashing all over him. I believe this is the game winner right here. Well, what's the problem?
You got schemed open.
What is your problem right now?
You got schemed open, huh? Okay.
What do you?
Don't do that.
I can't go against the numbers. I'm just saying that game when
You
he touchdown.
scheme that play right there too.
It's a great catch. I'm just saying on that game winner.
Bro,
So you think he's overrated? What do you think? I want to get down to the root of this.
Well, I mean,
You think you can cover him, huh?
Well, I didn't say. I said I could get open like he just got open because there was nobody around him. He's a good ball player. Do I look at his numbers and what he's doing as amazing? Yes. Do I look at him once again in the same vein as AJ Brown? You see AJ Brown beating double coverage and blowing by people.
See, but nobody's putting him up there. Nobody's doing that yet. We're just hey, look at Puka Nacua. Cool kid. He's doing a good job.
You think he's better than Cooper Kupp?
No. Well, who's saying that?
No, but it's.
I feel like
it's funny that they just replaced Cooper Kupp with a guy who can catch a ton of passes.
I feel like he kind of doing with Puka what they did with Cooper Kupp.
No, I agree with that. They're throwing him the ball a billion times. That's what they did with Cooper Kupp.
No. Kenny thinks Cooper Kupp is the same like Puka too. Kenny didn't think Cooper's that good. I bet.
No, Cooper bad. Puka's really good. I just look at
That's
that.
not how this conversation started.
Puka's. I ever say he was bad?
I thought Kenny was going to say you could cover Puka. I thought that's where this was going.
No, I was saying I could have got open like that for that game. And I can't play football today. But I mean, there's nobody. They didn't even guard him on the line. And what I say after week 2, you tell Stafford be telling him, hey, just run to this spot. I'm gonna throw you the ball. And he just runs to the spot and they throw him the ball.
Pros versus Joes, season 18 out next year. Catch Kenny Caraway take on Puka Nacua in the opening episode.
Puka, a good football player. I'm just sharing my thoughts as I'm watching that play.
Okay. Well, thank you for sharing.
Easy.
Wow.
That was easy. There's nobody there.
This all started because I said, "Hey, big ups to the Colts. Hell of a comeback for them."
Hey, you said good job, coach. Shout out to that team.
They should have finished it off.
You know what? Puka Nacua sucks.
Yeah, that's pretty much how it went. Like, our dude's been off a week and he's just coming out firing in the first 68
Casey's been
minutes.
pretty spicy today.
Yeah.
He's been
What
taking
else did I
shots.
say? What else I do?
There's some oomph to what you're saying today.
It's 5 days of built. I know you were furious when Dame was traded. Like, I can't believe they traded Dame while I'm trying to enjoy my honeymoon at the house.
Could have waited a little.
Worked out for us beautifully.
Nah, that was a big time day. I was tapped in.
Yeah, that cupboard was pretty bare. Thank God for Dame. Thank God for Dame. And thank God for Khalil Mack to just humiliate the Las Vegas Raiders. And I'm a Khalil Mack guy. I was sad when the Raiders traded him. Didn't quite do what I thought he would do in Chicago. Played pretty well so far with the Chargers. A hell of a performance. 6 sacks yesterday against Aiden O'Connell, who started in place of Jimmy Garoppolo, who I guess he has a concussion.
Get well soon, Jimmy.
He couldn't clear concussion protocol on Friday.
He did get smacked up in that. The funny thing was, I heard you talking about this. I remember when he did get that concussion. It looked like a concussion. He just kept on playing.
I didn't. Yeah.
I was like, I thought he got a concussion in that Denver game in week 1.
Well, shout out. Jesse asked about what happened to the spotter. Shout out to the spotter. It was that last night's game.
The Niners game.
Oh, it was the Niners game where the center tried to walk back on the field, and they were like, "Hey, no, No.
Spotter still exists?
Yeah, no, they still exist because the center got pulled out by the spotter for the Cardinals. The center got pulled out, and like a play later, he tried to walk back on the field, and the spotter was like, "Hey, no, you need to go to the tent."
Yeah, he tried to just sit out for a play.
Yeah,
and then come back
and never went into the tent, never got evaluated. The whole thing never got followed up, and then the spotter saw he was walking back, like, no. You need to go to the mysterious blue tent.
Shout out to the Cardinals trying to pull a fast one, then.
Yeah.
Well, Cardinals tried everything in the book yesterday.
Well,
Didn't really work.
it didn't.
Was that the same Eagles coach that said they were going to gut the 49ers in the NFC Championship game? This was a defensive coordinator that's the head coach of the Cardinals.
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon.
Was he the same one that said it, or was the offensive coordinator?
I don't know who said it.
You can kiss my ass, though, whoever said
Oh.
it. I hope it was the Cardinals guy. Hey, man, don't even get me started on them dudes.
Well, no, we got a show. You can get started on him if you want
I
to.
wish Brock didn't get hurt, man. I wish Brock didn't.
Oh, you're talking about Philadelphia.
Yeah, I wish Brock.
Okay, I don't want to talk about
Get me
Philadelphia.
started. But
4-0. There's only 2 4-0 teams left.
yeah, that's it.
Sorry, Jesse.
Back to Khalil though.
Okay, I
No.
had no clue where we were, so that's good.
No lie. Like, cause I had the 2 screens popping off, so the Raiders game was on the other one. But I'm locked in on the Niners game. And I was like, I'm gonna go back and watch the Raiders game later. But it was still on live, and I was just watching and saw Khalil when he got sacked and he got the turnover and all this other stuff. I was like, yeah, Khalil Mack, man, yeah, that's crazy. And then I was watching the highlight shows before I started to watch the other game, and they were talking about Khalil Mack, 6.0 sacks. I was like, he's having a bounce back season. It's good to see. And that was today. that was in this game. I thought they meant for the season he had 6 sacks. 6 sacks on a day.
I think he got to be the league leader after that.
What?
Yeah.
You never gonna double team this man? How about after 3 sacks? Maybe start throwing a double team at him, a chip,
Nothing.
something. 6 sacks on the day.
Threw absolutely nothing at him.
Goodness gracious.
We'll come back. There's more to talk about. We do got to talk a little bit about Aiden O'Connell. I want to get back to the 49ers. We are kind of all over the place. That's my fault. I'm happy my man's is back and we get to talk. We get to pod. We get to do the show.
Damian said we could bring back a song.
No, we didn't. That's a lie.
He said, just as long as we cover it.
That's a lie. We are not bringing back any records from you know who. Ain't gonna be no 420 hits of the day from that guy. We'll come back. Kings Media Day gets underway in 15 minutes. We'll talk about that. We'll continue to talk about everything that's going on in the NFL, particularly with the Raiders and Aiden O'Connell and the San Francisco 49ers and Christian McCaffrey. Stealing with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Khalil Mack also does lead the league in sacks now.
He got 7.
6.
Oh, snap. We got them all yesterday. Let me slide early real quick.
Yeah. I hope you guys can make it out to Solomon Vinyl on Friday. It's a little something different. We won't be talking sports. We won't be talking football. We'll be playing music. We'll be telling stories. The music is going to align with stuff that's inspired us, and it's kind of shaped us, and it's going to be pretty dope, man. I'm really excited about it. I'm really, really nervous about it because it's different. It's like we've been pushing it really hard on 102.5, but at 102.5, we're still the new guys over there. So it can be a little nerve-wracking when you're doing stuff like this. So we'd love to see y'all come through, man. Solomon Vinyl on Friday at 8 o'clock. Very good. Dambo food's very, very good. I've had it twice during brunch. Loved it both. Drinks are solid too. I will be eating on Fridays. I will be drinking on Friday, that's for sure. Chester, great question. I will follow up on that today. the contest obviously ended. So if they haven't picked a winner, they will. Stop it, John Bull. They definitely don't have the most diet-friendly food there. Oh, I got sent a video of the baby. Where is Jasmine? Here she is. Let's see what the baby's doing.
Where's Daddy? Where's Dad?
Oh,
Daddy kiss.
I love it.
Give Daddy kiss.
Oh, my baby blowing kisses. Oh, my baby blowing kisses.
So sweet.
My mama's.
Eating her
Give
hand.
Uncle D-Lo a kiss.
Oh, Cadillo got a kiss too. Even though
That's my mama's.
she looked at me crazy at the wedding. That baby was tired.
She said, I didn't sign up for all this.
I was going to hold her when Candy had her, and it was clear that wasn't going to happen. I was like, you got this look in your eye. I'm, not in front of all these people.
She was, there's too many people here. She's like her mom.
Everything. Yeah.
That's my mama's.
It was either Candy or Cheryl.
That's my mama's. No, I ain't never having a buddy chain. No. Shout out Puka, man. Come on, man. Shout out Puka.
You can't do that.
I love her, dude, man.
If I ever run into Puka, I'm gonna tell him, hey, this guy thinks you suck.
Don't listen to the media, Puka. I just think I might be able to get open too sometimes. That's all. That's all.
We go for tomorrow post show at Solomon.
Okay.
And then that way on Wednesday we could just be done a few minutes early. Poor Puka just out here catching passes, touchdowns. No, not good enough for
Sean McVay doing a
good
great
enough
job
for everybody.
You know, doing a great job.
How many receptions and yards are you getting in Sean McVay's offense?
At least 5. If they targeting me like that, I can get 5. Just run to a spot. Wide open. I can catch it. Now, the yak, I don't know if I got no yak in me. I don't know. I don't know.
5 catches, 5 yards?
Well, they're 10 yards down the field.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Go 5 for 50.
Yeah. Stop. And he has a great story too. So
shout out Sean Cunningham. We can always rely on Sean Cunningham.
Oh, okay.
I'm just gonna start asking people, are you worth shit? Have you ever accomplished shit in your life? Who are you?
Real quick, man. We talking the 49ers. Christian McCaffrey.
Well, maybe. Monty spoke, so we shout out Sean Cunningham.
We got King's Media Day. We got I gotta do this. We take Monty down for a second.
Yep.
I got an Undertaker put in a tomb.
Oh.
Rest in peace.
Oh.
This sorry 2020, what is it, 2023 Giants season.
Mm-hmm.
Get good riddance. This team stunk.
What do you think about the news that broke Friday?
It's trash. It's trash. Farhan needs to be the one to go. Farhan is terrible at what he does. And aside from, I'll say it, I can say it because it is what it is. Aside from one fluke season, they've been trash.
Okay.
And he's the one that's built this whole thing up. And I'm not getting on Gabe Kapler for not being able to win with probably the worst roster in baseball. Roster's no good. I remember one time, this was like last year. I remember I got mad internally about Gabe Kapler going to Tyler Rogers in a game. Tyler Rogers promptly gave up like a game-winning home run. And this is when he had like a 8 ERA or something like that. And I said, yo, Gabe, what are you doing? Why do you keep throwing him out there? Why do you keep playing him? And then I took the 2 minutes to look at the roster, look at the bullpen, look at the starters. I was like, well, couldn't go there. Oh, no, couldn't go to this guy. Well, no, couldn't go to this guy either. The roster's trash. He had no option but to go to a Tyler Rogers. Roster's terrible. And Farhan's coming back. He's going to make a decision on the next head coach. And he's going to do other things as far as signing people and then not having a press conference like he did to Carlos Correa, who the Twins are in the playoffs, by the way. You know, you could say it's because of Correa or not. Whatever. They're in the playoffs. The Giants are not. Dodgers win another division. I had another tweet. I said the Giants outside of the A's, because the A's are a whole nother situation. They're the worst professional franchise in California. And people were like, oh, what about the Angels? What about the Angels? Oh, what about the Angels? Whatever. What if you want to put the Angels last, fine. That don't make the Giants any good. I say they're worse than the Angels because at the very least, the Angels got Mike Trout, and for now they got Shohei. Even if he leaves, they still got Mike Trout. Giants are awful. I told you this was going to happen.
You did.
They fooled me a couple times during the season.
They did.
I can say I got fooled. I ain't getting fooled again.
No,
as long as Farhan is there, they ain't winning nothing. Get him out of here. He ain't even getting the Redfin password. Go fend for yourself.
Oh, he's got to use the free version of Redfin.
Whatever, Truly or whatever app you want. You ain't getting none of my stuff. Go fend for yourself, Farhan.
Okay.
That's it. We ain't got to talk about them for months and Sundays now.
What was that phrase? What was that again?
Months and Sundays.
I've never heard that before.
No.
I like it. I might steal it. It'd be one of those things where I don't know exactly what it means, but I might use that.
Sounds cool when you say it.
It does.
I haven't usually say it for somebody that just pops in or see him. I ain't heard this guy in months and Sundays.
We're saying months and Sundays?
Months and
Yeah,
Sundays.
I've never got. This is a new one for me.
I hadn't seen this guy in months and Sundays. Cheryl L. Grove uses it a lot.
Shout out Cheryl again. Not only was she my date for the wedding, but she posted a picture of me and her on National Sons Day and said to my, I don't remember like if it was adopted sons or extended sons or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was me and then
And my man Stevie.
Yeah. And that just warmed my heart. It was just the sweetest thing.
Oh.
I love Cheryl. And I love Monty in his vest.
Yeah.
Kings Media Day jumping off right now. You know, we're forbidden to appear live because we have a live radio show till we rely on wonderful people like Sean Cunningham to bring us videos of the media scrum. Shout out Deuce. Shout out Chris Biederman.
You guys have accomplished over this past year. How different does it feel here to be standing here today with maybe a little bit different feel from last year?
Yeah, it's certainly. I think it's great to have some tangible success to lean on. You know, last year at this time it was, can you break the playoff drought? You know, what's your contract status? You know, what are you going to do with this thing? How's coach going to do? Now it's, okay, how can you actually just repeat what you did last year? That's going to be a hard feat in and of itself, and then the harder step of going forward. So, but I think for us, for our staff, all the things that we've built over those first 3 years to finally come and see some fruits of our labor. We know we're not done, but it was certainly step one of what we hope is a long process, into championship contention for us. So different questions, but certainly a little more fun, I think, on some of the questions we're trying to answer.
I know you're focused on your team, but with the Drew Holiday, Damian Lillard stuff, how closely do you pay attention to that? And also maybe separating yourself from the job, how much do you enjoy kind of seeing those shakeups that happen around the league every year?
We're certainly always, like I said, exploring ways that we can improve this team. And until we are a multi-time champion, and even then we're going to continue to try and push forward, and we're going to look at those opportunities. But certainly glad when talent goes east, but the West is going to be an absolute dogfight again. I think this is my, 16th year in the West, and it never changes. So For us, the great thing is we have a chance to be a top 2, 3, 4 seed again, and that's huge.
Talk about it.
The first round. But there's 11, 12 teams that are dying to get into this final 8, and so we can't rest on our laurels. As I think I said this before, my 4-year-old's asking why the standings say 0-0. Well, that's what happens. New season, you don't get to carry anything over from last time, and everybody started from the same spot and trying to get to the same place.
Thanks, Monty.
Monte McNair, can I point out 2 things as our bubble vest leader speaks? There's 2 things I was just really focused on, and it's really just the same person. Deuce was really locked in on holding that camera steady. Like, I don't know what he's doing right here, but my man is locked in, and he's also wearing a suit, which leads me to believe Deuce, NBC Sports California, is probably filming some stuff for television today. And it dawned on me he definitely is, because he's wearing makeup. He looks immaculate.
I can't even tell.
Yeah, he's as you should when you do TV.
Yeah.
But the way Deuce was holding this phone, my man was locked in on his business today. Deuce rocking. I see you. Shout out JA. I see JA
Deuce
here in the video. Shout out all our people, man, who putting in that work at Media Day without us, because we're forbidden from appearing while we're doing a live show.
You know how that goes.
No.
You know how that goes.
That's literally the only
only
one in the entire league where that's the case.
We ain't even lying. That's crazy that goes down that way.
Shout out to your boy. It's Jimmy Butler.
Come on, Jimmy. The funny thing about this with Jimmy, and I realized it, is he always does this for his media day and stuff like this. This is his headshot for the whole year.
Yeah, the whole year. Every ESPN game, every TNT game will feature that. Just as last year, I think it was last year.
Yeah,
were the locks.
The faux locks. Yeah, the faux locks.
And right on cue, we just got a text from a dear friend with the Sacramento Kings who asks, "Where y'all at?" My girl hasn't gotten the memo. Talk to your people. Talk to your people.
Oh man.
We'll continue to bring you clips throughout the day as Mike Brown has spoken. If we can get some video of Mike Brown, of course, we'll bring that to you. I see Matt's already talked to Kevin Herter. Anything that our man James Ham post, we'll bring to you. James, we expect to be with us. We're not exactly sure. We were kind of under the radar last year with some things that we did. We're not so much under the radar anymore.
Oh man,
I don't know why that is, but some people seem to be concerned with the way that we move. I'm so excited.
Got me doing the Jay-Z laugh.
I'm so excited. King season is here, man.
I am too.
Next Monday, the 49ers play the Cowboys on Sunday night.
Ooh.
Next Monday, the Sacramento Kings will have played the Toronto Raptors on Sunday. And that Monday, the Raiders play.
Yep.
They play the Packers on Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Yo, we here, man.
Yeah.
We here.
Yeah, man.
I'm so excited to talk about actual Kings basketball and no more project. I don't care if it's a preseason game. I don't care if it's in Vancouver. I don't care if it's against. I don't care about none of that. I'm happy to see them dudes back on the court.
People were asking me over the week and over the weekend about, what do I think this team is going to do? Is it real? I think the Kings about to go up.
Well, you heard Monty.
Kings about.
You heard what Monty said. 2, 3, 4 seed.
Yeah, man.
We talked about that last week. I get hung up on the Kings like, yes, this could be a 2 or 3 seed. And every time I said 2 or 3, I realized I don't know who to tell you's 2. I feel like I can tell you Denver's number 1. And even if that's just giving them respect for what they did last year, I think Jamal and Nikola Jokic, very good. I think the roster's very good. Obviously, they lost Bruce Brown. but it's still a really good squad. I'm comfortable saying that they're number one. If I'm wrong with that.
Mhm.
I don't know who to put in front of Sacramento because I don't think it's the Grizzlies. I don't think it's the Warriors. I don't think it's the Clippers. I don't think it's the Thunder.
No,
I don't think it's the Lakers.
I could see somebody making an argument for the Lakers.
So and the argument's easy. Anthony Davis is an MVP candidate. The Lakers are probably one or two.
Mhm.
Because if Anthony Davis is an MVP candidate, it means he's playing games.
They got a good squad, man. You know, they
do.
if they stay healthy. It's LeBron, obviously. AD if he stays healthy. Austin Reeves, a really good ball player as well. They added little pieces here and there. Good ball player. We're a good team, excuse me. But we're also, the funny thing is with all these teams, we're assuming health for teams that have never been healthy for a whole season or not had low management situations. They're just going to all of a sudden play 82 games now and everything's going to be good.
Yeah. Did you see, by the way, I don't want to get it wrong. We'll see if I still have it pulled up. Did you see Kawhi's quote about the player participation policy?
I did not.
He said no policy is going to make me play more games. I think I'm pretty. I'm almost positive that's what he said. I probably should have double checked before I said that's what he said.
The thing with Kawhi though is that policy, and I mean, there's little things like you got to play national TV games and all this other stuff, but like the true policy is like to win awards, right? Like that's what it comes down. Like he has to play a certain amount of games to win an award. If you don't care about the award,
you can get fined now.
Yeah, but for national TV games, right? Wasn't it national TV and in-season tournament games?
Well, yes, but it's also
the stars and all
the stars.
And
yeah.
Does he make that? Or was last 3 years? So he probably does.
Oh,
Because last 2 years he hadn't had no accolades.
Well, yeah. We also got to check it. Here's complete. This is from our man Law Murray. Here's.
Would love to hear your thoughts on the new NBA player participation policy.
What are they?
Just, I know that you've gotten a lot of flack for, load management and just, only resting certain.
That young lady is nervous.
Yeah.
That young lady is really nervous.
Yeah.
She was not prepared for that. I sympathize with her. That's tough.
Players, in certain situations. So just would love to hear your thoughts on that.
I just don't know the policy.
Hey, does anyone believe Kawhi Leonard doesn't know the player participation policy?
I can believe it.
Yeah, I think I can too. But no one filled him in on it?
Is the policy,
I'm going to ask you a different question if that's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. No, it's totally okay. And given that, I'm just wondering if you feel an obligation to play every game.
Jesse, find out who that woman was that asked the question and send her some roses because that had to be tough. Send her something because that had to be tough.
No, I mean, I'm not a guy that's sitting down because doing a load management. When I was with the Raptors, it was different. Like I was coming from an injury, and you have to know the details of the doctor. But if the league is seeing or trying to mock what I did with the Raptors, then they should stop because I was injured during that whole year. But other than that, if I'm able to play, I'll play basketball. I'll work out every day in the summertime to play the game, not to sit and watch people play. So no league policy is helping me to play more games.
There was the quote there at the end. No league policy is helping me to play more games.
Shout out to Leezy. First of all, shout out to Leezy Scorsese at my wedding. Big ups to him. If you guys need anything,
Spike Leezy. I think we
Spike Leezy.
I think we decided it's Spike Leezy.
Spike Leezy. If you guys need any video or photography work, you need to holler at my man. He'll take care of it for sure. But I kind of noticed the same thing. In the chat, he says Kawhi looking jacked.
Yeah, he looks like a monster.
Like sometimes I told you this numerous times before. Sometimes I look at those guys, I'm like, what would I ever do with this guy?
Mhm.
Like, how would I guard this guy? Or
Yeah.
how would I keep him from scoring or get around it? Kawhi's one of them dudes. Like, you see his shoulders, the width of his shoulder. Like, this dude
Yeah,
is
Kawhi's. Can I say something related to Kawhi too? Not his physique. He does look phenomenal. But I tend to feel for him in this regard. And I've said this before, so forgive me for either being a broken record or unoriginal. I'm fine with either. I think what went on in San Antonio really kind of messed him up. And the fact that he was injured and he was telling him he was injured and he was telling them, I don't care what the doctor's saying. I'm telling you something's wrong and I don't feel right. And he was, the Spurs took an approach to it until it became playoff time. And then it was like, well, wait a minute, why the hell aren't you playing? And then that's where Pop went at him publicly and Tony Parker went at him publicly. And all of a sudden he was battling his teammates publicly. And you're wondering why he doesn't want to be in San Antonio anymore. And Toronto took this approach with him, like, how do you want to deal with this? And he was like, if I tell you I don't feel right, I need you to like hear me and understand me. And that was the approach that Toronto took in terms of the term has now been dubbed load management all throughout that year. I've pointed this out before. People forget Kawhi played the playoffs hurt. Like from that Philadelphia 76ers series on, like he was not 100%. And so I think for us to constantly pick at Kawhi for this load management thing as if he's just sitting down to not play, I think is a bit unfair to circumstances he faced.
Yeah, I agree.
Especially given how regularly he is in fact injured. Yeah. So I've been guilty of saying, hey, load management doesn't work. Like Kawhi got injured at the end of the year. Or maybe Kawhi was trying to avoid injury because like something didn't feel right that day that he didn't play. Now I can't explain the first like month and a half of the season. It was bizarre. He played like 3 games, then sat 7, then played 2, then missed like 8. And I don't know if he was hurt or something didn't fit. I don't know what it was. Yeah. But then he comes back and he's an animal. Like he's vicious. Right. So I don't know what to do, but I've always kind of felt for Kawhi a little bit in that sense when it comes to load managing and him kind of being the poster child, I guess, for load management.
I agree, man. And for the most part, all these guys, when that happens, like they're hurt. Like they're hurt. Like people get on the Clippers and all this other stuff, and they just, for whatever reason, can't stay healthy. I remember watching that Podcast P episode with Jerry West there. Jerry West was like speaking about how frustrated he was because he sees these guys, when we talk about Kawhi and Paul George, he sees those two put in the work and try to get their games right, get their bodies right, and get them ready for a season. And then you get into the season and they just have the worst luck. Like they literally get hurt. Like they're not trying to. They're out there, playing as hard as they can, and they get injured. And he just talked about how frustrating that is and that was. And I think about that a lot. We talked about it numerous times with Bagley when he was here.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yeah, it sucks that he's hurt. He's not trying to get hurt where he can't play. So I always try to be at least aware and sensitive to those guys when they got to deal with that. And your point about Kawhi is 100% spot on.
We've got time. Let's head back out to Media Day with our very good friend, Sean Cunningham, who is making it feel like we can actually be there. Here's Mike Brown.
Feels good to be back, for sure. Yeah.
What's the message this year, would you say?
There were a couple of things that we talked about. The biggest thing, if there's one that I'd like to get out there, is our physicality has to start happening yesterday. We know we're a good team. How do we become a great team? And first and foremost, we have to understand that the enemy of the great is the good. So we can't get complacent. We got to be all in, and we got to continue building on our narrative that we laid the foundation for last year, continued with this summer with our connectivity and our work ethic, and now going forward, we got to build on it.
Where's the curiosity for you when you look at this roster and you enter training camp?
How we handle the expectations out there. I try to tell our guys that the expectations, especially from our fans, are high,
which they should be because we showed we were a good team last year. Even around the NBA world, the expectations are high. We went from, I think, one national TV game last year to 22. I ended up, I think, playing on 3 last year because the 2 that were added were, this team this team couldn't do it or that team couldn't do it, and so they went to us. So how do we handle expectations? And I tried to simply put it to our guys that, hey, we have to understand and acknowledge that, the expectations are high, but our fans' expectations are our reality. We expect to compete for a championship. So any of the noise that we hear out there, you best believe that we're trying to attain that and more.
And from a roster standpoint, you don't really have.
As far as Darren Fox this year.
Oh,
he was on a high level last year. Now he's, you're looking for him to hit that next plateau. What is your thoughts about him playing?
I tell you what, he was absolutely freaking great this summer. Not only with his development, but he was basically here every single day. Not just work on his game, but he was around all of our young guys, helping them elevate their game. He took Keegan under his wing on a daily basis and showed Keegan how to work, how to get better, as well as the other young guys when they got here too. So I'm excited about Foxy. He's just barely scratching the surface of who he can be as a player, which is scary. It should be scary for everybody else. But he's also showing the ability to lead and lead at a high level. When he talks, I told him this the other day. There have been some camps that the guys got together at, and at the end of the camp, I'm sitting there listening to them close the camp or end the day or whatever. And Foxy's always one of the guys that speaks up. And when he speaks, I'm 100% engaged now, because I'm holding on to every single word that he says because of his growth, his maturity in that department.
The media scrums are tough, boy. It's like the most vicious game of double dutch in history. You got to time that question. It's like you got to time that question perfectly. We'll come back with more coverage. Again, that video courtesy of our friend Sean Cunningham at Fox 40. We will continue to bring Media Day coverage from the Sacramento Kings Media Day to you. Our man James Ham is there.
Hammer.
We'll maybe talk to Ham live at Media Day. I'm not really sure. We're getting video sent to us from Media Day. We're going to preview those during the commercial break. CeeLo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm going to mute the mics just because I don't know what's said on these videos, so hang on one second. All right, she ain't saying nothing. I had to mute just in case there was some shit talking there. Oh, Lord. Damn. Jesus almighty. Fucking L's. Like, how?
I'm weak, bro.
Did you talk to your boy about him that night at Limelight? Oh man, you should have. You should have. Oh, he would have unloaded.
Oh, I didn't even get a chance to respond, but did we have a DX coming through with the tank situation last?
We were like, hey, the hell?
We would open the gate.
Yeah, that's what I would have said. We would have. You could have walked right in and sat across from me.
Oh man!
Did you watch the other video that he sent from Thailand?
Oh yes. Well, no. I read the story. I didn't watch the video.
Okay.
Watch the video. Watch the
The
video.
video is amazing. He tells me the story of like, yeah, my friend, something Thailand, and he's researching and he's watching this video, and then he hands me his phone, and I'm watching like, yo. Oh man.
One of these days, man, we all gonna be together.
I heard he be out there hoeing. Yo, that's what I heard.
Crazy.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard. He just be out there getting it in.
Oh man, come on, man. Come on.
Hey. Man, getting it in.
Who he pulling? Come on, man.
That's why he over there.
Nah, man, he paying, bro.
He
has to be. Yeah, there's no way he's
for
not.
sure.
Yeah, it has to be.
Yeah, for sure.
I thought he just pulling it off his
no
know,
chance.
For
off
sure.
his charisma.
No. His pocketbook.
You gotta pay extra.
Young Zell, what up? Young Zell album dropping tomorrow, right?
Yes,
Right,
sir.
Zell?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
man.
Olivia writing books, bro.
Shout out to
He's like, I got time for y'all shit no more. I gotta go write this book. Bro, you good?
I mean, I'm gonna be all right. I just gotta give it. It's NBA Media Day.
Yeah.
Something came across my timeline.
Okay.
When asked if the Bucks and the Celtics are favorites or championship favorites, Philadelphia 76ers center Joel Embiid said, "Who says they surpassed us?" Damn, Joe.
Oh.
Damn, Joe.
Somebody want to let him know?
Stop asking me stupid questions.
Damn, Joe.
Oh
man. Hey,
hey, it's cool, Joe.
First of all, the Celtics beat you. There's that.
Like they already passed you. Like you were like the 4th seed last year. 3rd, 4th.
Milwaukee was the 1 seed.
Boston was 2. I can't remember who 3.
No, it was
Maybe
Boston.
Philly?
They were Philly. Philly was
3.
All right, Joe. All right, man. Look, man, we gotta get. Where's my Stephen A? I need my Stephen A. camera. We need to get Joel Embiid out of Philadelphia.
What do they call it? Joel Embiid's got Stockholm syndrome, where you start to like, how do you say you start to relate to your kidnapper?
Hey, I'll be honest. Like Joe, I love Joe. So whatever. You'll get me the clip of Daryl Morey talking because that will be the only other media day we go to live. I want to hear what ridiculous nonsense that dude says because I know who's not at 76ers camp today.
Ooh. Wow. I want to see how this plays.
That man eating that man out there eating wings and he probably covered in glitter somewhere.
Do we get a I think we can win with James still this season, quote from Daryl Morey?
Yes. He's not gonna the player him.
Oh, he ain't gonna call him the player.
No, he's not gonna do that. Man was at the club, at the Bottle Girls, talking about Daryl Morey is a liar.
I was debating on whether we do this over at KSFM or not. I'm still not completely comfortable with what we do over there yet. So Kai, James, strip clubs, Atlanta, strip clubs. No. Now we could do that over there. That's the topic I don't want to do in front of this group. Who is this little white girl who all of the hip hop artists talk to?
Bobby.
Yeah, Bobby something.
Yeah, Bobby.
Who the hell is that?
Popped up out of nowhere and interviewed Drake one time. No, I think she
had interviewed a few people before.
I never seen her before Drake.
Yeah. So I saw stuff that she did before after the Drake thing came out. But then she was with was it Quavo or Offset?
Offset.
She was with Offset, and it was like, it's not for me. I don't understand what's happening. But who is this chick?
She just out there.
And for some reason, they put her on the pole.
Yeah, she was with what's my name, Sanuki,
in jeans.
Yeah,
like she wasn't dancing; she was just standing there, like she does on the podcast. And they was throwing money at her.
So there was. I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but I think it's Sanuki or
it's something like that. I don't
Sakani,
know. It's not in my lexicon, dude. I have no idea. I'm just like, what the hell is this?
Somebody like had a picture of her when she was at the VMAs. The guy said, "I could save her."
All right. So the answer is clear. No one knows who this woman is.
No, like I don't know where she came
She
from.
looks like a child.
I think she came from TikTok, I think. I think she started there. And
But
then she says she got like people to like get guests on her show. I don't know. It's like weird. I don't know. It's weird.
She looks like a child, but she's a 20-something-year-old woman. She's married, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know where.
All right. So no one knows.
The same place as Lil Tay.
Oh, that was crazy.
Lil Tay back making music videos.
Lil Tay was dead.
Yeah. Lil Tay was dead for a minute.
Wasn't. That situation is a little crazy.
That's a wild sentence. Lil Tay was dead. She said she wasn't.
I think she said her dad is the one who put that out there.
Yeah, she got some situations going on. But Lil Tay said she back. She getting money. She had this music video that came out. Lil Tay.
Social media is a scary place, bro.
It really is.
I don't understand. I guess I'm just not.
I don't know where Bobby came from.
I need to do more TikTok, I guess. The only people I like on TikTok are the people that do food reviews. I love
food reviews or the people who cook.
No, they make fun of food that people are making.
Oh,
like there's this one bearded dude who hella country. What we got going on here? And that's his line. And he said, okay. And if it's bacon, you got him. If it's anything else, and then there's the other lady who what's her line? Everybody's so creative. Like, I love that lady. She makes me laugh, like legitimately laugh when she watches the predominantly white people make food on
See,
TikTok.
I see the creators. I don't see the people who critique.
Oh, the people who critique are fire. And then once you like one, you just get served all of them. So what we got going on here? I love that guy and the everybody's so creative lady.
These little TikTok apps and the YouTube shorts, like that was made for food content.
Yeah, it sounds about right.
Yeah,
they do a good job. I feel like I can make anything after watching these people.
Yeah, and then I try to make it and learn that I in fact can't. Like, I can't make this. I have failed. I love when you ask somebody through text to come see you, come hang out, and they heart the tweet. They heart the text, which is code for no, I ain't going. I'm just acknowledging what you said.
I'm glad you're thinking of me as the
No, thanks for thinking of me, but ain't no chance I'm gonna be out there.
I'm big on the like button, hitting the like button, and then just not replying.
Yeah, and then just letting it sit. Just letting it sit. Back to our good friend Sean Cunningham. I guess James is a goddamn photographer today. He's taking pictures. He's posting them all over Twitter. Not an ounce of video in sight.
No, James is working. James has a different StreamYard thing he's working on.
Oh,
I've seen. I've been checking in the sound and stuff like that. He's had some people up there. So James is working on his own thing.
James is Okay, James, I wasn't familiar with the game. I apologize. Let's see what James got going on here. Oh, you know what? Ain't nobody stopped me from going into the studio right now. James has got something cooking over there. There's no reason I just couldn't pull up the studio on a separate screen and see what James is doing.
Are you ready?
But I won't. We'll just check in with our good friend Sean Cunningham. who has been our unofficial correspondent at Media Day today. Here's Kevin Herter.
Broad improvement of the game.
Yeah, kind of broad improvement. They got a pretty good look last year. Shots that they're getting offensively, the type of looks, how they used, and so I was able to really kind of hone in and practice a lot of those movements. And really just across board, just trying to become more efficient, better at what I had to do.
Fox shared at the end of last season that for the first time in his career, being eliminated really stung. Like the end of the season really stung for him. What was that sting like of being eliminated from the playoffs for you, and how has that motivated you, I guess, for this season?
Yeah, it always stings. If you don't make the playoffs, you always kind of wish you did, and you feel like you could have done better. And for us last year, there was so much positivity all year. Had a really good year, finished third seed, and then the first round exit. It feels like as much as everybody around us is telling us how great we did, it feels like it's a disappointment, at least inside the room. And so let's feel for this year motivation. Lost to a really good team, obviously, but I think the expectations for us internally last year were going that series and beyond.
What bothered season? You had mentioned that you wanted to get to another level of physical competition, especially with all the physicality of the playoffs. Do you feel like you got there? Do you feel like you're better prepared, kind of going into this season for the rigor?
Yeah, from where I started going into last season, definitely in a better spot. A lot of that is the way that we're going to play, how we want to play, and super fast pace, getting up and down, increase the physicality defensively, something I'm sure Mike talked about a couple seconds ago. So just across the board, everybody's got to be in really good shape for this to work at the highest level it's supposed to work at. And got to realize that.
What bothered you?
Like Sasha and Chris, what elements do they bring to this team that maybe you guys did not have last year?
Yeah, I mean, Sasha shoots the hell out of the ball. He's coming here all fall. He's broken all our shooting records that we had last year. He's somebody that's already been and picked up just as a shot maker, so he's really exciting. And Chris is a professional. Chris is just super solid on both sides of the ball. I think really injuries derailed him out in Indiana, but he's a really good player, and so he'll help us a lot. Both of them will.
When you talk about that kind of sting, I mean, is there something that bothers you in the way that this season ended, or if anything, and you look at it in its totality, or are you kind of at peace with it now?
No, I don't think it's something I've been thinking about all summer and had a poster on my wall, and it's been like, the Warriors, like get back at them. Like I said, just I think we had a lot of confidence in the locker room last year, a lot of expectations. We had a great season, and thought that was a winnable series for us, especially getting up 2-0 at home, and they're a championship team, so that's what they do. Obviously, I think if you ask a player on their team, they'd say they had more confidence, or their expectations were high. So just looking forward to going through it again this year. We get them at home, I think, for our home opener, and it should be a good game, and hopefully get off to a good start to the season.
Can you elaborate a little bit more on Sasha breaking team shooting records during the fall? Like, what that means specifically?
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of shooting drills we do as a team, stuff we do on off days, and if it comes in, he doesn't miss. So he's a couple of us have some work to do to try to catch up.
What do you make of the West, kind of what's happened over the summer, and just how competitive it's going to be?
A lot of teams have gotten better. On paper, at least it looks that way. A lot of teams have gotten better. Teams are getting healthier. It's tough. This is the West. This was the West. Even when I got traded here last year, the West was tough. And there were some teams that saw the injury bug, or a couple trades happened and things didn't pan out. And that really doesn't change what we do inside this building. I think we're really comfortable with the guys that we have coming back and having some continuity of last year and last season, and continue to just do what we do. The rest will take care of itself. But a lot of teams made a lot of changes for sure.
Big thanks again to Sean Cunningham. Sean Cunningham on one of those questions there. Also, you heard Deuce Mason, Matt George, and that was J.A. there at the end.
Man. Shout out to all my people over there on this Kings Media Day.
Wish we could be with you.
Yeah, it looks like a blast.
Looks like James is recording some interviews right now with audio that we'll be able to air. That we'll be able to air as the week progresses. Shout out to James. Shout out to James for knowing how to work the audio feature of an interview. We'll have video form of it as well. But James out there working hard.
Hey, give a shout out to our guy Cam Salerno, doing his thing. If you go to his Twitter page, looks like he may have, I'm big into this kind of stuff. May have gotten a look at the Kings New City Edition jerseys. I wanted to not like them. I think I like them.
Number's a little high.
I mean, it's not perfect, but I think I kind of like them.
They're cool. They're cool.
Yeah. I wanted to not like them, but all right with me.
I love that the critique was the number was a little high. Oh, here it is.
See it? Look at
I
that number.
understand what he's
Look
talking
how tall the number is, or how high.
That blue, man. That blue's a winner.
That blue's cold. I don't.
Sorry for the radio audience.
I'm very sorry for the radio.
This is a pool. Then they have.
I don't know how I feel about it.
They had another jersey similar to this. I think back.
It's
in
the
Rochester.
Royals jersey, right? It's the old Royals jersey.
Because they got a couple Royals. They got one that says Royals across the way, but I think this one goes. They have.
They had a Royals that was up and down.
Yeah, I think they had
that's.
that one as well.
Yeah, so
It
it's
says
the
Kings.
It's the beautiful blue. As I interrupted Kenny. It says Kings down. If you could picture the old Royals jersey that came out during the Bibby years, because I had a Bibby one, so it was definitely during the Bibby. I think I had all the Mike's jerseys, just because people thought I was Mike Bibby from time to time, because my hair used to be short. That happened.
Heard that.
You didn't hear? I didn't tell that story being at the Monarchs game, because I used to have a very nice seat at the Monarchs games, and this kid runs up to me with a pen, and this is like I'm D-Lo, I'm the morning show host at KSFM. I'm a big deal. Can I have your autograph? Yeah, little tiger. Here you go. And I hand it back, and he looks at me. You're Mike Bibby, right?
What did you say?
The hell out of my face. Yeah, I told him to get the hell out of my face.
See, I would have said, yes, kid, I am Mike Bibby.
I didn't tell the kid to get the hell out of my face. I wouldn't do that. Wanted to. Didn't, just said nobody. He goes, oh. Probably threw the paper away and ran back upstairs to a seat.
That's not as my story isn't as funny as that one. I told you about the time this pro boxer thought I was part of the money team and tried to negotiate a fight. It was Trout.
Austin Trout. Yeah, it's Austin Trout.
It wasn't him. It was his team, like his promoter, his coach. They thought I was part of the money team. It was trying to say, "Yo, we ready. Get us in there." I was like, "What are you telling me for?" They kept saying, "It's like, oh, he thinks I make the fights."
Closest I ever got to that was doing a street team event for KSFM, and people were trying to give me their mixtapes to play on the radio.
Oh yeah. Oh man,
bro, I'm so low on the totem pole here. Like I don't even know what to do with this.
So there was one. There was one I was at where brother comes over and hands this CD to me, and he's talking to me, and he's like, I'm engaged in this conversation. He's telling me about his music, and like he's got me like captivated. And I'm listening, and he hands me the CD, and I'm holding on to the CD, and I'm just locked into everything this dude is saying to me. And he finishes, and I'm kind of like, I'm just looking at him. I was like, bro, are you Brother Lynch? He's like, yeah. And so that started another discussion. But his dude handed his CD to me like he was like, yo, brother, we know you out here.
Yeah, come
but
on, man.
yeah, he handed me that CD and gave me the whole story. And I'm just listening to him talk like, I think this is Brother Lynch. But Brother Lynch probably wouldn't approach me this way. Like his approach to me is kind of weird, but I'm like captivated by it. Brother Lynch.
Maybe that's who gave me the
Brother
CD.
Lynch didn't think I was Mike Bibby, though.
That's a good one.
It's actually annoying me how funny you find that.
No, I never heard that one. That was funny. That was a funny one.
I think Jill is schooling us on something. I just saw a message come through for
People are saying they like the old Royals joints better than these new Kings ones. I don't know. I think I'm on the other side. I like that Royal blue.
I like
man.
the blue.
Come on, man.
Yeah, I like the blue.
Crazy.
Jill says, reminder, it's the 100-year anniversary, and that's why they're doing the city jerseys the way that they are. That feels really aggressive from Jill. Remember, per my last email, it's the 100-year anniversary. That's why they're doing the city jerseys the way that they are. 100 years of royalty. I actually like that. Let me put Jill's tweet up. I like that.
Yeah, I'm with it.
Shout out to the Kings for putting out good unis too, because it's looking a little rough this season in the NBA.
I'm trying to think if I've seen anybody else's.
The Mavs have a bad one.
That's probably always trash.
It was the Mavs and I think Atlanta.
Oh,
they're horrible.
Did they debut him today?
No, it was one of those leaked ones, like leaked messages or tweets or whatever we saw last week.
I like that. I like that jersey we just saw. The blue one.
The Kings joint?
Yeah.
I don't know what people talking about. I like it. Let me see.
I don't know why this picture is funny to me, but there's Sasha in the Kings uniform. I think it's funny partly because James Ham took that picture. I don't know. I'm not sure what it is, but I didn't watch the show, but like Sasha looks like a Game of Thrones character.
That tracks. That's good.
That checks out.
Yeah, that's
okay.
good. That's solid.
Okay, that's good. All right, I feel relevant now, even though I never.
Oh yeah,
watched
throw a
the
little
show.
Knights outfit on him or whatever. He's there. Season 5.
Okay.
Oh, he could have been on Force.
Oh, he absolutely could have been on Force. He definitely could have gone after Tommy Egan at some point. He absolutely could have gone after Tommy Egan at one point. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Jill, I was just kidding. Jill was like, no, it wasn't at you. I said, no, Jill, it was funny. I read Jill's email with a certain tone. She was trying to help us out. Let's see if we got any more videos from our man Sean Cunningham. Like, I see Keegan's talking. Oh, come on, man. Look at James Ham, the new Rachel, the photographer.
The new Rachel.
I love these pictures. I love these pictures they have these dudes take. Look at our man JaVale McGee in Kings uniform. Come on, man.
JaVale, welcome, baby. Welcome.
I'm so hyped about JaVale McGee being on this team. There's 2 guys we need on the show this year. The first one is obvious. The most obvious, I think, is Malik. And I think we need JaVale.
Oh, yeah.
Those are and the Kings have been wonderful in terms of getting people on our show. Those are our top 2 priorities. Malik and JaVale.
Oh, yeah, that's off the air conversation.
Okay. Well, we can have an on the air conversation. we can have an on the air conversation. By the way, Sean Cunningham clearly rocking the new iPhone 15. Like, he's got like 4.
Did you get yours?
Yeah, it's right here.
How you like it?
It's dope. Yeah, it's lighter. It's a very different phone. I mean, externally, it's a different phone. Like, everything else of it is exactly the same, but it's much lighter. And I'm living that thug life too.
Oh, no screen
No,
protector.
no,
Case
no.
protector?
Calm down. There's a screen
No
protector
case?
on it. There's no case on it.
Man, I wish it was a little safer to not have a case. I like the feel without the case.
Yeah.
But yeah, I couldn't do that.
Especially with this phone, given it being like thinner and lighter. Yeah, it's dope.
That's how they be talking on the phones in the TV shows and
ain't never
no
you ain't
case.
never seen a case on a TV show.
It looks sleek and everything. Also, real
Probably
quick,
Apple probably gave him the phone.
Shout out to the writer strike ending. I was really happy.
Is it official?
I think they're still working some kinks out, but I think it's
Oh, I know
The writers are done. Like, that's good, I think.
talk shows are back. Like, I think
the night show
Jimmy
stuff?
Kimmel
Yeah.
and Jimmy Fallon are
I saw a
tonight.
commercial for
Yeah.
Fallon. So yeah, man, I was that bothered me more than I thought it would. It's like, man, come on, man. Like, I like
Yeah, they
the art
canceled
of-
Heels and Winning Time. I finally finished Winning Time. Well,
I haven't.
I'm saving it for the right moment. I want to see the
haven't
Celtics lifting up the trophy. and all
that's
that.
tough. That
Oh,
is
please.
a tough finish
Netflix,
to that
get in here.
series.
I hope nobody ever picks that show up.
That is a tough
Netflix,
finish to
get
that
in here,
series.
man.
And the whole thing at the very end that they threw in after they knew, oh, you're not saving anything.
A whole show about the Lakers trying to catch the Celtics because they're a second-rate franchise, and then you
Damn.
lose with the Celtics winning it. Oh gosh!
Yes, he does. Look,
Wow!
Hey, man, I ain't
You
gonna
got to
defend
put up a
nobody.
graphic that says the
Wow.
Lakers won 2 of the 3 matchups. Like, it ends with Larry Bird walking
keep
off.
telling me how you guys are the top franchise in the league, though, playing catch up your whole lives.
Brutal.
Embarrassing.
Absolutely brutal.
I don't like the Celtics talk.
You don't
I
got to
really care
acknowledge. You don't
about
got to
the
acknowledge. You don't got to like us, but at least acknowledge what we are.
Y'all didn't win one championship since cable came out.
That's fine. We've been to 3 or whatever. Like, you lose, you win. So that's what happens when you're up there. Shout out to Laker
How many
fans.
y'all
though.
been to? Y'all been to 2?
Since that little
No, been to 3. Been to 3.
3, yeah.
Yeah, Lakers, you guys split, and then this one with the Warriors.
Oh, that's right. That's right. They did have 2. The game 7. They did have 2 against the Lakers. Yeah, that's tough. I didn't realize the writer strike got you like that.
Yeah, because I like shows. Like I didn't want the rest of our life to be reality shows. You know what I mean? Like I like shows or like movies. Like all this stuff was gonna be gone. And I didn't think it was gonna get done. I thought these production companies or whatever were just unfortunately like thought they were just gonna bleed these people out. You know what I mean? And say we can do Monday Night Football and reality TV. Like we don't need shows. But at one point in time I wanted to be an actor. So I like theater. You know, I like people bringing stories to life. So I was happy to see that at least one of the strikes are done and they're working towards the other one, I guess.
Did you see? I can't remember exactly where I got it from. Did you see the numbers that Sunday Night Football did last night?
No, but I'm sure they were mammoth.
It's like 27 million.
Wow. I mean,
why? Is this because
it is?
It is. Wow.
And I can't deny the
numbers,
but
like they're tuning in for that.
It's ridiculous. You know what?
Yo,
I'm not
if that's true, that's crazy.
I'm not even gonna say that. I'm gonna just say it's not for me. It's not for me. I'm not. I have no interest
NBC
in Taylor Swift.
Sunday Night Football.
I don't even have any interest in Travis Kelce.
Taylor Swift is like that. I don't listen to Taylor Swift, but she's icon. She's top of the top.
Can't deny it.
I just feel left out. I'm going to take Trey Lyles off the screen. We'll hear from Trey Lyles in a few minutes. So opening night, I don't know that I'll be able to get all of them. We should be opening night did 22 million. That's just for context. Was Jets Dallas? That wasn't a Sunday Night Football game, was it?
No, it was just afternoon.
Yeah, this is going to be a little harder to dig through the page that I happen to click on. But for 22 million, and that was the Thursday night game, but it was Sunday Night Football. It was NBC. 5 million more for the Jets who died on opening night. Hey, to Taylor Swift and her fan base, I apologize. I did not know y'all rolled like that.
No, I know how they roll.
I did not know y'all rolled like that.
Like I said, it's just not for me. She's not bringing me to the TV.
It's not her. It's Travis Kelce. I called Travis Kelce last week the biggest, oldest, healthiest, and wealthiest Make-A-Wish kid in history. Because he doesn't look like a dude who's dating somebody. He looks like a dude who gets to hang out with his favorite pop star.
No, I mean, I shouldn't say this. I don't know. I was about to say, I think he's definitely doing this as a career move. That's how I feel. Like maybe they do get married. I don't know, but I'd be surprised if it lasts. Travis Kelce is making a career move.
Join the club. This is a work.
I was going to say one, it's working.
Absolutely.
Two, D'Lo and Joe Budden will return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 13. So more coverage of Media Day on the way. All kidding aside, more coverage from Media Day. You'll hear Trey Lyles when we return here on ESPN 1320.
All right, man.
Yeah.
All right, man. We talking today, man. We talking today.
Show some respect.
I don't even have my timer here. I don't even know if I need it. And I forgot to get my drink, but that's okay. It's all right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand. Shout out to the dope ones, my people over there. Shout out to Cola Sea Moss. Go to colasseamoss.com. Go get some of that. I usually have that strawberry lime joint or the pineapple. Those are my two favorite. Go cop that, man. colasseamoss.com. Big ups. Over the weekend, we had another one of a long list this year of great fights in front of us with Canelo Alvarez taking on Jermell Charlo in an undisputed versus undisputed matchup. Jermell Charlo undisputed at 154, Canelo Alvarez undisputed at 168. And let's be honest with you here. You guys know I said Jamel Charlo was going to beat Canelo. I've been saying that for like 5 years at this point. As the fight got closer, as the fight was made to a certain degree, I don't feel the same way about the Charlos that I used to, but I'm talking about this 3-4 years. I'm not going to go back on it now. I picked the Charlos to win, or picked Jamel Charlo to win. It was one-way traffic. I mean, it was evident from the start of the fight that them lights were too big for Jamel. And that's always a factor when you go up against somebody like Canelo, because them lights hit a little different with a guy like Canelo, with a guy like Floyd, with a guy like Manny. It's not your regular pay-per-view. It's not Showtime Championship boxing. Them lights are different. And Mel wasn't ready for them lights. And then when you talk about actual boxing, Mel didn't have any kind of pop to make Canelo think twice at all. At all. You know, Canelo was like, I'll take whatever you got to offer. I'll walk through that and I'm gonna deliver my shots. And it was easy work for Canelo. He had a knockdown. I think it was in the 7th round, where I have this thing, like I said, I scored a fight. There wasn't a whole lot going on. I think Mel was doing good defensively, blocking shots and things of that nature. I know Canelo's strategy is to hit the arms and all this other stuff, but I don't really give points for that. You got to connect. So there was a scoring situation where it was closer on my card than anybody else in the world, to be honest with you. But that didn't dictate how much of a domination it was by Canelo. He dominated that fight. And Mel just didn't have a chance. Mel also wasn't there to win the fight. And that's another thing that bothered me. He was there to survive. He was there to get that check. And then he's going to go back and try and face Terrence Crawford. I said it before. The Charlos, they're not the same. They're not the same guys. I think it's the end of the road for both of them. And the whole Lions only thing, they're not Lions no more, man. I think it's different. I think if Mel fights Terrence Crawford, I think Terrence Crawford beats him. I think Tim Tszyu beats Jamel Charlo. We're not even talking about that. And then we'll talk about it more as the week goes along. But what's next for Canelo Alvarez? He says he doesn't care who he fights. He'll fight anybody. All right. I know what I better see on Cinco de Mayo. I'll talk about it as the week goes along. I know what I better see on Cinco de Mayo. You talking about you don't care and you'll fight anybody. There's only one fight people want to see from you right now, and it ain't no Dimitri Bivol. It's the 13th round.
Y'all keep calling out these fighters for Canelo like he just doesn't, like, they don't even belong in the same ring as him. Charlo does not belong in the same ring as Canelo, and people thought he'd do.
You know what? The funny thing about that, though, that we do overlook, and like I said, I'm not going to go back. I said Mel was going to win the fight. I was wrong about that. But we do overlook that the guy was 2 weight classes smaller than Canelo.
Who cares? He took the fight.
But
the fight.
Look, when Canelo fighting Bivol, he daring to be great.
Hey,
he daring to be great.
I didn't say all that. I said he fought Bivol and he got his ass kicked. I can only say what I said or whatever. All right, hey. Charlo didn't belong in there. You guys, the people talk about Benavidez. Benavidez just has power. If this is the Canelo that fights Benavidez, Canelo's beating him.
I'm telling you right now. Number one, that's the whole point. Benavidez got power. Charlo didn't have the power to make him back up. Benavidez gonna make him.
I'm telling you right now,
Benavidez gonna say that you're gonna do the same thing Bivol did, except he's probably gonna hurt Canelo.
Nah, I'm telling you, he beats Benavidez.
Nobody beats Benavidez.
Canelo does.
Nobody beats him.
He beats him if it goes the full fight.
It's not even a knock on Canelo. You just know how I feel about Benavidez.
And that's fine, but like I said, they talked up Plant, they talked up Charlo. Those guys didn't even belong in the same ring. Canelo might be losing a step, but he's still better than all these guys left.
He ain't better than Benavidez. He ain't better.
Do we have Monday Night Football tonight?
No,
Is
we
that
do
why
not.
these breaks are long? Oh.
And also, Jesse can also co-sign this. Jesse, you know how long, ever since we've been talking about, you know, I said I like Canelo.
Yeah.
Canelo's cool. I just always wanted
I don't
him
think
to
you
fight
hate
the
Canelo.
fights. I always wanted him to fight the fights. He's fighting the fights now. I ain't got nothing to say. He's fighting the fights.
All right.
Did you watch the fight?
No. I was watching
you
you,
didn't miss
though.
anything.
No, I was following your time. I guess it was a big fight.
It was a major fight.
It was
one-way
following your
traffic,
timeline.
though. Canelo, Jesse said it during the break, during the 13th round. He was right. I mean, Charlo had no business being in there with Canelo. Well, that version of Charlo, because he didn't care about winning the fight at all. He didn't.
You could tell dude looked checked out the whole fight.
He didn't even. He was like, let me block the punches so I don't get knocked out. Because, I mean, he didn't really have nothing on his face. He just got knocked down that one time. but he wasn't trying to bring nothing offensive. It was bad showing by Mel Charlo. Those guys are done. The Charlos are cooked, and I used to love the Charlos, but they're cooked.
Oh,
they're done.
Okay.
Cinco de Mayo, we going to Vegas. Jesse, we going, bro.
I'm down for that.
If Canelo takes the fight, he say he'd fight anybody. I want to see the fight. That's the one.
What's the fight?
Canelo versus David Benavidez.
That's the one.
Casey and his people want to see Canelo fail so much. So they think Benavidez can beat him, but it's not going to happen.
I think that's the fight. That's what boxing is about. You got the GOAT of Mexican boxing going up against the young up and comer. That's what we want to see. That's what we want to see. That's the one right there.
I want to see it too. So yeah, I'm making plans to deal. We'll be in Vegas next Cinco de Mayo.
No. You two can go to Vegas.
I never come out. Come on, I never come out.
Who's gonna run the board?
Charlie. We hired Kyle Madsen. We're good. We don't have those problems anymore. Come on, I never come out. Dude, come on, hang out.
We do have Kyle Madsen. All right. If Jesse goes, I'll go.
Since we can't go to the Super Bowl, there ain't no place to stay.
Well, there's not.
Can't go to the Super Bowl. Can't go to Media Day. Can't do nothing out here.
Can't even go to Summer League.
Well, that's a whole different. None of these issues are related to each other, by the way. These are all completely separate issues. I've had Trey Lyles on this screen like 4 times. Let's hear from Trey Lyles, courtesy of Sean Cunningham at Fox.
How much you connect with Fox, how much his coaching staff meant to you. How's it feel to be back?
It feels amazing. Like you just said, coaching staff, team, front office, fans, everybody in general. Made me feel at home here the last year and a half, and I'm just ecstatic to be back and be a part of this again.
Was there a sigh of relief? I mean, did you expect to be back?
Honestly, like I said in my exit interview, it was my number one priority to come back. And, I'm glad we were able to get the deal done, and I'm here where I feel like I was wanted, and felt like I had a good relationship with everybody and solidify myself on the team. So I'm just excited to be here.
You had a post recently on all the books that were up there. Were those books that you were looking forward to, or books that are in the rear view?
Yeah, those are books that I'm gonna try and get through this season. Just a couple of them, and just roll out a book club hopefully here in the next couple of weeks and get that going and get some fans involved and pick some books going off of them as well.
How many did you complete over the summer?
Honestly, I saved all my summer reading for the season.
Cool.
So I'm gonna try to get through at least 15 this year and go from there.
What's your confidence level right now compared to this time last year?
I'd say it's probably a lot higher. The work I put in this summer on my body, just shooting the ball and getting in the best shape possible. I know a lot of guys say that, but for me, that's really what I focus on is shooting and my conditioning. So I feel a lot better mentally and confidence-wise going into this season.
You played the 4 and the 5 last year. What are you anticipating this season in terms of those 2 spots?
Honestly, I'm just excited to go out there and play. I've said it years past, and I'll continue to say it. Whatever the team needs from me, if they need me to play center, if they need me to play power forward, whatever gets me on the court or keeps me on the court, I'm ready and able to do that.
I haven't had those conversations yet.
Nah, I'm just we just looking forward to training camp.
So you got engaged this summer?
I did. I got engaged.
How fun was that? Congratulations!
Thank you. It was amazing. 2 athletes coming together it's wonderful. We push each other, and she's my rock. So I'm happy that we were able to do that, and look forward to our future together. Soccer. Yeah.
You mentioned both being athletes. I'm curious maybe how you guys help each other during some of the tough times. She's been through struggles too. How much do you lean on her during that?
Honestly, our past and our professional careers have been quite similar. This is my 15. She's on her 15. She's been in the league, I want to say 7 years now, and this is my 9th. So we've kind of had, we know the struggles of being a professional athlete, the ups and downs. So it's easy and it's nice to have somebody that's been through what you've been through, and you guys can have those conversations, hold each other accountable, and push one another. And it's 2 competitive people,
So we're always on one side with one another.
Kevin just shared with us Sasha Vezenkov coming in and breaking some team records with shooting drills and stuff like that. Have you been involved with that? Have you seen that? What do you think about the shooting front court of this team this year?
I think adding him to the team is a great depth in our shooting area. He can definitely shoot. Coming in and like you said, breaking a couple of those records already. So it just shows that he's capable and it's going to transition over here. So I think everybody, including him, is just excited to have him a part of the team.
You talked about your conditioning coming into this season last year. I mean, you had made big strides. Is this even better? How much better from previous?
Yeah, it's a lot better. Conditioning and strength overall is two of the things that I focused on. Me and my trainer, we really got after it this summer. Conditioning, being the number one thing, and then weight training and staying in shape physically. Strong enough to guard the bigger guys and stuff like that, but quick enough to stay with the smaller guys as well. So I feel good.
Trey Lyles right there. You heard Jake Gaden. Jake was the one who asked how fun his engagement was. And I don't know why that question made me laugh, but just knowing Jake loves love. And so for him to ask, hey, how fun was your engagement? I don't know why that made me laugh. You heard Deuce Mason, Sean Cunningham, Matt George, all there on that Trey Lyles video.
Yeah, it looks like such a fun time.
It does.
There.
I don't know. Haven't been there. Literally have to miss it every single year.
Trey Lyles, man, this Kings team, they just stacked, bro. Like
they really are.
There's guys like Chris Duarte that I forget about. Sometimes I forget, just because we haven't seen them, or you're trying to think about the roster. You're like, oh yeah, Sas was there. Damn, you're getting this dude EuroLeague MVP who could shoot the lights out, who was EuroLeague MVP, being like the best team on one of the best teams in the league. Now he's gonna be like the guy people might help off of. So he's just gonna get wide open shots, wide open catch and shoot shots. It's gonna be target practice.
Yeah,
this team.
I hope so.
This team is tough, man.
I hope so.
This team is tough. I think people are slipping, and I think,
bruh, look at the television screen. Look at your man's. Jimmy is wild. Jimmy got the hair pulled in front of his eyes. Yo, your boy Jimmy is special.
He's funny, man.
He is special.
I think I was tapping in last week and I might have missed it because I was just doing other stuff. But was some ESPN people trying to talk about the Kings about to fall off on a pod or something?
Yeah. Yeah, it was your boy Bontemps.
I should have known.
Yeah, it was your boy Bontemps.
Should have known.
McMahon. I think Windhurst was the only one who was like, I think you're both wrong.
They were they were just gonna fall off, like they weren't real.
No, they didn't say that. Neither one of them said that. And I think even Pelton had them falling off. I don't remember if I think he's with ESPN. But yeah, the pod Bontemps started it. The idea was it was like boom or bust or something like that. And they're in on the Pacers, they're in on Oklahoma City, they were out on Memphis, and they were out on Sacramento. And the idea was, and stop me if you've heard this before, they were too healthy, and they can't possibly be that healthy again. Their offense can't possibly replicate what they did last year without being able to stop anyone, because if their defense replicates what it did, their offense can't possibly be that good. So they're going to fall off. They also claimed that the Sacramento Kings had the opportunity to improve this offseason and chose to just run it back with Harrison Barnes and the Domantas Sabonis extension.
Oh my gosh.
Kenny Caraway, your thoughts on Tim Bontemps and Tim McMahon?
Why do they do why do they do this? Why do they do this is the problem that I have in situations like this with Bontemps and Tim McMahon. Hey, fine, man. I don't know them like that. I just know some of the ridiculous things that they got to say. The only thing that's worse than because people bring it up a lot about the Christian McCaffrey trade, and ESPN gave it a C- when it happened. The only thing that's worse is Tim Bontemps saying the Sabonis trade was a D, and then saying, "Oh, I guess I'll give it a C- now."
Yeah, that was trash.
That's the only thing worse than the Christian McCaffrey. And it might be even, to be honest with you, because Christian McCaffrey might win the MVP. That's crazy. And the 49ers might win the Super Bowl. But this whole notion of they had an opportunity to get better and decided to stand pat. I'm sorry. Did Giannis say he wanted to come to the Kings and they said no?
No, he did.
We're not going to sign him.
He did not.
Did and take your pick? Did Jokic say, "Hey, I want to come to the Kings," and they said, "No, we'd rather re-sign Sabonis"?
That didn't happen.
We talking about Kyle Kuzma.
I know.
We talking about Jeremy Grant.
Which there was no way Jeremy Grant's coming here if you saw the contract that he got.
Thank you. We talk. Who was the other one? OG Anunoby, who you have to acquire and trade. Who apparently you'd have to give up Fox, Sabonis, and Keegan to get OG Anunoby.
We'll revisit it. You could just answer yes and no. Have you seen what went on in Toronto today?
A little bit. I saw Pascal said a little something.
This is bad. It is bad in Canada.
They're looking like a mess.
They got Drake. They better hope Drake's album hits, because if they don't, we just got to disown ourselves from Canada. It's all bad right now. The Kings aren't going to Vancouver to play this game if this album isn't hot on Friday, because this stuff that's going on in Toronto is rough. Absolutely rough.
Like, what are these guys talking about, though?
You know,
do they even know what they're talking about?
I understand, because I shared your frustration, and people think adding Kyle Kuzma makes them better. And I paraphrased one of your Bill Walton, John Wooden quotes.
It's a great one too.
Where, again, it's paraphrasing, but y'all take movement and mistake it for improvement.
Put a hip hop spin on it.
Yeah, like y'all, you think just because they went and made a move that they got better. Whether you'd be quick to kill them if the move doesn't work out, but you think that going to spend more money for a Kyle Kuzma or for any particular player that may have been on the market, a Kelly Oubre, you can run through 50 different guys that were available and that we talked about here on this show, when in reality, the best thing for this team was to do what they did. Now, if the options, with all due respect, wasn't Kyle Kuzma, if it was OG Anunoby on the market, not held hostage by Pascal Siakam, or not held hostage by Masai Ujiri, then I'd feel different. I'd be like, I'd really like to see the Kings go after him. We'd know if they did or they didn't, right? We would know. But the players that were available, who the Sacramento Kings may or may not have talked to, it's not that serious, especially when you saw the price tag attached to it. Especially when Jeremy Grant's, but again, look at the price tags now. Kuzma, Grant, look at all of those guys who signed, and look at what the Kings did with Harrison Barnes, and all of these. And, you know, I think James used to point this out, how everyone changed their tone regarding Domantas Sabonis. Oh, this whole thing is a failure if Domantas Sabonis doesn't re-sign. And then Domantas Sabonis re-signs because of creative way that Monte McNair never allowed him to hit the market. What'd they do that for? It's not like he was going to leave. Oh, wait a minute, bro. Wait, bro, you're the same guy who said this whole thing will blow up in the Kings' face if Domantas Sabonis leaves.
Yeah.
Now you're saying, why did they re-sign him when they did after a season of saying he's not very good?
I'd like to talk to Bon Sims. I just want to know what you're thinking.
Your boy Hammer is good buddies with him.
I talked to him.
I told him
to Bon Sims because I need to understand like his thinking. I don't understand it. It doesn't make sense.
I told him to make Bontemps the guest on the happy hour. We just ask all our questions off the record.
Off the record, man. Like I said, I don't understand the things that he
James
says.
knows I just recite that the next day. He knows there's no way. Ain't no way.
The things that he says in regards to the Kings, like, you can have your opinion. It's whatever. I don't care. You know, everybody, I can think what I want. He can think what he wants. But I feel like the things that I say about this team make sense, make logical sense. I don't understand anything that Tim Bontemps is saying about this team. I just don't get it. They talking about they had an opportunity to improve. What were you gonna do? What were you gonna do? What was the move? OG Anunoby for Fox and Sabonis? Because that was the asking price.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
sounds like.
What are you talking about, man? And just think, if the Kings would have paid Jeremy Grant what he got in Portland, they'd kill them for that. Overspend on Jeremy Grant, or Kyle Kuzma, all this other like. I just need consistency. That's all. Like the Kings. There's a lot of people who think they'll fall back, or I can understand. I understand people's thinking of that. I don't agree, but I can understand it. Kings came out of nowhere. You need to see them do it again. That doesn't bother me at all. They got to go out there and prove it again.
So that bothers me a little bit, because y'all didn't say that with Memphis.
Well, that's the other.
Y'all didn't say that with some of these other teams who start their ascension.
No, you're 100% correct. That's you're being logical. You're looking at the rest of the league and the league history. It's like, when does that happen?
Mm-hmm.
When has a team made the playoffs and then all of a sudden gone back to a bottom 5 team in the league the next year? That's not how it works. Like, if the team is good, they're usually, even in the worst case scenario, like Charlotte Hornets, like they were at least making the first round of the playoffs consistently and losing in the first round, but they were there. They didn't just go, first round of the playoffs and with Kemba and all that, and then just nothing. Like, and the Kings are way better than those Hornet teams. But if anybody wants to make that argument, I understand it. I'm not going to fight you on that. Like, I get it. But the rationale behind it, it's not adding up. Just because they were healthy, well, they're just going to
not be healthy. Yeah.
We adding Bontemps to the Draymond Green dinner?
No, he can't come to dinner. Bontemps. No, James has to be the mediator for the Bontemps conversation.
Do a Bontemps lunch.
He can have brunch. We'll take Bontemps to Solomon Vinyl.
Oh, they're there. You can have a good time there.
Mike Brown, Luke Lout, Sasha Vezenkov, and Davion Mitchell. If this were Jeopardy, Kenny would say, who are the people that James Ham has talked to today? James Ham has talked to all of those people we just mentioned. I'm not exactly sure when or where you'll hear those, but they are being recorded, and we'll probably start running them tomorrow on the Insiders, and maybe rerunning the conversations here with us later in the day. But I'll work with James on all of that stuff later. But James is hard at work at Media Day as the sole representative of ESPN 1320.
One-man wolf pack.
He's out there going to work for us. Got Mike Brown, Luke Lout, Sasha Vezenkov, and Davion Mitchell. We'll check in with James Ham. We might check in with James Ham in about 20 minutes or so. But if he's doing interviews, we won't. So James knows the deal. He'll log on and we'll talk. I absolutely do not mean this to come across anyway. Just want to put it to a, family vote.
Mm-hmm.
Do y'all want to hear from Jeremy Lamb? Excuse me.
Sure, it's Media Day.
Okay, check that. Scratch that. With all due respect to Jeremy Lamb, how about Davion Mitchell?
Yes.
Okay. How about Davion Mitchell?
Jeremy.
Our man Sean Cunningham just posted the media scrum with.
You did a lot of traveling.
Yeah.
Where'd you go?
Where did I go? Went to Spain, Costa Rica. I just came from Puerto Rico. LA, of course, Miami, Texas. Went back to Baylor. And here in Texas. Been traveling though. And I went home, of course. Got to go home. Yeah.
Always easy to find a gym, or is it tough even in some of those countries?
Honestly, I only go if I know I got a gym. You know what I'm saying? I ain't going if I can't find a gym. I ain't trying to get there. Then the gym times are bad, so I only go if I know I got a gym already situated and scheduled.
What was maybe the biggest motivation that you used in this offseason, and other than getting tattoos that look really great?
Appreciate it. I think the biggest motivation, for me, is just losing the first round of playoffs. Knowing that we had a chance to get to the next round, and we don't know where we went after that. But we had a really good team. We're rolling, but losing that kind of help me and help our team just a better motivation for this season.
Jacob, do you feel like this a big year for you? Going to your third year, and you just gonna take it one day at a time.
Yeah, one day at a time, man. You there's already a lot of pressure in the league. Just pressure that we get from just making the playoffs and trying to do it again. So try not to put too much pressure on myself and my teammates. So just kind of take one day at a time.
We've seen the offseason videos that you've been posting, the work that you've been putting in. Looking back to where you came in the league versus now coming into year 3, how much different does it feel? How much more confident are you? How different is it?
Oh, it's a lot different. I think that after being around a lot of vets in the league and seeing the league just kind of being more consistent in the work, kind of not just going to the gym anytime you feel like it, kind of just being consistent. If you're gonna go at one time, just be consistent throughout the whole summer. That's kind of been my thing, consistency, and just learning little things like that, and it's helped my body a lot. I'm not as tired no more because when I was a rookie, I was just going to the gym all day and I'd be exhausted. But just learning things like that has definitely helped my game out a lot.
You mentioned on social media that you might be changing your shoe game this year.
Shoe game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Explain the reason for that. Is it just a comfortability thing, or is it a style thing? Or
it's funny because it's kind of like in college. When I was my freshman year, I didn't really buy any shoes. My sophomore year, I didn't really buy any shoes. And then my third year, I was like, man, I'm gonna just switch it up a little bit. I don't really spend my money on nothing else, so I'm just spending on some shoes that I like. So it's kind of just been my thing this year.
You wanted to obviously concentrate a lot on your shooting. Is it at a acceptable level for you, or is it still a little too early to tell?
Nah, I love it. I've been working on it every day. Of course, there's always gonna be improvements, no matter who the shooter is. But just been adding little tweaks like that, little things that's helped me a lot. Just being consistent, using the technology that we have here. Helping me be consistent, talking to other great shooters, helping me be consistent, and little things like that.
Sac has been waiting for a while to get playoff experience. Now that you've experienced that, how has what you went through in the playoffs impacted or changed your game in any way?
Changed my game. I would just say that playing in the playoffs, they kind of exploit your weaknesses. Every team does it. You see it from the championships. The people that won the championship Denver, they exploit everyone's weaknesses. And the Warriors kind of exploited my weakness a little bit, and I was a shooting last year. So that's like I said, it helped me motivate for this season. They can't exploit that because that's kind of trying to be one of my strengths this year.
Is that almost a good thing to have those weaknesses exploited so you can?
For sure. It's kind of like losing. You always learn from losing. If you win all the time, you ain't gonna never learn anything. So it's kind of helped me out a lot.
You have a lot of continuity on this team, but of the changes that you have, is there one of the faces on this team that you're like, wow, I can't believe he's here?
Can't believe he's here. I wouldn't say can't believe no one's here because you know how the NBA is now today. You don't never know. But I would say the person that really is probably going to help us out a lot is JaVale McGee. That veteran presence, also defensively presence, rebounding, things that will help Domas out, especially in practice when he guards him. Is going to be kind of tough for Domas because he's a bigger. He's strength. He's strong and he's athletic, so he's going to kind of make Domas even better. Just kind of like me and Fox a little bit. I think that he made my game a lot better. I made him a little bit better just because we're competing every day. So when you have someone like JaVale McGee who knows the game, who played against the Jokic's in the league, he can teach Domas some little things that can help Domas in the league. So, I think JaVale McGee is definitely going to be a big piece of it.
I'm gonna pause Davion and the crew right there and point out two things. We'll come back and we'll hear the rest of what Davion had to say. His hair is phenomenal.
Oh yeah.
It's flawless.
Yeah.
Two, more importantly, he sounds like happy and comfortable.
Yeah.
He sounds really, really comfortable.
He's cooking this year.
Yeah,
we're on the same page.
Yeah,
I
think so. We'll come back.
We'll come back real quick. I just want to say something real quick because you can't even play this, but it needs to be said. Shout out to Jason Anderson. JaVale McGee, quote, "Let's light the MF and beam."
Let's go,
Let's
baby.
go, JaVale. Let's go, JaVale. That's what I'm talking about. Put it on a shirt.
Trey Lyles and Keegan Murray. Two more interviews in the books coming up for ESPN 1320. It's D'Lo and KC here. Media Day jumping off for the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk more about that. You'll hear more from Davion Mitchell when we continue here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Oh, yeah. My bad. Tell him, hang on. We'll get him right after the break. We get him right after the break. Have you ever cut a video from StreamYard before?
Yep.
I'm not sure yet. We'll need to cut them. We'll need to cut them. We'll have to make them all individual interviews. Trying to think this through a little bit. They're probably all pretty quick. They're probably all like 5 to 6 minutes. Well, you can pull it straight from StreamYard, right? Pull it straight from StreamYard, download it, and then we'll just cut it into clips. And I think because the clips are so short, we could load them. I could load them into StreamYard, and we could just fire them from there. Like we could fire them from within StreamYard, like this video. That will get us in trouble. Or this video. We could just fire them from there. Or Jackson.
I give you $50 if you can make it.
Dunkish.
Counts because his goal was to make it.
Hey, he made it. I think IO gave him $25. I think that's how it worked. No, the whole interview. Yeah, we'll just put we'll just use the whole interview and say James talked to Keegan Murray yesterday at Media Day and fire it. And that way James has it for his show. We have it for ours. But okay. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. I did see Edge last night. Yeah, it's cool. I don't know. I think it's pretty crazy. His contract expired at like midnight, and they just happened to have a pay-per-view that day.
It's a bigger deal, Jade to WWE or Edge to AEW?
Jade.
Yeah, I agree.
Jade was doing Taylor Swift type numbers. You see all those stats they had, like impressions and all this other stuff. For her, it was. Now I'm being facetious. It wasn't Taylor Swift, but it was like,
yeah,
it was a big day when like she officially signed. They better not mess that up.
I wonder how. I noticed that. I wonder how they got the rated R superstar. That seems like something that WWE would own. I was surprised. Like Taz, I think it was Taz, whoever the announcer was, said it, and it was on the screen as part of that really weird lead-in. Which that's the part that I thought was dumb. Was the video that aired before he walked out. I was like, that's stupid. But it said rated R superstar there, and it was like, how'd they get that? Oh, they let the trademark go. Okay. They even bought the theme. Like Edge came out to Edge's song.
That's what Ace and the whole crew called me, the rated R superstar. That was my boy Edge when he was the rated R superstar.
They really had Lita's business out there on USA Network.
Come on.
10-year-old me couldn't believe it.
20-year-old me couldn't believe it. I was like, is that? Rewind this real quick.
NXT No Mercy.
Was that a shoot?
Wasn't that in Bakersfield? I think it was.
Yeah.
The live sex celebration?
No, NXT's pay-per-view.
Oh, was it? I didn't get to watch. I watched a little bit of Becky's match, but I didn't get to see all of it.
Yeah, I was in Bakersfield.
Shout out Bakersfield, man.
Glad you guys got something.
Stand up.
They on the come up, man. They on the come up.
You think people go to Bakersfield like on business?
I don't know what business they have in Bakersfield. Only time I really stopped in Bakersfield was we played a basketball game there in college, and I had a fine enough time. It wasn't, I didn't leave a 3-block radius, but fine enough. And then
Was it tough to play with all the dust in the way?
yes. And then that's the last place the train goes before you got to get on a bus to go to LA. So when you like got a train from here to, if you're trying to go from here to LA on a bus ticket, the last train ticket, or excuse me, on a train ticket. Can I get two things real quick?
Yeah.
Real quick before we get to Kamara. Hold on 1 second, then we're talking to Davion again. Can I give a shout out to the other Davion? Davion came
my goodness. That's crazy.
History.
Yes, indeed.
On Saturday as he
Yes,
entered the
indeed.
game for the Sacramento Republic late in their 2-0 win over Las Vegas.
87th minute, I think it was.
It's crazy to see kids
It's
13
dope.
years old,
Yeah.
man. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I remember I think I was talking to Jesse about it, and I was talking to Reese about it too at the Hughes Stadium game. I was like, oh man, they should have
Put 'em
Davion
out
come
there.
out there for
Yeah.
the Hughes Stadium game.
Yeah.
And then like 20 minutes before the game, Davion's walking around, walking past our booth with his friends. I guess he's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, him getting in there was pretty cool. So that was historic. That was great to see. The other thing is, did you see LeBron Madden making his football picks?
I did.
That were way off.
Yeah, I did.
He said, he said I love the Steelers today, and I think he said I love the Browns.
Was that
They both got killed.
was that a sponsored bit?
I don't know.
Or
but
did he just do
I
that?
think he was just doing it because he was breaking down the league. He started talking. It wasn't even bets no more. Did you see him break down the 49ers?
Yeah, so I saw him. No, I didn't. I didn't see him break down
He
the
did like a
49ers.
minute and
I saw
15
him
on the
tweet
Niners.
about Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah, he did like a minute and 15 on the Niners. Like, yeah, it's the best team in football. I mean, you look, they got, Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, obviously Bosa, Hargrave, I mean, you're just breaking it down. Give him Rodney Harrison spot.
I opened Instagram and saw LeBron was live. I was like, oh, what's he doing? And he's just like sitting at a table, just talking football.
The beard was flawless. The beard was flawless. It just got in the lineup.
LeBron tries to do this stuff, but it's almost like, bro, you're too big for this. Like, go
It's
do
funny
something
though when
else.
he does it.
Yeah.
Like it's funny.
Nah, I like LeBron doing it.
It's funny when LeBron does this.
He just randomly,
Because he's
on a football
so-
Sunday.
It's like LeBron is bad at everything except basketball, and he is phenomenal at basketball.
LeBron gonna be out there at college game day next.
I got to see the two games, man. I forgot what it was. It was two games that just weren't even close. It was the Steelers was one of them.
You know, the Steelers getting trounced
yeah,
like that.
Steelers
is
and the
wild.
Browns. LeBron loves the Browns and the Steelers.
Let's get Kamara in here.
They
916.
called him Le Parlay.
Let's get Kamara in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, boy?
I won't make any predictions like LeBron. So
Le Kamara.
I know.
Hey, Le Kamara, I thought about you on my wedding. You would have been proud of my tux, man. I was like, Kamara, if he ever gets a chance to see it, I don't know if he ever will.
I saw it, man. I was proud. I sent you a text. You probably got dozens of them. Just unsolicited marriage advice, man. The day before your wedding, I said my wedding anniversary, 12-year anniversary, was September 24th.
You did send that to me. That's right, man. That's right. Yeah.
Just extending blessings to you and the missus, man.
That's love, man. That's love. Appreciate it, bro.
Yeah, no problem, man. So listen, man, I was a couple weeks ago, I was actually I was sitting with some former guys in the league. It's on Sunday, we're watching football, and obviously the NBA came up. And obviously we're talking about a number of different teams getting better, and so obviously I'm repping for the Kings. And I said, to your point, Kenny, they were like, I don't know how Sacramento's going to be as good this year. And I hit them with this question. I was like, how many teams do you know that first of all, I said, is De'Aaron Fox, has he hit his prime? They're like, no, he's a couple years up. I said, okay. is Keegan's going to get better. Do you like Keegan? Yeah, it's like Keegan's got a cannon on him. Okay. Do you see a regression in Malik Monk's play last year? He averaged 13 points. We're like, no. All right. Do you see a
Kamar,
regression?
you gonna go through the whole roster, bro?
No, but the point I was laying out to them was like, in most teams, when they haven't even hit their prime, they're in the second year under Mike Brown, and they naturally get better. Most teams are in the second year of a coach to get better. Actually, everybody knows their roles, and like to a point where everybody else was saying, well, the Lakers are going to be better because they're going to be healthy. I said, well, our injury history is a lot better than the Lakers, so why are we projecting them to be a better team? And I kind of stumped them, and everybody in that room agreed, like, you know what?
Yeah.
We're kind of sleeping on Sack. You know, so that was the whole point of our conversation, because I think people are naturally sleeping on Sack based off of it's just not in vogue to think that this team can get better when the ingredients have shown in league history that's the only way it happens.
Even a year later, it's still Sacramento. That's what it boils down to. Still the Kings.
And look, if
That's
somebody,
a great point too about the Lakers.
yeah, I mean, they have a history of injury.
Mm-hmm.
Like, just assuming that they're going to be good or healthy, excuse me, that's irrational. But if somebody wants to say, you know what, I don't really have a basketball reason as to why I don't think the Kings can be as good as they were last year. I just need to see it again. I'm okay with that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay with that. Like, we do that all the time in sports and different leagues and all this. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I 100% get it. You can say, like, Kamar having a conversation with those guys. Like, yeah, well, you know, Fox he's on the uptick, and Sabonis is really good, and Monk is good. Murray's going to be better. Now they got this guy Sasha who's pretty good. Davion's going to be better. Yeah, I get it. I just got to see it again. I'm like, you know what? That's the best, most compelling argument that anybody could have, that I could understand, because I get it. Like, yeah, I see all the components there. I just need to see them do it again. All right, that's cool. But the reason why, like, instead of saying that and these crazy, insane reasons why people are justifying not believing, those are the ones that I can't get behind. Like, all right, man, whatever. Like, all these guys just gonna like stink all of a sudden.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're not. Like, if anything, Fox and Sabonis had career years. Everybody else was about who they were and who they've been. I think Kevin Huerter shot the ball a little bit better here from three than he has in the past, but that's also a virtue of the teammates that he had around him. So, like, it's not like Kevin Huerter was averaging 19. Malik was averaging 19. Like, yeah, they're gonna fall back. Like, no, everybody did about what they did. They were just consistently who they were all year.
916-909-1320. Let's get Ramsey in here. Ramsey, what's going on, baby?
Not too much. I was actually at the Republic game yesterday when saw Davion Kimbrough for a quick second, and I want to give the Republic a shout out, because what brought me to the game, I know someone that's a coach. They coach for the Earthquakes, but shout out to the Republic for finally putting together a Special Olympics team and hosting their first Special Olympics soccer game after the festivities last night.
Yeah, that's what's up. That's dope. That's really dope. I didn't know they did that. That's dope.
Yeah, no doubt. Appreciate you, Ramsey. Thanks as always.
I know we're talking Davion and talking more Kings, but I think I might be giving my baseball belt up.
Who has your belt?
I think Ohtani's.
Well, no, we did it where Acuna had our belts, because Ohtani, he's inactive right now.
We gave him the Seth Rollins, right? That's right, because I was going to give it to Acuna.
Yeah, I think he that's universal. I think across us.
Yeah, Acuna's season.
We going to do anything about that football belt though?
I'm not. I'm still good with where mine's at.
Okay, where's yours?
Mine's with Mahomes, I think. Yeah, because you want to change.
Is it?
Yeah.
It's still with Mahomes?
I thought, yeah, I think he kept it on his. Mine's with Tua still. I'm still rocking with Tua. Tua still got it.
Okay.
You're still with Micah? No one's gonna give it to CMC?
Damn.
That's who I'm thinking about. That's who I'm thinking about.
Damn.
No, I'm not taking it off Micah.
This week, I might give it to CMC.
This week could go a long way.
Oh,
Well, do it then, coward. It might be.
No, I'll do it right now. So it's a title match.
It might be.
Yeah. And no.
I was
CMC got the strap.
Ladies and gentlemen, and new
KCC.
champion.
Okay.
Christian McCaffrey.
Okay.
He's going
McCaffrey
for
to him.
this wouldn't be undisputed. This would be unified. He's going for the unified belt.
All right, so he doesn't have it right now. They got to win on.
No,
Sunday.
he
has it.
He's
Okay.
coming to take his belt.
He has it.
Gotcha.
So
okay.
so what are we doing though? If
The belts are on the line.
okay,
Belts
so
are on the line.
So if Micah has a better game, you
All right,
crown Micah
let-
Parsons the
let's-
champion.
Let's figure out the parameters now. Is it better game or is it win?
Win is tough because
Yeah,
like,
win
most
is
guys
tough.
don't have a game or whatever, and it's like, oh, we got Randy
Okay,
Orton versus
we can
Triple
do-
H
we
on
can
our
do better
hands.
game.
Yeah,
We can do better game.
Yeah, like they, you have to. You got to stand out in the game. You got to be a talking point. I have zero reason to believe Christian McCaffrey won't be a talking point in this week's game. I have zero reason to believe Micah Parsons. So the titles are on the line.
They're on the line.
Micah Parsons versus Christian McCaffrey this week.
You know, I kind of like Micah Parsons too. The more I say, did you see that story with him and Tyreek Hill? Did you see that?
Yeah, they've been kind of like going like a fun back and forth.
Yeah.
I like Micah Parsons.
We also had Zach Wilson's back today against Rodney Harrison.
So real quick, since we're here on football, before we go back to Davion, what the hell happened yesterday?
With who?
Hey, what are you talking about here, huh?
I'm talking about your boys.
Nothing. They just got beat up. Buffalo's still the team to beat in the AFC East as of right now because of that game. But Miami's that's the boogeyman for them. Going to Buffalo, they don't win. They haven't won in Buffalo since 2016, I believe. It's a whole 7 years ago.
Buffalo looks good. They look good.
Yeah, they
I
do.
was
Yeah, they do.
talking about their demise earlier in the season, and they look good.
They put pressure on Tua. That's the way to stop this offense. And then I don't know what was wrong with Miami's defense, but they couldn't get a stop to save their lives yesterday.
What was wrong with Miami's defense? Ain't that about who they are?
Last year they were a lot better.
I mean,
They're looking worse right now than they were last season.
I'm not saying they're gonna give up 40 points a game, but I don't.
They should be at least with the names they have and the personnel, they should be top 10. I'm not sure why it's not clicking, but with everything they have, they should be a lot better.
I was looking forward to that game. They were going, possession for possession yesterday for much of the first half. And
Yeah, it was 14-14, and then it just wasn't. Going from Drew Holiday to that. It humbles you. Humbles you, let me tell you.
There's already been some schedule flexing, though. I don't think it's anything dramatic. It doesn't look like a primetime game has been shifted. They moved the Detroit Lions and Tampa Bay Buccaneers to 125 on October 15th. That's week 6.
Shout out to you. You believed in Baker.
Mhm.
You believed in Tampa Bay, and they went into New Orleans, who I said was going to win the South, and that was a very convincing win.
Can I ask a question?
Mhm.
Do the Saints have a quarterback problem?
They might.
Yeah, I think they might. Raiders fans, you guys told us all this stuff. You guys might have been right.
Yeah. It might have been right.
Can I ask another question?
Yes, sir.
Did you make your picks this week in the league?
I didn't, and it wasn't because I forgot about the league. Because I thought about it on Saturday night, and I was like, "Oh, I got to do." But you know what it is? I need to put it on my thing. I don't have the app on my phone.
Casey just said, "You know the way my bank account's set up, right?"
No, I don't have the app on my phone. So I was like, "All right, when I get home, I'm gonna make the picks." And I completely forgot about it when I got home.
All right,
Saturday.
well, Damien, you
I'm
won
making
the
them
bet
this week.
It's over. It's over.
No,
It's over with.
What are you
It's
talking
over
about?
with.
Lost.
No, it's
We
not.
said you weren't going to make picks every week.
Gave you till week
No,
6.
you guys said I would be out of the league.
No,
you said I'd be
no,
done.
no.
Y'all didn't say no 1 week one off. You didn't say a 1 week one off.
No, we said there
You
was
did not say a 1 week one
We
off.
said there was no way you were going to make every pick.
Yeah.
You guys said I'd be done with the league by week
Nah.
2 or 4.
It's shameful what your boy has done.
Stop,
today. Shameful.
stop.
Dude.
Stop. Because I would have never, there would have been a 1 week one
No,
off
because
where I
that's
didn't
why
make
we set
it.
the over under at week 6. That was the whole point.
You guys
that
said I was
wouldn't
going to be
make
done with
it.
the league.
No,
Because I'm always,
no.
first of all, I'm always done
First
with
of all,
the league.
you
by
will
then.
be done with the league at
No,
a
I'm
later
not gonna
point.
be done.
But
No, I'm
that
not gonna be
wasn't
done
the
with the league.
conversation. The conversation was you're going to get like 3 weeks in and not make a pick. And then like you're going to forget again a week later. And then you're just not going to do it anymore.
That's not going to happen. So there's no bet. It's done. Then.
You
Is
lost.
it-
You
no,
lost.
you
You
lost.
literally
You
lost
hear
right
what he just
now.
said? You hear what he just said?
I know what he said.
That's what
There
I'm
were-
talking about.
There were 2 separate discussions.
Well, y'all must have had that on your own because the one I'm talking about is being done with the league.
That wasn't even a thing.
Well, that's
what he just said.
it's convenient.
That's what he just said.
It's convenient that that's the point of what I said that you're focusing on.
Because that's what I was talking about. I was like, no, I'm not going to be done with the league.
Kenny just hears what he wants to hear.
Let Kenny live, man. I'm just happy my dog is back. Just let my man live.
I did think about that I was at a birthday party on Saturday. It's like, oh, because what happened was I didn't make my college picks. I forgot about my college. And I was like, damn, game season's already, or the week's already going through. I got to make my NFL picks. And I looked at my phone. I was like, damn, it's not set up. I got to remember to do it when I get home. And did not remember to do it when I got home. Next thing I know, Dolphins and Bills are kicking off.
Well, not to mention there was a game earlier that morning.
I know, right?
Oh, did you guys watch the Toy Story version?
I saw the clips. I liked it.
It wasn't bad. They got some there. They got some there. They got some technical kinks they got to work through, but they have some there.
Okay, so you saw the clips. Did you tune in to the actual game?
I checked the replay after.
You didn't think it was a lot?
I thought it was cool.
Like I watched, and admittedly, it was like the fourth quarter.
Uh-huh.
I was like, all right, this is a lot. Like, I'm watching a football game, like with the slime stuff with Nickelodeon.
Yeah.
You knew you were watching football.
Right.
This is like,
you're almost watching a video game.
yeah, it's like,
I think for what they're trying to accomplish.
from like 1988.
I think for what they're trying to accomplish, though, like with the kids and all, I think like they'll be able to like get them into football and stuff like that.
The dog that was the first down sticks made me laugh. That made me laugh.
Oh, the little springy.
Yeah, yeah, that made me laugh. Like, I'm not super familiar with Toy Story, so I don't know if they're all characters or what. But
No,
the dog made me laugh.
No, I thought it was cool. I just saw the highlights. I didn't watch the game, but I thought it looked pretty cool. Only thing I didn't like is when they would score, they would go to a faraway camera, like when he threw it to the end zone or something. Like, I don't know what the hell that was all about.
It's Steelo and KC here on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHC2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. If you're expecting to hear James Ham right now, I'm not sure if we will or we won't. James is at Kings Media Day right now. He is getting some fantastic content for ESPN 1320. He's talking to Keegan, Mike Brown, Luke Laux, Davion Mitchell. He talked to all of those guys. We're not sure, like, the idea was if he had wrapped up interviews, he would join us for a live segment. So we'll just keep an eye out and see if James joins us. We really don't know what's going on there, obviously, because we are here with you. We played some of Davion Mitchell talking in the media scrum earlier. Let's finish that out right here. Davion Mitchell.
You know, Mike talked about you guys need to be more physical. What steps do you guys need to take defensively this year to reach your goals?
What steps are we? I think honestly, just not taking plays off. I would say sometimes we would have plays where we're really good defensively, and then you'll have some like, man, like, you're not going to help here. It's going to be a wide open layup. So just not taking plays off and being consistent throughout the whole season. I think that's what he kind of meant, because he even said it a couple of times that in the playoffs we played defense, but we wasn't consistent all year. One game we'll play defense, one game we wouldn't. When we're desperate, we'll play defense, but it's kind of too late then. So, I mean, just kind of being consistent, just having that, because we have it. I mean, everyone is athletic on our team. We're fast, we're young. We know how to do it. We just got to be willing to do it every single day.
It's Davion Mitchell right there. I was just going to make a joke about how Chris Biederman has been standing in the same exact spot during every interview and hasn't asked one question. And clearly, Sean Cunningham was not interested in what Chris Biederman had to say, because he just cut the video off right there at this point. Again, big thank you to Sean Cunningham, who has no idea that we're stealing all of his videos that he's posting on social media to make it feel like we're at Media Day. And one of the guys I wanted to hear from the most today, we got JaVale McGee.
And understanding what's at hand and what's at stake. And these guys had a great season last year. I don't think they're really prepared for people knowing, like, you guys are actually good. So now we're not bullshitting when we get
Okay.
out.
I kind of knew. I kind of
You
knew.
had previewed it or something. I was like, I don't think I've been reading JaVale quotes. I don't think we can play JaVale.
I kind of knew deep down in my heart, like, probably.
I was legit. I was gonna get up and go take a walk to the restroom right now. I was
No.
like, let me just wait a minute and see how this JaVale clip goes. 'Cause we
Yeah.
don't know about him yet. So I'm glad I did that.
Deep down in my heart, I knew, but I thought it's Media Day. Like, We can get through this. We can get through this.
Who had bloody bread? The hell?
Hey, what's going on there?
I don't know.
Forget media day. What's going on with the bread?
Think twice before buying from these two stores.
No, you need to click on that. I go grocery shopping a lot. You need to click on that right now.
Oh God, what is happening here?
Forget Food Max and Rayleigh in these two stores. I am screwed.
Shout out Food Max, man.
I don't. I think that was. I think it.
Yeah, you might get a virus if you click on that.
So
though.
Amazon and Walmart.com.
Oh, yikes!
I think that's it. Amazon and Walmart.com.
Right,
Look
why
at
don't we get
that
my bread from
egg.
there?
You guys are gross. I was just trying to get to Sasha.
We just saved a lot of people right now.
Real quick before we get back to Kings Media Day, NBA Media Day.
Mhm.
Anthony Davis has a message for the Denver Nuggets. Quote,
Okay.
"It was just a lot of talking. We get it. Y'all won. But me and Bron had the same conversation. ... We can't wait to play them."
Why did you read the quote in that tone?
Because that's how AD was saying it. It was just a lot of talking. We get it. Y'all won. But me and Bron had some conversations. ... We can't wait to play them.
Okay.
That's feeling real Anthony Joshua like right there. I'm not gonna lie. Buddy, you got swept last year. Like, be quiet. When Darvin Ham talking to him.
So before we
He was.
Play the Sasha Vezenkov, we since we were talking about the league, we mentioned the Raptors earlier. A quote from Masai: "A lot of players didn't play the right way. I said it, that we were selfish. I'm not running away from that. We were selfish and we didn't play the right way. So let's see it. So let us see it when we play the right way." And that's Masai Ujiri addressing not initiating extension talks with Pascal Siakam.
Wow.
Oh man.
Wow.
There was another quote from Siakam that I thought was fascinating and telling. Let me see if I can find it. Siakam on his future in Toronto: "I'm under contract. I'm a Raptors player. That's what I'm focused on. I'm focused on the present." He followed up with, when asked about extension talks with the Raptors: "I'll leave those types of questions to the people that represent me. That's why I pay them." So it sounds like things are going really well.
Smooth.
Really, really well in Toronto.
No, Toronto, what is Masai doing?
I don't know, man.
What are you doing, bro? Like, it's crazy. Like, the team's not that good. You just lost your starting point guard. You know, yeah, you got some talent on the squad, but it's just all just kind of jumbled together. They might be Canada's version of the Pistons. I called the Blazers the West Coast Pistons. Toronto might be Canada's version of the Pistons. And what I mean by that is the Pistons just got a bunch of players. Doesn't seem there's any rhyme or reason to what they're doing. They're just, and maybe that's a strategy too, just accumulate talent or whatever. But just a bunch of players.
They should have blew it up the second season after Kawhi left. You run it back, whatever, with the guys you have after that finals thing, fine, whatever. But after that year, I mean, it was clear they have no number one guys at all. Siakam is not a number one guy. Scotty Barnes is still developing. OG's not a number one guy. You're not ever going to win anything with a bunch of 2s and 3s on your team. Should have blew it up.
Scotty Barnes?
Good ball player, not a number one.
How about Sasha Vezenkov? Here he is at today's Kings Media Day.
And, get started with this team.
I feel great. I'm already 1 month here. Everything's going good. This whole organization of Sacramento made me feel like my second family here, so I'm really thankful. Thankful to my family too, who are here with me and helping me. And I can't wait to start.
We've heard family a couple times from people. What is it about this organization right now that gives it kind of a family environment?
It's different. Like from the first player to the president of the team, everybody's so like human, a good human person, like good human being to help you, ask you every day how are you, like how's your family, and the connection is different. If you don't feel it, you can say it, you can't express it so much.
Is there much more of a comfort level from today versus the press conference that you had?
Yeah, of course. Like every day is like better and better, and that's what I expect in the games too. Like with every other game, to be better and better. It's different. I'm flying from other continent, other country, but as I said, I'm here for my dream, for my work, and the team to win.
Kevin, Trey, and other shooters have already commented on the impact that you've made shooting and so far. What is your opinion or your perspective on the shooters that this Kings team has?
Like offensively, I think everybody sees what the Kings can do, like the pace, the speed, how the ball moves. Like I think it's great. I think the effort and the challenges here is how good we'll be in the defensive end. We have to improve, and that will happen through the games. But we have to keep also our offensive standards really high.
We'll come back. We'll hear more from Sasha. And I love this quote I saw from De'Aaron Fox, and I won't keep anyone in suspense. Stick around for this. No, it's on Twitter. I'll tell you what it said. At this point, I really don't care what's going on with USA basketball. So we can kind of dead some of that noise. We'll come back. We'll wrap up our coverage of Sacramento Kings Media Day when Dylan and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. That was a good call. I was going to roll through it, but yeah, it's a good point.
Pause.
Yeah, I can pause too, but it's all right. No, it's fine. Is that Callie? Who's holding the phone right there? It is, right? Hold up. De'Aaron hates America. Next on Get Up. That's funny. NBA TV sent that man to Milwaukee. We see you, Chris Haynes.
David De La Cruz. Sound crazy. Ain't that? We got all week to talk about this. We got all week.
One of the Cowboys players, Jonathan Hankins, he said that he thinks this is the year they finally get you guys.
Okay. We got all week to talk about it. This game. I'm gonna tell you right now, though. This game is more important. Almost
Take it easy, big guy.
Save
Yeah,
KC.
Easy, big
This
guy.
game is more important for the Cowboys than it is the Niners. They got to have this one. Niners just trying to get home field. That's all that matters.
That's what I was saying about the Dolphins and Bills. Like that game mattered more for the Bills. Didn't even need it.
It's more important for the Cowboys. Cowboys, they need this, so they're gonna rethink everything in life.
There's an aspect to that though. Like Cowboys going 3-2 losing here. Like I don't know. Like kind of takes them off the tier maybe of the Niners and Eagles.
Yeah, it does. You're not there.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun week with the Cowboys this week. We could still do a lot of the stuff we didn't do today, tomorrow.
Nah, Aldrin, I thought I was gonna go, but I'm not. I got a lot going on this weekend, and I can't be away from the house all day on Sunday. So I probably be at the house.
I think football is so much better at home.
It really is.
I like the vibes.
TV.
I like the vibes.
Going to the game and your team losing feels like the most pointless thing ever.
Did your TV shut off?
Yeah, yours is not working either?
No.
I think we got signed out. Earlier it was telling me like I hit my limit with YouTube TV.
I mean, Odyssey didn't pay the bill.
Yeah, they just got $5 about an hour ago.
They
should be able to pay that. Nah, man, no aftershock from me. You know, I know it's gonna be a big deal, man. It's a big deal, man. So I'm gonna have to miss that one.
Oh no, it's a shoot. Someone didn't pay the bill.
For real?
Yeah.
We are so down bad here. Oh
Jesus
my gosh.
Christ. Hey.
Come on, man.
Can someone afford the YouTube subscription? Come on, man.
This is unacceptable.
I just turned off everything. Pause.
It's unacceptable.
Goodness gracious.
Oh, man. Well,
it's a cold world when you get a notice. Hey, tell your family to update the payment method. What?
You guys are going to have to tell me what happened on Monday Night Football. I won't be able to watch it here.
The whole cluster just trying to put. Hey, we'll get it worked out. We're gonna get our TV back.
In actuality, though, do you think anybody else noticed? I think we're the only ones that watch TV.
Well, we're one of the only people that are here.
Well, there's that.
Like here. I don't know. I think there's a studio down the hall that airs Bonanza 24/7.
Come on, man.
We don't know.
There's some sketchy scenes in there too.
We don't know who put the TV on that channel, and we don't know why the remote in that studio doesn't work.
In what studio?
In the one that we work in the morning. No, I think it's
5.
6.
I think it's 5.
I don't know what number
dungeon.
it is, bro.
Oh, 5. Yeah, 5's the one with no windows or anything.
Yeah, there's no windows in it.
Gotcha.
But Bonanza's playing 24/7.
Whoever was in that studio watching Bonanza
With the
is
volume
scary.
up.
Yeah, whoever was doing that is scary because that studio is terrifying.
And rig the TV so it won't respond to anything.
It just doesn't turn off. It just airs Bonanza nonstop.
I'll throw it in the Google chat. So who likes Bonanza here?
Come on, man. Any big Bonanza fans in the office? Because, yeah. Let's go back to Sasha Vezenkov. We are on standby for those who are accustomed to hearing James Ham at this time. James Ham, of course, is at Media Day. He's the only 1320 employee allowed inside. That's not true. We are allowed inside. We're just not allowed to do our show inside. They'd rather have No Name Guy number 1 and No Name Guy number 2 do their show live for Media Day. So let's head back to Sasha, who is standing next to our friend Callie Lawson-Freeman.
Where do you feel like you stay as a defender right now?
You have to. It's a new challenge, and even if you study the game and you see video and tape, you have to feel it. You have to face it. So I'll be improving every day. I'll work out, and I'm confident about myself. That's why I'm here.
Do you feel settled yet, like in terms of living situation, family, all that?
Everything, as I said, I'm 1 month here. Everything is great. I feel Sacramento is really calm, really like peaceful, really how to say, like a big village, without disrespect, but it's really nice.
Nice.
What's your
I'm sorry.
of De'Aaron and
Just real quick. Did he just call Sacramento a big village?
Yeah.
Okay.
Never heard it referred to.
All right, Sasha. We'll talk about that later, Sasha, but we rock with you.
plays, the speed, all those things.
Like basketball-wise, everybody can see what basketball player is, but like the most important is the human being. As I said, he's all-star player, and he's like really good human to help everybody out, to practice with the young guys, to talk to them. That's the difference. All good players can be all-star. You can work for it, but to be the same person as you started and help the others out and to care about the team more than you care about yourself is really the key.
Having those first few workouts with some players, teammates, they're NBA players now, is there anything that stands out about maybe those initial workouts or interactions with those teammates that make you go, oh, wow, this is the NBA? This is
the game is different, the speed is different. Everybody obviously has talent to score the ball and at any moment. So as I said, it's a different game.
Yeah.
What do you think your role's going to be?
Good question. I don't know. You have to ask the coach. I'll be ready for anything. I'll work out. As I said, you have to be ready to get the opportunity. So I'm waiting the opportunity. I think I can help the team, and whatever the coach decides, I'm here to do it.
If you end up coming off the bench, is that something that in a role that you could possibly bring a spark off the bench? Malik did that early in his career.
Yeah, it doesn't affect me or doesn't mean anything if you come off the bench. The most important is to help the team and the team wins, because as you see, when the team wins, everybody's key player and everybody's happy and the whole organization works better. So whatever it takes to win.
What have you seen early on from Keegan Murray?
He's really hard worker, really calm guy. He's not talking too much, but the work he puts in it's what I like, because I can see myself how I was young, obviously in different level, but work out every day, try to improve yourself in every aspect of the game, and I think he'll be even greater than what he was last year.
We saw in some of your playoff games, certainly with the Olympiacos, some of the crowd stuff with the flares and the smoke bombs and just chaos. How crazy was that to play in that kind of environment?
It's different if you don't face it. It was funny because I see Coach Brown came in to see, and he was with his phone and taking off pictures of the crowd, the game was on. So it's different. It's different culture. They support their teams in good way, but also in some bad way. Last year our game 4 didn't finish, in domestic league, but it's totally different. It's something that you have to experience to see how is it.
You talked about before, how much you felt wanted and pursued by the organization, the front office, and the coaching staff. But what about the players? Now that you've interacted with them, how much have they shown you that they wanted you on their team?
It's different because I didn't know the players when I decided to come. So, I decided to come on my own perspective and on my own vision about myself here. So, of course, as I said, when you meet the players and with so much experience in the NBA and see how hard they work and the good human beings they are, showed me that I made the right decision.
Since arriving in Sacramento, do you have a favorite moment, or I don't know, is it food or anything about that you've enjoyed the most?
I can't say, I'm waiting. I can't wait to start the games, to see how is it to feel all these emotions, because this month was the tough part. No
Right.
games, no training camp that started. It's different. Everything goes slower, As the game starts, everything will go faster, and I think I will enjoy more.
Sasha Vazenkov right there at Kings Media Day.
It's my guy already, man. Thanks, Sasha.
Our little village here, Sacramento. What constitutes a village? Is that like a borough?
Yeah.
Is a village
Borough-ish.
Is a village and a borough the same
A
thing?
village has no name, right? No title or nothing like that. Like a borough is Brooklyn. A village would just be like this neighborhood.
Yeah, village is like community.
Yeah.
I keep looking for videos. I know Malik spoke. I mean, clearly De'Aaron has. The quotes are out there. So as soon as we can bring those videos to you, we most definitely will. As we mentioned, James Ham would normally be with us right now. Obviously, he is at Kings Media Day. and he's working very hard as we have a number of interviews that we'll be able to bring you throughout the week, including Keegan Murray, Mike Brown, Luke Laux, Sasha Vezenkov, who you just heard, Davion Mitchell, and Trey Lyles so far, all from our man James Ham there.
I'm anxious to see Sasha on the court. I want to see what his game looks like with this Kings team and in the NBA just in general. You know, I watched the playoff run and everything that he was doing for Olympianos, right? That's who he's with.
Yeah, he's probably the biggest, I don't know, question mark. Like, you don't know what he can be as a player, but like question mark in terms of he could be the most impactful player on this, like the most impactful acquisition onto this team. And it feels like the more, and I think where I keep getting caught up is I feel like the more we talked about him, like the bigger this whole conversation about Sasha became. And I don't know if that's because, you know, we would talk about him because we read something Mike said or heard something that Mike said, or we would talk about him because, you know, De'Aaron is talking about, you know, how he plays, or this person is talking about it. Like, it was always sparked by someone else. And it just kind of got us to the point like, yo, how good is this dude? Like, not, hey, how good is he? Like, no, like, how good is this dude? Because all accounts are right now, dude's good.
If I'm trying to just think about what he could possibly do. I'm looking at both of the Bogdanoviches, right? And I only bring them up not because they're necessary. I mean,
No, they're big white dudes. I get it. That's why he did it.
Partly because the journey's the same, right? Like, they're Euro players who came over here to play in America. I wouldn't look at Jahlil Okafor and be like, I wonder what if Sasha could do this. No, he didn't play.
Yeah, I'd really, yeah, that'd be bad news for everybody involved.
But you know, they played overseas, started their career over there, came in their mid to late 20s. Bojan came in 9 points a night, you know, with Brooklyn. Next year, 11 points a night. If Sasha averaged 9 points a night, it's not bad, right? Right now, he's off the bench, power forward. Probably, from what we know right now, he'll never be anything greater than the third option on the court.
Sure, that's the top.
Yeah, right.
That's if he got to the very, very top.
Right. So 9 points a game for that. That's not bad at all. Bogdan averaged 11 points per game in his time with the Kings. Situations were different for all three of these guys.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be, you know, apples to apples. But
Bogey was probably 2 or 3 option.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't remember. Bogey was hurt to start. Was that his first season that he was hurt? It was his second year.
So, I mean, we're talking anywhere between 9, 10, 11 points a game for Sasha coming in. I take that. That's good. That's good.
What was Malik off the bench? Do you have that in front of you by any chance?
I can get that. You mean
was it
like last year or?
Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm talking exclusively with the Kings.
Averaged 13.5 points per game.
Okay.
And how many minutes was this? This was in 22 minutes a night.
Yeah, man, that wouldn't be a bad look at all. It wouldn't be a bad look at all.
Yeah, so I see what you're saying.
But
if he could get some Malik's 13 a night?
Yeah. Does it feel like we've talked him bigger than that, though, Pause? Does it feel like we've talked him up bigger than
I guess it depends
11, 12 points per game?
Because I don't know, but I don't know if anybody, because if he's more than that, I think people are looking at him as being like sixth man of the year. I don't think anybody's talking about him in that respect. They're talking about him possibly rookie of the year, you know, first team all rookie or something like that.
It's going to be wild. A 30-year-old man getting a rookie of the year trophy.
Where did that happen?
He's not 30
in the NBA.
Like 28.
Older guy came in and got rookie of the year. I'm drawing a blank, but I feel like that's happened. But I mean, yeah, 13 points again. Keegan averaged 13 last year and was all rookie first team. I can see him being on one of the all rookie teams.
That'll be funny too. This would be a hell of a team picture. There's a bunch of 18, 19-year-olds, and then there's a grown-ass man.
How old is Sasha again? Is he 20?
I think he's 27.
27, yeah.
Might be 28.
Yeah.
I have to look now. Sorry. He's 28. I apologize. He's 28.
I think Sasha, and that also goes into what I think he can do. I mean, he's a veteran. He's going to be rookie in the way of time spent in the league, but being a basketball player, being one of the better players on the team at a very high level, that's something he's done for a long time. So he's going to come in, relatively experienced. The NBA is different, but he's been playing with grown men. He's been a grown man for the last few years playing. It's going to be nothing new in that respect.
Brody's listed at 225. I think that's a lie.
6'8".
That's a big boy. 6'9". Listed as 6'9". I'm not buying 225. That's a big dude.
Who, off the top of my head, maybe Jesse's not even here, but who else is that size in the NBA? Like, what other guys are we?
6'9", 225.
Yeah, like what are we thinking about in that respect? How tall? Well, I don't think Trey Lyles is 225. He's about 6'9", 6'10 though.
Trey Lyles currently listed as
what?
6'9".
210.
Of course, his weight's not there. Let me click on something else. Jesus Christ.
What's the
234
for Trey?
That's what it's listed at. 234. Trey Lyles.
Trey,
that might have been before last year's weigh-in. Like Trey came in.
What's
felt?
What's Domantas Sabonis? I know they got him at 6'10", maybe 6'11", but he's probably closer to 6'9" than he is.
Stand by.
7 feet.
Domantas Sabonis. Come on, man. Hang on. I've been for real?
Yeah, his height online is on HGH. Yeah.
They got Domas listed as 7 foot 240.
Like not 7 feet.
I've stood this far away from Domas.
Yeah.
I don't think
240 maybe. He's not 7 feet though.
Domas is this, like, Domas isn't like, he's not built like LeBron, but he's built like he's strong. He's a good sized dude. I just don't think he's 7 feet. No. Like, Domas. Yo, am I bugging?
No,
like, Domas
he's
might be like
6'8".
6'8".
That's 6'9". what I'm saying. I think he's more closer to 6'9", to that 6'9".
Why are we out here lying though?
7'1" is basically Andre the Giant type stuff.
Andre the Giant was like 6'7".
I'm insert that. They say he's 7'1".
Yeah, one site has him listed as 7'1". ESPN has him listed as 7 foot.
NBA's official site has him at 7'1" too. Like that's his official height.
That's insane. Domas is not 7 feet. That? Like Stephen Brown, who knows about lying about height.
5'6", 145.
He's got him 6'10", 255. I don't think Domas is 6'10", bro.
Yeah, I think I can see him at 6'10". I think he's 6'9", 6'10". I did this whole practice just to be like, man, like, what are the comps to Sasha physically? But then the guy can shoot the rock. We saw a lot of times last year, Trey Lyles was a matchup problem because at 6, what'd you say? He's at 6'10", 240, something like that?
Well, now I'm convinced everything on the internet's a lie. Now I've seen Trey Lyles too, and I feel like Trey Lyles could be 6. I mean, 6'9",
but you know what I mean. But that was a matchup problem for a lot of people. Having a guy that size be able to drift out beyond the arc and shoot the ball. I mean, Trey Lyles can shoot the rock. There's probably a lot of people who feel like Sasha's a better shooter.
That was Sean Cunningham that you just heard right there. And partner, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but
this is time.
5 is talking, or was talking again.
5 looking like Kawhi Leonard out there. What?
Yeah, he looked. I swear to if this dude says he puts on 8 pounds of muscle, I'm walking out the studio. De'Aaron Fox, Media Day, courtesy of our friend Sean Cunningham at Fox.
How much does this feel?
Also, since De'Aaron's like, yeah, okay, I just
I'm
want to make sure. I
already
just want to
ready to
make
go.
sure Jesse's over
I'm already
there.
A
ready.
little bit different from media days you're used to.
Let me do something with NBA TV. I don't think I've done that before. Nah, it's all relatively the same.
Speaking of that, the national TV games this year are way up for the team, but especially national TV games here in Sacramento, kind of showcasing the fans. We've talked about the fans a lot, just the atmosphere a lot. Is there a sense of pride in that, knowing that the NBA kind of wants to showcase that more?
Yeah, definitely. I think we had like one or two scheduled last year. I think we fell into like an extra one. I think the one against the Knicks was an extra one. It's cool that we actually start the season off with those national televised games. I think it was great for people to see us, even those games, and then in the playoffs. So I think it's an exciting time. I think a lot of people are happy that the Kings are kind of back, and we want to continue to build off the momentum that we had last year.
It always seemed like the weight of the playoff drought kind of was on your shoulders. Like, and now that it's gone, I just wonder how much the kind of the gravity of expectations is different from the feeling that you guys had here before.
I mean, we have high expectations for ourselves. Like we all want to win a championship. I think that's our next goal. Your next goal isn't to just get out of the first round. Like you don't get anything for that. So for us, that's our next step. That's what we want to achieve as a team. And I'm sure everybody in here has obviously individual goals, but I think they all stem back to us being a better team. So that's what we're worried about. That's all we're worried about. And we're trying to come in from day one, and we're trying to achieve that goal.
Was this one of the more enjoyable off seasons you've had as an NBA player?
I enjoy all my off seasons.
I mean, what do you want to do this season? I mean, individually, we know team-wise you want to make the playoffs again, but you have improved every year this year. What will we see different this year?
I mean, I think a lot of last year. I mean, obviously there are times where I have to create for myself. There are times where we have guys like Domas and HB creating for us as well. I mean, I think coming back to it's always the three-point shot. I think that's always the big thing. I started off well last year and kind of went down, but I want to be more consistent on that and then just continue to be better as a defender. I think that'll help our team as a whole.
Your name has been in the Team USA possibilities. Is that something you'd be interested in if you were invited?
Things change in the future. Right now, it's not something I'm worried about.
When you think of
spent a lot of time with Keegan throughout the offseason, how have you seen him grow, and what do you think are reasonable expectations coming into this year?
I mean, just being around him, just as a person, just coming out of his show, it's definitely been great to watch and great to witness. I mean, he's becoming more comfortable putting the ball on the floor. Obviously, he's one of the best shooters in the league, and that's not going to change anytime soon. But for him, it's really us trying to add another player that can create for themselves at some point. Obviously, the way that we play, we don't need him to do it a lot, but there are times where the clock's winding down, or he might have a mismatch, and he has to go to work. So I think he's become a lot more comfortable doing that.
Speaking of Uncle Keegan, your family's growing. There's been a lot of talk about this organization taking on kind of a family environment. What's your take on just like how that's happening over the past year?
It's funny. A lot of people had babies in the organization this summer. It was I think it was like 5 or 6 babies. It's great to come in here knowing that you're going to work, but knowing that you have people in here who actually care about you, your well-being, your family. A lot of people have. I think most of the coaches' kids are like all around the same age, so it's dope being able to be around a lot of people who kind of just grow together, have their kids grow up together. It's just a fantastic environment to be in. But every time we come in here, we know that we're going to get after each other. We know that coaches are going to yell at us and cuss us out, and that it's what's best for us. It's never getting taken personal. And as a team, you need that. You need that type of, I don't want to call it adversity, but we need people to get on top of it, to get on each other. And a lot of times it's better to come from a player than it is from a coach, because we know that we all have a common goal.
having the experience that you did last year with so many guys that are going to be around you this year as well, how much do you feel that kind of benefits you as you go on this journey?
I mean, I think just having the experience of last year and being in the playoffs and seeing what needs to be done, I think is very beneficial for us. But like Mike has said before, we have to be playing defense and be physical from game 1 to game 82, and then however many games we play after that, rather than going into the playoffs trying to amp that up because now, guys might not have been playing that hard. Now you're tired. Now your shots are different. So we have to try to do that as much as possible before getting into the postseason where you're just trying to flip a switch. We know we can't do that.
I know you were excited about adding Sasha. I'm curious what stood out to you now that you've seen him play a little bit out of these workouts.
Man, he shoots the piss out of the ball. It's crazy. Like one of our shooting drills, I think it's like 150 shots, and I think he missed 7. Like he's up there with some of the best shooters in the world. And for us, we're telling him, because I think when he first got here and we were playing pickup, he's kind of trying to fit in, and I think he traveled more than he did in EuroLeague, and that's saying something if you're traveling in the NBA. But we want him to be comfortable, and we want him to know that he has a green light to shoot the ball. I mean, like I said, one of the best shooters in the world. That's why you're here. We want you to shoot the ball. If you think it's a bad shot, it might not actually be a bad shot. But once he gets it going, man, it's like the net's not even moving. It's crazy. Actually, just sitting there watching him shoot the ball.
Can I ask you something? As a shooter, as a scorer,
Yeah.
have you ever shot the piss out of the ball?
All the time.
And can you describe exactly what that entails?
Basket feel like a big old bucket.
Okay. I feel like I've heard De'Aaron use that phrase before. It's like, that's a wild phrase. That's a wild phrase.
Look, somebody pointed out one time, like when when there's you're talking about a female or whatever, a woman, and you say she's fine as S. What is that? Why would you say that? Why would you say that?
No, we say a lot of dumb stuff. Like, it's cold as hell, bro. What? I'm sorry. Apparently, the book you read on hell is different than the book I read on hell. Yeah, that's right, Kyle. That's a great. Yeah, KD said that. KD said that in the famous post Kings Beatdown podcast. Yeah, man. I mean,
that got me hyped though.
If there's someone who's high on Sasha Vezenkov, and it's De'Aaron Fox, man.
I mean, I look at this situation, man, and I'm like, I know he's got to worry about, his game translating to the NBA and, and the style of play and a new team and all this other stuff, but shooting the ball is universal.
Yeah, right.
Shooting is universal.
Right.
And if I'm just asking you, stand here, catch and shoot. The
dimensions
10 feet,
might be different.
Well, the basket's 10 feet in Europe, and it's 10 feet here in the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
The 3-point line might be half a foot different or whatever, but we've seen him shooting from the logo. You know what I mean? If he comes in and he can shoot the same way he did over there, that's already success. It's already success because he was a top flight elite shooter over there. If he's over here and he's a top flight elite shooter, it's already a success. That's before you're just anything else. I got Fox saying that I was already hyped, but man, because Fox, that's another thing. When you see these NBA guys in awe of the way people shoot, that says something.
Any barring, we're not talking injuries here. Any chance in your mind at all that Sasha starts before the season's over?
Yeah, for sure. There's a chance. Absolutely. I think you guys were talking about that last week.
We were. I'm just recycling all the stuff I said when you weren't here.
I'm not ready to say, like, to picture Harrison Barnes coming off.
No, me either.
Like, just where he's at in his career, like, not just because we like him or anything, but I don't see him as a bench player yet. So how that would happen, I don't know, but I don't know if I could see Harrison coming off the bench. I could see Sasha starting. I don't know how we get him there.
You don't. Yeah, you don't. Unless, Keegan's not healthy.
Yeah.
And according to every NBA person outside of Sacramento, the Kings aren't going to be healthy this year.
You know how that goes.
Because they were just too healthy last year.
You know, the other thing about that I was thinking about while Fox was talking is we talk about these NBA writers and the people that follow the league and even the fans that aren't sure about the Sacramento Kings. The NBA seems to be sure about the Kings, though.
They do.
Like the NBA, you know, people might think we complain a lot about, you know, the coverage that they get or whatever. I'll tell you this, though. The NBA believes in the Kings. And I said earlier, and you agreed, and I think they are just like kind of hoping and ready for Fox to replicate what he did last year. And they got a rocket attached. They want him to be one of those guys in the NBA. Like they want him to be a marquee guy in this league. Absolutely. They just need him to continue to do what he's doing. And they'll put him on that platform.
So James posted, you know, because we were marveling at the way De'Aaron looked. And of course, this happens every off season. Yeah, De'Aaron, I think it was the way De'Aaron was standing. Like I'm looking at.
So I mean, you know, that's how you could, you know, show the muscles. You know, certain ways that you hold your arms.
I'm looking at the picture. This has got strong supermodel vibes. But I'm looking at the picture that James took of De'Aaron, and he looks like De'Aaron. He looks completely normal. I don't know what it was about his triceps and shoulders in that picture. It was like, hey. Yeah, they're looking like Giannis, but I think it was just the way he was standing. Can I mention one? This was that we got lost in Domas's 7'1", 245 listing. I brought up Sasha's size. Sasha looks like a very big dude. He just looks like a big dude.
Looks like Sabonis, almost.
He looks bigger than Sabonis to me. Like. Yeah. Heavier, which brings up what I thought about Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter would talk about, you know, the shape he was in. And no one would ever look at Kevin Huerter and go, yo, that dude's out of shape. At no point last year did I look at Kevin Huerter and go, that dude was out of shape. He felt that way, though. Knowing the way that this team plays, is that the one thing to be concerned about with Sasha? Or is he a big dude who can just get up and down the floor? I'm not expecting you to have the answer to that second question, by the way. I'm just wondering, like, that's a big dude that you're asking to run a very specific style of offense that really, really worked for you, and you're probably not going to want to deviate from.
I completely understand what you're saying and how you felt. I find that to be less of an issue with bigger guys than the guards. Like Kevin Huerter, you know, could feel out of shape because he's asked to do a lot of running, like all over the place. The big guys, and especially in Sasha's situation, it's gonna be some running off the screen, but mostly you're setting the screen, you're popping, you know, on a pick and pop, might be rolling. Like I don't feel, and I don't know their offense to a T to say whether or not, but it doesn't feel like that would be an issue for a big guy in the offense. Guards, yes. Not a 4 or 5.
Okay.
Just my thoughts, though.
No, I get it. It was just something I was looking at as he was talking earlier. Like, 'cause that's what made me look up his weight.
To your point, though, I mean, I think there's going to be an adjustment period to the speed of the game, getting caught up, getting your legs under you, and that may take a while to get used to getting up and down the floor at such a fast pace and not always being the trail guy. Because if you're the 4 and Sabonis is out there, you can't necessarily be the trail guy. Maybe you got to, you know, help fill the lanes. So it's just a different role. Although Sabonis isn't the trail guy because he's the one bringing the ball up. So maybe you can be the trail guy.
Just run. That's what it boils down to. Just run. I wonder what the biggest difference between ball over there and ball over here is, because you just outlined hoops same size, balls the same size. Dimensions of the court might be a little bit different. You hear the physicality is different.
That's what always stands out when I watch the games. It's really physical over there. It's not as free flowing.
So just chalk up Sasha being on Domas's early 2023 vibes, and he just fouls out of the first like 5 or 6 games of the season.
You know, people kind of were kind of getting on him a little bit. I understood what Luka was saying when he was like, it's easier to score here in the NBA than it is over there. Because it's just, they maul you over there.
Yeah, I'm not getting Kevin McHale clothesline.
Right, right.
there.
And they don't even like call it sometimes. They just let them do whatever. Out here, just watching it. I've been in the games in the NBA and in EuroLeague, but it seems like there's a lot more space to do things in the NBA.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. Obviously, ESPN 1320 is doing fantastic, despite the fact our YouTube TV bill isn't paid. The show is over. So we've got to play commercials. And then we'll come back. And if you want more coverage of, I know we didn't do nearly as much football today as we should have. Oh, we got you. It's a big week. It's a big week for sure. But if you want more coverage of Media Day, don't go anywhere. We're going to head over to 102.5, but we'll run it back next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings.
Is Ham still live over there? No, I'll check right now. Yeah, he is. He's still live. It's live, pal.
Yeah, man.
All right, y'all. Appreciate you, man. Hit the thumbs up before you go. So happy to have everybody back today. Obviously, practice tomorrow. We'll talk about that. Hit the thumbs up before you go. I think you are already subscribers. If you're not a subscriber and you're just watching and not commenting, become one. Come on, man. What you doing?
Come on now.
And we'll see you guys